if we have any emergency, earthquake, fire, whatever, doors out the back, and the facilities are out the back as well. And we're to meet if that occurs at the Spale House along the road. And otherwise, I just ask everybody to make sure their cell phones are off. Thank you, and welcome to Manawa, and we're in your hands. Thank you.
Good morning, and tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Nicola aho, kia manawa aho I mahi ana. My name is Nicola Fore, and I'm the Environmental Policy Manager for Manawa Energy. Today I've just got a few points that I wanted to go through with you, not so much covering my company's statement of evidence, but more to address points that have been raised in the discussion yesterday. So just to clarify, Manawa Energy, we are an independent electricity generator. We were previously Trustpower, but over a year ago now we sold our retail business to another electricity generator and retailer. So we're no longer a gentailer. There was a comment made yesterday that we were a gentailer. It's not the case anymore. And we have 25 hydroelectricity schemes throughout New Zealand, which are predominantly connected to distribution networks. So 60% of our generations connected straight into the local lines companies as opposed to grid connected. So that's a big point of difference for us compared to other electricity generators. I just also like to put in apologies from Miss Burkhart. She can't be with us today. She's representing an iwi party at the Port of Tauranga Environment Court hearing today, and her witnesses are on the stand. So she has tabled her legal submissions.
Yes, we've read those.
You've read those, perfect, yeah. So I just wanted to draw your attention to paragraph 27 through to 34 of those legal submissions, where she covers the emissions reduction plan and the national adaptation plan, which had a few questions and points of discussion around yesterday. Firstly, at paragraph 28, I just wanted to, this is a little correction there. She referred to section 62, it should be section 61. Perfect. So Lara's basically submitting that the emissions reduction plan can be taken into account as those other management plans and strategies that are around at that subclause 2A I of the Act. And you know, we're obviously in the process of preparing and reviewing the RPS so that can be done, taking that national adaptation plan and reductions plan into account. And the only other thing that we would note is that the sole objective of the national policy statement for renewable electricity generation basically states that, you know, renewable electricity generation is to meet or exceed any government target. So for us, that's the link between where a regional policy statement has to give effect to the national policy statement for renewable electricity, which then, as it currently stands, we have the emissions reduction plan, which sets out the detail of those targets that have to be met. So that's sort of the connection between those three documents as we sort of understand it. Just moving on to the national policy statement for renewable electricity generation, and just in the wider sense of the work that not only Manawa Energy does, but electricity generators and other organisations in the industry do. We're constantly engaging with government officials on a range of matters. Cabinet did agree last year to review the national policy statement for renewable electricity generation. We have had some discussions. MB are leading that process. We have had a couple of discussions with them already, and the ball's currently sitting in their court to progress further, as I understand. We also engage constantly with other Ministry for the Environment officials, MB officials, Electricity Authority, you know, a range of officials in terms of raising the issues that we're encountering and trying to achieve the decarbonisation and electrification goals, and then some of those policy instruments that, you know, cause a bit of grief for us, so to speak. So I just wanted to clarify, you know, that we don't just sit back and wait, sort of thing. Then moving on to some Manawa specific elements that were also sort of raised yesterday in a broader sense. So enhancements to existing schemes. So a lot of our hydro schemes are quite old, over 100 years for some of them. And so we do have a extensive enhancement and renewal program in place where we're replacing turbines and generators and doing other improvements like seismic strengthening of dams and conveyance systems and things. So it's a continual asset improvement program. The Waipori scheme here in Otago has gone through that, and we've had significant upgrades already to several power stations and generators and dams and such like. And what happens during those processes is that we do see efficiency improvements. So Waipori has increased by about 2 megawatts of generation output and capacity through those efficiency improvements. And so it's using the same water that we have access to, but just obviously being able to generate a bit more out of it with those improvements. And we also look for other opportunities while we're doing that work, and a really good example of that at the moment was with our Arnold scheme on the west coast, where we have to do a seismic upgrade of the dam there, and we're taking the opportunity to apply for a resource consent to add in some additional generation at that location at the dam for Arnold, which will give us an extra 15 gigawatt hours per year approximately. So we are seeking, enhancements, opportunities like that throughout all of our schemes. And that sort of ties into some of the commentary yesterday by Concept, where they were saying, hydro electricity generation would remain fairly static, maybe a 1% increase. And that's the type of increases where they would come from, is through existing schemes, most likely. Just moving on to the operational flexibility and loss of value. I've got a couple of good examples for you there. So where we lose operational flexibility and consenting is often through where we have restrictions on the way we can operate a scheme. So whether that's through lake levels or how quickly we can, what we call ramp up a turbine or ramp it down, which obviously affects flows going down the river. The other types of operational flexibilities that we and constraints that we face. With our Hinimaiaia scheme on Lake Taupō, we consented that, Trustpower consented that back in the late 1990s, early 2000s, and we lost operational flexibility through the restrictive flow regime that was placed on that. So we have a certain rate that we can shut the machine down. It's about half a cubic metre per hour. As a result of that rate being imposed, it takes us 3 days to shut the scheme down to do maintenance, because we have to just slowly bring it down. So 3 days to do maintenance, and then of course another 3 days at the other end to bring it back online and generate after we've finished that sort of planned maintenance. And another example of where we lose operational flexibility is where imposed limits don't match what machines can do. Our Matahina scheme in Bay of Plenty is another good example of that, which went through reconsenting just over 10 years ago. The minimum flow limit that was imposed on that is right in the middle of what we call the rough running range. And so basically, if you picture you're in your car and you're not quite giving it enough gas and the engine's sort of shaking, it's a bit like that. You're not quite putting enough fuel through that turbine to have it turning efficiently. And so as a result, we have to generate above our minimum flow to get that better machine performance and reduce the stress on the machine. But then when we're in a low flow situation, we're obviously putting more water through the system than we would like, and to match it up with market requirements. So it's just not an efficient use of water in that situation. So it's just some examples of how we lose operational flexibility there. And then finally, I just wanted to move on to new hydro generation. Manawa largely agrees that there won't be any new large-scale hydroelectricity generation built. However, I would note obviously the enhancements that I've mentioned earlier continually be progress, and I do know with our work and engagement through the Independent Electricity Generators Association that they do have a number of small schemes and proposals around the country that they, in their own right would like to progress. So there is smaller opportunities around, but yeah, obviously we tend to agree there won't be near the large schemes that have been around. But nevertheless, in the Otago context, we believe that the regional policy statement needs to provide a supportive framework for all forms of renewable electricity generation. While we've got a lot of existing hydroelectricity in the region, which is great, we need to be looking towards other forms of renewable electricity and renewable generation. And that might be through wind and solar and other means. So we need a supportive framework that enables for that new development to occur. I think that's all my notes that I wanted to run through with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Foran. There may be questions. I've certainly got some.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering if you can help me understand the phrase that was used in Ms. Burkett's legal submissions at paragraph 31. It states the government intends to set a strategy and targets to guide New Zealand to 2050. That will set a target of 50% of total final energy consumption to come from renewable sources by 2035. I'm just wondering what total final energy consumption means in that context. I suppose we've had a number of different sort of statistics thrown at us. Wondering clarify that.
I did see it in the introduction plan. Let's see if I can quickly. I think from memory it was a whole of energy system. So I think it included energy used in the transport section, energy used in process and industrial applications. It was a whole of system approach.
Yeah, I was assuming it was something along those lines, but yeah.
Yeah, I can find that for you and come back.
Yeah, that's good. Now, I also had a couple of questions on your evidence. And I'm interested, and this has come through in evidence from others as well, that about I suppose the small level of renewable electricity generation that was commissioned in the 30 years to 2020. And I suppose I'm just interested in what your views are on the reasons for that. I mean, I suppose I look at the 30 years and say, oh, that's when the RMA came in. But I also think about the time before that, where there was some quite considerable development. Is it because there was quite a lot of development in the previous, say 30, 40 years, and that there wasn't much needed in that time, or is it, do you think, attributable to the RMA?
I think it's attributable to a range of factors. So yes, obviously there was a lot of new generation brought online in that prior period. New development would primarily be driven by market conditions. So there needs to be that demand and growth trajectory being forecasted to basically give some assurances that what a company is going to invest in and build is going to be required. I wouldn't say it's entirely the fault of the RMA, because a lot of new generation, particularly in the wind sector, was consented in the early 2000s. But then, of course, we had the global financial crisis, which I understand sort of stymied a bit of that being built. And what is being built now, a lot of that was consented during that time, as I understand. And sort of during that period, also after the global financial crisis, then we had a downturn, I suppose, in generation demand and forecast. We had obviously the Canterbury earthquakes and things like that. That just sort of meant that generation electricity demand was not sort of projected to increase the way it had been. And then we have other things, uncertainties in the market, like Tiwai, for example, where a number of times have indicated that that might close, and so you get that surplus. So there's a range of factors that are all largely market driven. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, no, that's helpful. Thanks. The key question I had was, I think you've answered in your introduction, so thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Your introduction actually covered a lot of the issues that I wanted to ask you about. That, I guess, in terms of those operational consenting issues, what are the sort of the justifications that councillors are using to actually impose those constraints? Are they site specific to your particular operation, or are they sort of more generic things that are happening around the country?
Yeah, it's a range of things. Most often it's in a generic sense, which is where it becomes problematic, because then we have a generic policy approach. For example, avoid this effect on this element of the environment. And so then when you get into that site specific and you're assessing, a site specific, what is in place, what is here, and that we're looking at and needing to work with, that's where those policy directions really bite for us. So it is probably in that more general sense. I think Ms. Stiles might be able to give more detail on that.
So it's a change that's come about because of a change in policy direction as opposed to what you've always done.
Yeah. And so when we have things like draft national policy statements floating around that some parties, advocate that they should be given effect to, and then other parties advocate that, well, they're not finalised yet and they're obviously problematic. That's where a lot of tension and uncertainty comes from, and can be quite problematic. We're trying to address a problem that hasn't fully been determined how that should be addressed, and then we sort of get caught in the middle. And as
how you feel on that.
And as a renewable electricity generator, we just want to be able to put a proposal in front of a decision-making panel and in front of the community and have it assessed on its individual merits, and not have it precluded at the outset because there's this particular thing that's preventing us even getting to that sort of starting point and having a project assessed on whether it's viable and appropriate. Yeah.
And I take it from reading your evidence and the other generators' evidence that what you see in the current RPS is sort of almost heading in that direction.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I was interested in your view also that you agree there'd be no more large hydro schemes ever built. Why is that? Is that more of a cost issue or an environmental effects issue? Because when you see the huge increase in renewable energy that we're going to need to meet these targets, I said, New Zealand is a windy place, but shit, I don't know if it's that windy. I just swore, sorry. I don't know if it's that windy.
Yeah, I
think.
think.
How are we going to achieve that without some sort of big base load being constructed somewhere?
I mean, this is probably straying outside my expertise a little bit, but I would think that New Zealand has been really fortunate in that we've maximised hydroelectricity generation, right? And all of the really opportune areas have been developed for hydro generation. In fact, that we're at 73%, 50-something% of our, so 73%-ish renewable electricity generation out of our total pool, and 57% of that comes from hydroelectricity generation. So we're in a really great starting point in terms of being able to decarbonise and electrify going forward. Yes, the cost to build obviously is a massive barrier for a private organisation, and I think we'll see that if Project Onslow ever proceeds or even gets to a detailed costing, just how much it costs to build those types of schemes that could be quite prohibited. And then of course we're looking at those market dynamics, will it generate enough revenue to justify that spend? And then there's the environmental and community consideration. So it's sort of threefold in that respect.
And all of the issues you just raised were raised back in the Think Big days in Euclid Dam. And you might have heard our discussion yesterday. Look, if we hadn't done that, we would be now. It's like it just doesn't seem to be, and I don't know if your conversations with the government are heading down that path, but there used to be energy plans and, is there an overall sort of national view of what we need to do and where we need to be in 100 years' time? I mean, it's a massive forward planning exercise.
Yeah. So MB, the Ministry for Business and Industry Innovation, meant to be drafting an energy strategy. That's been on the cards for a little while now, and we agree that it would be useful to have that to help support and guide New Zealand as we transition. But I'm not sure where that's at, and I don't think my understanding is it's not going to be produced the pre-election, but there's a bit of a gap there in terms of that sort of New Zealand Inc. thinking about how we're going to
we've been told by a lot of people this is just an Otago issue. The resources are where they are, and to deal with the national problem, if they're here, we need to do it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Some regions obviously have particular resources, and other regions have different resources. And my personal view is that every region, every part of New Zealand needs to have something in their own backyard to make this country function. And Otago is blessed to have those big lakes and the opportunity to have that hydroelectricity generation, and that's the role and the contribution it makes.
Yeah, as an example, the contribution that Otago makes to the good as I've got a place that sits between two hydro dams in Central Otago, and it has the least reliable supply of energy in the country. I think, how does that work? It's not those people behind it.
Aurora on later.
Yes, I know.
It is ironic though, isn't it? You think that you're right next to it. Yes.
And we heard from Mr. Hunt yesterday about, which I didn't actually wrote about it, that fine balance. And I guess the folks behind you understand that keeping the system, and I can't remember what the word was, the frequency or whatever it is, just keeping that system operating.
Yeah.
It's a very fine balance. So you're planning forward.
Yeah.
It's pretty uncertain. It's an uncertain crystal ball game. So how do you manage that? Because it takes so long to commission one of these things.
Yeah, so frequency keeping's a slightly different issue that I'm sure somebody from Transpower might be able to, as a system operator, can. But basically, it's that balance, right? And if a machine somewhere falls over in the country, another machine has to be on standby to pick up and keep that frequency balance. I'm not going to say any numbers because I think I'll get them wrong, but there's a hertz frequency that they need to keep the system stable. And what was the second part? How are we going to?
How you, I guess, manage that in the future when you're planning? Because I'm assuming as the need goes up, that tension needs to.
Yeah.
I don't really know what I'm asking because I'm just trying to think how you'd actually plan for that. Just.
It's a bit outside of my realm, but I mean, I know there's a lot of interest in new development in regions of New Zealand that currently don't have a lot of electricity generation, and Northland's a great example. I understand there's a lot of prospecting or looking at options for opportunities up there. They've got really good solar resource, radiance, I think was the word that was used yesterday. And where they currently don't have a lot of generation. So, that would be beneficial for Northland, right, to have a bit more security of supply in the area. And then looking at other areas where wind resource may now be appropriate. We've got a really good, over the last 20 or 30 years, advancement in technology for wind turbines. So, what was maybe not quite appropriate or suitable for the technology at the time 15 years ago might now be suitable. So
you said a lot of your generation is actually plugged straight into the distribution network. That probably doesn't have the same issue then in terms of maintaining that overall system, does it? or because you go straight into a local network?
Yeah, well, it does help. It's, it is a system and we need both,
Yeah.
distribution and grid connected generation to make that work. Where our schemes are connected into distribution networks, there's often not a grid connection point available. The West Coast is a great example where, there's nothing really further south of Greymouth. So where we've got schemes and there are other smaller schemes, they do connect into the local distribution network. Tasman's a single cob scheme, there connects into the distribution network. So it's they all have a role to play. They're all equally important in that renewable and the resilience of the system. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you for that. It's very helpful.
Hello, Nicola. Good to catch up. I want, my focus is primarily around where Maitahu fit into the bigger picture, and I take the point about the EGs collaborating because you're in the same business and you need to be running the same line, or at least aligning your directions. But I have the question I have is around how the EGs deal with the broader mana whenua issues around what happens in rivers, for example, around mahinga kai and all that sort of stuff. And I'd be interested in hearing about the sort of the manawa thinking around that at the moment as we're moving towards dealing with the new RPS.
Yeah. So I suppose in our transition from Trustpower and the way that company was structured and the different priorities that company had to Manawa, we are going through quite a shift at the moment in the way that we approach projects, whether it's a new scheme or reconsenting an existing scheme or just our continual operations. So we're still evolving in that space. But equally, we do recognise through the gifting of the name Manawa from Ngāti Hangaro. Yes. So, we do feel that we have a role and which are the right words to use, but there is a deep sense that we now need to do things differently with mana whenua, and we have been implementing changes within our teams and our organisation and bringing our board along on that journey, educating our board on why we need to do things differently going forward, that we're not going to achieve the results that they expect using those previous methods. So what that means on the ground is early engagement. So, we have a number of schemes coming out for reconsenting in a few years' time. We've been engaging with local hapu mana whenua for 3 or 4 years already. So it is building up those relationships and the continual strengthening of that relationship, and not just sort of the older approach of knocking on the door when we need something, because we know that's not appropriate, and it wasn't appropriate then, and it's definitely, it's not appropriate now.
What are the key issues?
The key issues. So I mean it's challenging, right? So and it varies across the country. So we have some iwi hapu who are on one end, like, we don't want that scheme in our river at all, and that's really challenging for us because removal is not an option for lots of different reasons, through to other iwi and hapu who are quite supportive of renewable electricity generation and don't mind us being there, if we phrase it like that, and then everything in between. The issues are largely focused on either the modi of the river, the sort of the water quality and flows, and then Mahina Kai and Alba Passage, eel downstream passage, and then lampreys becoming more of a prominent issue as science and as we're understanding how lamprey migrate. We're finding that's cropping up more and more, and of course Indigenous fish species as well. So fish passage in general is probably one of the more tangible points. Yeah.
Cool. One of the issues that came up yesterday, and in fact, previous days, is around longevity. How long does a dam last for example? I mean, there's some of them are pretty old from what I'm hearing. And you instance a dam in my neck of the woods, Matahina, it seems to have been there forever. You know, and I mean, but that's, you know, there is I guess a question in my mind about the serviceability of these dams over a period of time. Let's take Matahina, for example. I mean, how long's that been there, and how long might you expect it to keep going for?
I think it's been there about 40 to 60 years already.
Yeah.
It was an ECNZ project, so yeah, we've been in that sort of age group. And I understand it did have some reasonable repairs and upgrades after the Edgecombe earthquake. Yeah, and we, you know, so Manawa, we continue to do monitoring on dams that are located in areas like that where there's a bit of seismic. Most of our dams in New Zealand, seismic activity. So we monitor that, and as new sort of engineering information comes available, seismic information, building standards change, you know, we do have a program of upgrading you know, a dam. So I think if you would ask that question of an engineer, I'm guessing they would probably say that they will be there as long as we maintain them. You know, I suppose it comes to the point of where maintenance and the cost of doing that's not economical, but that might be for a whole range of other reasons. But structurally, yeah.
I don't know the two schemes you've got here in the Otago area, but I mean, at what point are they in the longevity game, I guess? I mean, how long have they been around?
Yeah, so the Waipori scheme was developed in the early 1900s after the sort of gold mining era was concluding. There's 4 main dams on the Waipori River. And yeah, we do have a really good example of where information came to light through our routine monitoring that one of the dams, the level of the dam had been raised some time prior, and we found that that was no longer seismically sound. And so we did go through a process last summer of removing that top layer of the dam to remove that risk and that hazard, right? So we do have continual monitoring and then actioning when something, you know, is found that it's problematic. Yeah.
And my last question is around words, terminology, in other words. An exercise like this often brings us out, you know, we use this word and somebody else uses another word.
Yeah.
And I was intrigued by your primary evidence, the issue around energy versus electricity.
Yeah. It's a little bugbear of mine. Yeah. So energy exists, it can't be created and it can't be destroyed. And we harness that energy, which is from a renewable resource, so wind, for example, and we use that energy and transform it and generate electricity through that. So the source, I think of it as a fuel, is the energy, and then the output is the electricity. So it's just, yeah, people use the phrase renewable energy generation. It's renewable electricity generation. Renewable energy is the source and renewable electricity is the output.
Is it a view shared by other EGs?
I believe so.
I imagine
it's physics, right?
Question.
Yeah, it's physics. So yeah, I would hope so. Yeah, it's a particular bugbear of mine, but yes.
Yeah.
If you do this process, you find that energy does disappear.
It's not renewable. You might need
Thanks.
some more potential energy.
Yeah, I don't have any further questions, Nicola. Thanks very much.
His energy is renewable. He goes into the bush and comes out and uses bad language at hearing. I suffer the same problem. I want to just start with a few questions relating to some factual things I just want to clear in my mind first before we go on to some principal issues. So just, can we just start top of the South Island, where I'm from Marlborough? What's happened to the Wairau scheme? I've sort of lost touch with that.
Sure, yes. So the Wairau scheme was consented, as you'll know, and we held on to those consents for a number of years. But they did lapse in 2019. I think it's 2019. We decided not to try and renew them and let them lapse. A few factors in that we didn't have all the landowners signed up. So we had, I think it was around 60% of the landowners or something like that signed up, but not all of them. And then there was obviously the demand type profile versus the cost of building it. Just all up, it wasn't sort of viable for a few, but that's gone. Consensus lapse.
So it's not likely to be one on the reconsenting part?
No. So the consents are completely lapsed. So if we wanted to pursue it again, we would have to start from scratch in terms of consenting. Yeah.
I was surprised to read, probably should make a pejorative statement like that, but I was interested to read in Ms. Burkhardt's submissions that the recent renewals were only given a 6-year consent at the Waipori scheme. What was behind that?
So that scheme, when it was built, encompassed a number of old gold mining races that basically fed into Lake Mahinarangi, and those were all the deemed water permits, and there were a number of others, for irrigation uses and things. There were about 400 or 500 of these deemed permits that needed to be renewed. Otago Regional Council went through a plan change process, which was at the direction of central government, and as part of that, they wanted to just issue short-term duration consents, largely because they knew they were going through this freshwater planning exercise, and they wanted to sort of be able to, I suppose, review and renew all the consents in 2027, 2028.
So it's sort of a coordinated allocation.
Yeah. But you see, for Manawa, like, they are just very, very small takes in a much bigger scheme, and we wanted to align those resource consents with the existing consents for the wider scheme, which expire in 2038. So we were seeking a consent duration out to there, because it makes sense, right? Why do a separate process for sort of takes that are like litres per second? We've got a much bigger scheme. So we did get that change through, but then in terms of the consenting process, which Ms. Stiles was heavily involved with, we basically couldn't get agreement from stakeholders for a few different mitigation measures that were a bit challenging and quite conflicting. And so we couldn't get to the point of agreeing to be able to secure that long-term consent. So we ended up with the 6-year consent. And one of those, a really good example of that is Fish Passage, which we've been talking about. Some of those takes, these are old races, right? Yay wide, yay dig. They don't have Fish Passage at the intake, but the interesting scenario is that if we did provide Fish Passage, it would let salmonoids up into the upper catchments, which would predate on the indigenous species. So there's this interesting tension where we have one stakeholder wanting Fish Passage and another stakeholder not wanting it for those environmental outcomes. So very interesting process, and we'll be having to renew those in a few years' time.
Just the Hinnamaya, that Taupo, where does that flow into?
Into Lake Taupo, at Hauteki.
So is that connected at all with the Potu canal system? Is that an issue? Yeah.
No. So it's further north of Tongariro. It's near Hauteki, that area. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's got three power stations on it.
Right. And the Matahina one, that's relating to the Rangataki.
Yes, on the Rangataki River. Yes. A lot of schemes on that river.
Right. Just, you mentioned that Cabinet had agreed to review the NPS on renewable electricity generation, but when you say review, has this specific issue that's been thrown up here, where we've got on the one hand arguments that ORC is saying, look, you've got NPSs that in essence laying down a base of a void in terms of particular SNAs or whatever it might be. And on the other hand, you've got the generators saying, well, no, we've got other NPSs that are saying we need a preference, and we're in the middle of this conflict. And you would have, what I'm struggling with is that you would have thought that years ago now this problem should have been identified, and there should have been that direction given at a national level. Is that specific issue something that has been put before Cabinet, or that has been raised with MB by the generators?
Yeah. So in a broader sense, where we have the conflicts between national policy statements, that has been raised with the government officials, because we not only have the conflict with freshwater, we now also have a conflict with the highly productive land NPS as well. So yeah, that issue has been raised. It has been looked at before in terms of reviewing that renewable electricity national policy statement back in, I think it was around 2016. The government did a review and we submitted, and we told them, but these are the issues, these are the challenges, this is what we need to see resolved. And I think the outcome from memory of that was the government decided it wasn't sort of a pressing enough matter to proceed. So, you know,
I can understand that in 2016, but I can't in 2020 onwards, particularly when that response amendment act went through. And what I'm really wondering is, when you say Cabinet has agreed to review, have you seen a copy of the Cabinet paper?
Yes, where it's got that paragraph, I have. Yeah, but I haven't seen.
Are you able to provide us with that?
Yes, I can dig that out. Yes,
If you could.
pretty sure.
And if you haven't got it, it obviously could be obtained by an OIA, and it would be very, we'd be very keen to see that.
Yes, I think I can find that for you. Yes.
Thank you. And relevantly, really, when you drew our attention to those paragraphs in Ms. Burkhardt's submissions, that's what I was looking at last night, was the emissions reduction plan and national adaptation plans under the Climate Change Response Act 2002, but it was a 2020 amendment. But when you look at those plans, it just highlights the very point we've been discussing, because you've got emissions reduction plans, which is 200 odd pages long, but essentially saying by 2050 we've got to be in net zero, and it's taken 200 pages to say that. And then you can look at the national adaptation plan, and it's 300 pages long. And I gave up last night, but I mean, and you wade through all of that, and you don't see anything other than retreat, or managed retreat, and how you protect infrastructure and things of that nature, which is good planning and good common sense. But the big missing gap is electricity generation. Just isn't addressed in either of those two massive documents. So that's why I'm putting really the challenge out to the generators to try and pin the government down to say, planners, people in our situation as well, need direction from the government as to how on earth this massive regeneration supply is going to be met. And that's why I'm putting the challenge out there.
Sure.
But I'm not sure whether you've waded through the ERP and NAP documents, but it's heavy going, and it just doesn't seem to address that issue. And I just wanted to know from you, am I missing something? Because I was skim reading, or trying to skim read 500 pages when I read that last night, and couldn't see anything really on this crucial issue of what the electricity that needs to be generated to let us get to the net zero emissions target. Have I missed something?
I don't think so. I mean, in the emissions reduction plan, there is a whole chapter on energy and industry. But I think
it's talking about moving.
But there's nothing, I understand, there's nothing telling us or directing us on how we should get there, right? That's a missing link.
And really what Mr. Cubitt, I think, was, and I was about to interrupt it and possibly, hopefully assist, I think what he was trying to get to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but was, as generators, are you coordinating your planning into the future to try and achieve a system when it's so massive what's coming on stream that you're going to maintain those tensions that you and Mr. Kiewit were talking about? Do you have that coordinated approach to your planning?
My competitors, so I wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking in my head. How do I answer? Yeah, so we as a sector have been collaborating as far as we can, and and this is a great example of that, where we've produced as a sector as far as we can go, a framework, a policy framework to provide that pathway for generation, transmission and distribution. The other great example is we've collaborated as a sector on the recent select committee process for the new natural and built environments. We put in a joint submission for 5 electricity generators, and we've discussed that with other parties as we've gone through that process. So we do work collectively and collaboratively as far as we can, but we are in a competitive commercial environment. So there will always be a bit of a limit to how far we go, and that will play out. I would guess that will play out when it comes to new development, and securing those opportunities, signing up landowners and getting, that's where the commercial stuff really comes. So in terms of, and that's where we find it challenging when there's the proposition of these regional spatial strategies, well, a council's not necessarily going to be the best position to decide, oh, this is the great resource here, not here, and equally generators and parties that are interested in developing renewable electricity generation are not necessarily going to be putting their cards on and saying, well, I've got a prospect here and a prospect here. So that is, there'll always be that bit of tension, but what we need is a regulatory framework that enables the right projects in the right places at the right time. That's framework.
I guess where I was sort of heading was your commercial entities in a business that is providing actually a public good in a way.
Yeah.
So while you are a commercial entity, there needs to be something, and I think Ron's pointed out that it's not there yet. There needs to be something over the top there that says, well, yeah, you are commercial operators, but here's New Zealand's goal.
Yes.
And this is what you've got to do to meet that, and this is what the council has to do to meet that. We seem to be faced with a number of conflicts and barriers in that.
I mean, that's that we have to be optimistic in these trying times that some of these reforms will be beneficial, and with the national planning framework we're working with the Infrastructure Commission on developing, helping them with that development of that infrastructure plan. And so we have to be hopeful that eventually all of these things will connect and join up and work. But yeah, you're right, there is gaps in that system at the moment, right, where it's there's this target and then there's nothing enabling that to be achieved. It's a challenge.
And the big worry is that, as I sort of glean from the little that I've read about Onslow, but even your comments today, is it going to be too big for obviously one generator, and is it something that the government is itself going to have to take on board? That's one of the big unknowns, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I suppose if a private entity felt like it was a good prospect, the concept's been around for a number of years. It was my university lecturer, El Barsley, who raised it 20 years ago, and so you kind of would have to think, well, if it was a good prospect, a good project, surely a private entity would have picked it up. So you do, I do wonder, well, if it hasn't been picked up, then And the other challenge with that is there's so many environmental issues and impacts. I don't see how it would get a resource consent under the Resource Management Act. So again, that's another challenge and another reason why a private entity probably hasn't picked that up. But
the other challenge with Onslow, though, isn't it, is, let's say the government did that, and they did it because it was big. Well, you wouldn't bother doing any new projects, would you? Because they've done that. It's kind of like, well, it almost is a disincentive for you to do smaller sort of.
Yeah, well, lots of people have made that comment that it would be chilling on investment. Although I understand Onslow is there more in that dry year backup rather than something that would be generating every day. So there would still be, I would think, a need for more sort of regular baseload type generation to meet general increase. But yeah, it's a little bit outside my, yeah. It's definitely an interesting, and it's another for the sector and uncertainty. You know, until we know whether what's happening with that, there's obviously that layer of uncertainty. Organisations.
Last question.
Okay.
Paragraph 31, and it's not even yours, but paragraph 31 of Ms. Burkhart's submission. Back to this issue and Bianca Sullivan's already raised it with you, but how do we, what I was asking yesterday, Mr. Massey, was what document do we go to find what the target is? So Ms. Burkhart sort of highlights that in a way by saying the government intends to set a strategy and targets to go in New Zealand to 2050 that will set a target of 50% of total final energy consumption to come from renewable sources, but she uses 2035. The contact evidence talked about an aspirational target being set by the government of 2030. The references that were given in the contact evidence were to the speech from the throne and Labor Party policy. And what I'm challenging is, what is the target? Where do we go to find it? And is there a document? Does it have any statutory force? Are you able to point us to it? So Mr. Masson's gone away determined to find it for us and come back to us. But if you were able to assist, that would be helpful.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. So I think I'll leave it to Mr. Masson to confirm, but from my reading, it's chapter 11 of the first emissions reduction plan, which is the energy and infrastructure chapter. It has on sort of the second page, essentially, the key action, the third page, the key actions, and it says set a strategy and targets to guide us to 2050 by setting a target for 50% of total final.
Sorry,
2050.
Right.
Yeah. So that's where it talks about setting that target for 50% total final energy consumption to come from renewable sources by 2035, and then developing an energy strategy to address strategic challenges, which we've been talking about in the energy sector, and signalling pathways away from fossil fuels. So yeah, you're right. It is. There's the targets there, but the strategy to guide us there is yet to be produced.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's the answer, but I'll let John Masson kind of confirm that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Warren. It's been very helpful. It's been very good.
Morena. I'm Stephanie Stiles. I'm a senior planner at Pōwhamaskil, and I've been working with Nicola and the Manawa team for many years now, both on consenting projects and on policy work across a whole range of different planning frameworks. For this process, I've helped Manawa with the submissions on both this and the freshwater part of the RPS, and I've also been one of the planners involved in the collaborative group with the energy generators to put forward to you the agreed or proposed replacement energy section. So I guess I don't want to belabor the things that you've been hearing over the last couple of days, because I'm in a similar position to Ms. Hunter and Ms. Rushton that you heard from yesterday, but perhaps a couple of key points from me, just reiterating, I guess, the climate crises and the challenge for us as planners, creating a planning document that guides the Otago region that needs to give effect to the national significance of renewable electricity generation through this regional policy statement. And I guess electricity is a fundamental to everything in terms of the way we live. It's a fundamental to everyone's well-being. It's your lights, it's your heating, your hospitals, your schools, and all the other things that people take for granted. They expect when they flip the switch, the lights will turn on, the Wi-Fi will work in the mornings. and things like that. And they don't really think about where it comes from. So it's on the planning system to enable people like the generators and the transmission and distribution to make sure that that electricity is generated somewhere, preferably the right place, preferably the right sources, renewable, and that it gets to where it needs to go. And that is part of what everyone takes for granted, but it takes planning, and it takes a system that enables the consideration to be done at the right level of the planning hierarchy. And I guess from my perspective, this RPS is really important because it sets the direction for how the regional and district plans play out in terms of that enablement. I guess what Ms. Foran talked about was that the pathway to having a conversation around consenting, that you're not just saying something might be wrong somewhere and therefore don't go there. You're saying there may be places for renewables that can work. Let's enable that to be considered. And I think from a practical planning perspective, I found the provisions that were put in front of us in the proposed RPS, I'll adopt your word of dizzying. I found a lot of confusion in terms of trying to follow the trail, at the sometimes circular trail of how it worked. And I guess when I came together with my colleagues, the way we looked at it was, it can't be that confusing. We need to look at how we can make things certain, but also cover all those bases. And so we've put a lot of work into trying to make something that's cohesive for planning, that reconciles or provides coherence, but also clearly covers all of the things that need to be covered to reconcile the other drivers that have to be taken in parallel, and that carefully avoiding the word balances, that reconciles the different drivers in terms of protecting values, but enabling outcomes in the right place. And a whole lot of the other thing I was going to say, Ms. Foran's already tackled with you in the questions.
Thank you, staff. There will be questions, I'm sure.
Good.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Stiles. I suppose good question, when you were sitting here and listening to the exchanges yesterday, are there any amendments that you recommend to what you've put forward as a result of that? Or is that something that you'd want to go away and discuss with the other planners? I'm just wondering if anything jumped out.
Nothing jumped out at a higher scale. I think the nature of planning is sometimes around language. It gets into semantics, and there's always things that you look at again and think that could have been worded slightly differently. So I think in terms of details, I had a number of things I scribbled down that I thought, oh, Ms. Hunter and Ms. Ruston and I could refine some of the wording, but at a bigger perspective, I still feel confident that the approach hangs together.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose even if there were, from the discussions here, some amendments that you were wanting to make, it would be useful to sort of hear or see what they were.
Absolutely, we'd be more than happy to confer on that.
One of the questions I had, which I overlooked asking yesterday, in terms of your proposed ENP8, which is around non-renewable electricity generation, it says in that policy to facilitate the replacement of non-renewable energy sources. I can't recall seeing anything in the evidence that we've seen that there are non-renewable energy sources in Otago. Do you, and this may be also a question for Ms. Foran, but are you aware that there are any?
Gas and coal-fired.
It's differently used, isn't it, down
Yeah.
Otago?
Yeah.
Is that for electricity? I mean, I know this is energy sources, but then I suppose this is coming back to your energy versus electricity as well, because the title of the policy is non-renewable electricity generation. So I suppose this policy is about replacing non-renewable energy sources, i.e. coal for industry, with renewable. Just trying to clarify in my head what yeah, because it's avoid the development of non-renewable electricity generation activities, and I don't think that's clear, and facilitate the replacement of non-renewable energy sources,
Yeah, so
including the use of fossil fuels in electricity generation. So it's not around replacing, say, coal-fired boilers in industry or something like that with electricity.
yeah, so that is almost exactly the same wording as was used in the proposed plan. It's just been updated to recognise the difference between energy and electricity.
Yeah.
So the phraseology otherwise is identical to what was proposed.
Okay.
Essentially what it's trying to say is we don't want to facilitate coal-fired power stations.
Well,
Otago.
exactly. Yeah.
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 Non-renewable fossil fuel electricity generation is not.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that might be slightly clearer. Look, I think I might leave it at that. I mean, some of the things we've sort of had answers on yesterday, when we did get into more detail on these provisions. So I'll pass the baton down the table.
Thank you. Just on that non-renewable, you probably heard the comments yesterday around that. I'm not sure if I talked about it yesterday or not, but some of the industries do have concerns with that because they can't, they've found biomass actually isn't generating the heat until there's a suitable and alternative source. They do need to use coal or diesel or gas-fired generations. Is that going to impact on that? I'm not sure now because of the way the wording's changed and the questions being asked sort of raised a bit of doubt in my mind whether that would cause a problem for them.
And I guess without knowing the specific circumstances, it's hard to respond. Obviously, there's some places that have challenges in terms of accessibility and those kind of things and have set up systems that are operating. What we support and what was in the proposed RPS and certainly would support is that we're primarily looking at moving away from fossil fuels.
Yes.
Anything that either promotes fossil fuel use at a general scale or prolongs its use has got to be bad for New Zealand in a cumulative sense. So we're looking at saying the move now is to avoid that fossil fuel use wherever and whenever possible.
The irony of that is, as the chair alluded to, I've just been walking in the mountains and stayed in quite a few dock huts that are heated by coal.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost swearing as well. Okay, I'll leave that one. But the integrated management issue, and you don't talk about policy 12 in your evidence sheet, but you do have comments on it in your schedule at the back.
Yes.
You probably heard that conversation yesterday around that policy, which when I reflect on all that seems to set up the direction that the generators are seeking, that clear recognition of renewable energy. But I'm not sure that you have the version I have, because in that, the current version that we've got is 24 February, and that has a different effects sort of hierarchy in relation to adverse effects and indigenous biodiversity. Have you seen that?
I have seen it,
Yeah.
and it's part of this ongoing
Yeah.
changes to it.
Yeah. The other thing in that is 4 is still there, as recommended by the staff. And we've had quite a discussion with others around that the reality is that that particular policy is to actually get around some of the other objectives in the RPS, but then you kind of caught with that provision.
I found that a difficult, what it appeared the policy was trying to achieve didn't feel like it actually got there by the time you read to the end of it.
Yeah, and that's what Ms. Ruston was saying. And you recommend taking out for, but you haven't made any comment on that. I just wondered whether you wanted to after that discussion yesterday. How you feel about that now, and also that bottom one. Activity will not contravene a national policy. Well, you probably can't anyway. Does that need to be stated? Because what we're hearing here is that there's some reconciliation needed of these things and how we move through that. So, is that appropriate in there, given that this document is actually trying to do that anyway?
Yeah, I think my only comment would be very similar to Ms. Ruston, that if the purpose of the policy is to set up a framework where considerations can be made for really important things to go through a different pathway, it needs to be very clear about what it's saying and what it's doing, and not circle back and undermine itself. My view of these things is it's better to be shorter, sweeter, and more to the point. Clarity and certainty is easier for everyone. And anything that starts to, the if, buts and maybes approach is very difficult, and whilst it's very tempting as a planner to try to cover everything, sometimes it's better, particularly at an integrated management level in a policy statement, to keep things simple and provide really clear direction that enables the if, buts and maybes to carry it out at the right time and place, whether that be at a regional district plan or through a consenting process, rather than to try to preempt and cover every possible nuance at that very top level.
Yeah.
Simple's good.
Yeah.
When you can.
Yeah, I guess, and you do talk about that effects mitigation hierarchy and suggest it's a method rather than your suggestion is a bit too specific for a policy, although I think your
P5 attempts
P5
to,
is a policy.
yeah,
But I guess
very detailed.
It's trying to, it's providing a pathway to achieve the objective. So in that sense, it's probably okay sitting there, isn't it?
Yeah, I still find that level of detail in policies to sometimes be uncomfortable. It's the unknown of whether you've covered everything that may turn up in the future and the different ways people look at different things. But what we were trying to do very much here was to provide something that was in keeping with the approach that's in the rest of the RPS, and that used the same kind of language and approach and aligned.
Yeah. So and the other part of that discussion is around the scheduled areas and knowing what's there when you go in to do an assessment. And you had a bit of concern about that not being there. But when I look at the P5, 3 probably, that's the coverall.
Yeah.
And you're kind of going into that process anyway, aren't you?
Yeah.
And I think Ms. Ruskin acknowledged that. So, well, doesn't mean to say those things that are outside of schedule, that we may have to avoid those.
Yes.
Because we've got to go through 3.
And I guess in our heads, what we were doing was looking at kind of spatially and project-wise. We were saying, well, when you go into a project, whether it be a new project or whether it be an upgrade or whatever, the first thing you do is you look at what's known. Is it in a scheduled, identified special place, shall we say, for all those different types of values? If it is, excuse me, if whatever you're doing is in a identified special place, the first question is, do you need to go there? Is there a functional or operational need? And so that's what the parts 1 and 2 were trying to say. If you can, you avoid those special places, those special values. It's a no-brainer. It's the way we work in our current system. If you can't avoid it, and often in my experience with things like the Manawa projects that I've helped with consenting, they're old schemes. There's a lot going on around them. I've been doing a lot of work with Manawa's, Stillman's, Duffer's Kumara scheme over on the West Coast. Goes right back to the gold mining days. We've got historic water races that are heritage items. They're functioning as water conveyance today. And if they weren't being used and integrated into the scheme and upgraded and changed, they'd have rotted away into the bush. They've now been enabled to be part of cycling and walking tracks. They're kept maintained and in use for their original function. They're special and they're valued by Manawa as part of that system. And so I guess I've learnt to recognise there's a lot going on around these systems that's already special and you can work with it. And so simply saying it's something special is around one of these infrastructural resources shouldn't be a don't go there, in my experience. What you should then be doing is saying, how can the project work within that special environment? And that's what step 2 is trying to do. And if you go along your pathway and you say, we need to do something, it's going to have an effect. How do you deal with that effect? Now, clause 3 was us saying, well, if you don't know whether there's something special there, then you go into that investigation process, you do it properly, you do all the investigations and you find something special. Obviously, your first step is, do we have to affect it? Just like it would be under those first 2 steps, you just have found it later. And so to me, the difference with clause 1 here is about certainty and fairness and knowledge up front where it is possible. And I know, having worked in these systems for a long time, there's vast areas of special values, whether it be natural areas or other things that aren't scheduled. And that's very deliberately where clause 3 comes in and says, do your duty properly when you're doing a project if you don't know what's special. And work through that.
Yeah, I guess the RPS is actually setting out a direction to the lower water plans that they actually have to map and schedule these things anyway. I guess that's a time and resourcing thing eventually, but
very much
eventually they're going to have to be.
And ideally for everyone's certainty to have things identified is the best option.
Yeah.
But that takes, as you say, a lot of time and a lot of resources.
And you talked about the hearing, John. You guys didn't come to that part of the hearing, but I was going to ask you about that, but you've answered that. So the only other thing was, and you probably heard Miss Ruston yesterday, that Miss Justice for Aurora suggested an amalgam of your provisions and their provisions. And I think Ms. McLeod has indicated she doesn't necessarily see a need for example, National Grid to be separated out. I was just wondering what your view was there.
We have, as well as the generators discussion, putting forward the version that you've seen in our 3 pieces of evidence, we have had discussions with Ms. McLeod and the Transpower team and the generators teams, and we sort of talked loosely around should there be a one-stop shop for generation, transmission, distribution. And I guess the 3 parts are obviously very related. No point generating if you can't get it where it's needed, etc. And I'm fairly relaxed on how that plays out. Again, my simplistic approach to things, it would be nice and tidy to have the 3 together, but they're doing slightly different things. So I looked at what Ms. Justice had put together, and essentially it seemed to be that she was basically saying, well, generation, transmission and distribution are parts of the same system. If you put them together, there's a natural flow to it, but there's slightly different things going on. So she's pulled out slightly different nuances around the distribution being corridor-based, which is a difference from generation, which isn't as linear in nature. So I was relatively comfortable with what she put forward, just bringing the subjects together, but identifying that they are different in some respects.
Yeah, they are different, but there's a clear need for them to be connected.
There's a common goal.
Yeah, in a policy sense as well. So,
to me, that's tidy.
Yeah.
And whether that could be interwoven more, I don't know. I haven't gone into the detail of that. There's a danger of trying to weave things together too tightly.
I was also interested in your comment in conclusion about this no inherent conflict between the REIT and the FM national policy statements. I guess that would have to be in the concept hydro generation.
Yes.
Yeah, can you elaborate on that in terms of how is that to Mano to why in the mountains to the sea connection? I think we saw some landscape evidence yesterday that suggested, well, it's actually not breaking that connection, or we're just changing it slightly. Is that where your thinking is coming from?
And I guess it's based on my experience that particularly around a lot of these older schemes, they've become part of the natural environment of the flows of the water. The example that Ms. Foran elaborated on earlier, where these have been in place, they've become naturalised. So you've got one of the schemes where what is a relatively small system and a relatively small weir is protecting very rare galaxid, that if you took that out would change the whole dynamics. And a lot of hydro lakes are not natural, but act in a very natural way in the environment after having been there a long time. They're very much relied on for social values of things like recreation.
I guess that's existing. I'm probably more interested in the future. I know that the generators say, no, we'll never build a big dam. I personally can't see how that should be ruled out given where we're heading.
Yeah. And I guess that's where you'd have to work through those tensions too. And again, that's where I feel very much that those things need to be worked out on a case-by-case basis, not just ruled out from above because there might be an issue, because there might be all sorts of things in different places, but there might be ways to work through it. And that's where I found that usually a lot of things can be worked through and sometimes they can't. And that's where you stop, as someone put it yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's useful. Thank you very much.
Good, Stephanie. You've actually preempted my question already, because I cherry picked through your primary evidence and there was one thing that jumped out at me, and you've been talking about it at some length already today from responding questions from Mr. Kubert. And it's a question that is inherent in your opening statement today, where you said people wake up in the morning, they turn the switch on, they don't really question where it comes from. Electricity is just there, right? So my question is around point raised in 10.13 of your primary evidence. And it's about the usability of documents, which you've alluded, you've kind of highlighted. But I mean, I just happen to agree, because I could be one of those people who just turn, most of us are, we just turn the switch on. We don't really ask. And in fact, we're being conditioned to not even think about asking. That an exercise like this, an RPS, is one of those opportunities, I think, as a non sort of, practitioner, to think about how does all this happen? What do I need to be aware of? What concerns should I or shouldn't I have? And it's kind of built into your 10.13 paragraph with around linking and decoupling various things there. I mean, you're talking about decoupling the linking of energy and infrastructure, and you're saying, well, they ought to be decoupled. They ought to be. Talk to us about that usability aspect, I think, of the exercise that we're doing.
And yeah, very much. From my perspective, these planning documents need to be able to be used. They need to be able to be understood, and understood in the same way by people who come to it from different places. Generally, RPSs are only used by practitioners and people in a technical perspective, but they should be able to be clear and understood. And my reflection on what we had in front of us at that proposed stage was that infrastructure in its generality, your pipes and your roads and all of those kind of things, versus energy in its specific, had, as it was worded, a lot of overlap. And it led to what I pointed out in a couple of places, very distinct overlap with the same policies applying to infrastructure as a whole and energy as a subset, but saying different things. Maybe it was unclear because the words were different, and then you start second guessing and thinking, well, are we meaning a different thing? And in some cases, it was quite clearly different. And my question was, why? And so from my perspective, I don't think that duplication and confusion helps anyone. I think if you're going to clearly deal with a subject, you deal with it and move on, unless there are things that have to be double counted. And so that's where, for example, in our proposed version, which is a self-contained energy in one place, don't go off and then look at it again as infrastructure. There are clear references to specific things like the wetlands and the SNAs and those kind of things, where necessary, where that overriding or overlapping things are a different purpose or a different need. To me, what we were trying to do was to stop, if you had a project, having to look at it through multiple lenses and end up then going, I'm not sure where I fit, because I'm hearing the same message in different ways.
Yes, and that's part of my point, because you hear different messages, and I have to try and figure out for myself. Okay, so which one of these is the real thing kind of question? Yeah,
and then just have the real thing, not have the other things as well.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah. And just to refer briefly back to the point I raised with Ms. Foran earlier on around Ngaitahu's sort of perspective, the sort of the mana whenua issues, and we sort of just briefly skimmed over things like Māori and Mahina Kai and stuff like that. Are there any particular things that you would like to sort of further highlight or bring to our attention that
Not that comes to mind, except that I know that when I work on the Manawa projects, whether they be small upgrades or larger scale works, they very much put the mana whenua connection right up front, often well before projects are very well defined in their own right, and bring mana whenua through that process, sometimes with quite different, I suspect, designs than what the engineers would have created. And at a general sense, a lot of it is around the flow of water and fish passage and how those natural systems work. That's where a lot of the focus in my experience is.
I'm guessing that you haven't been around as long as I have, but I say that because issues like this have a long gestation. You can talk about it and then nothing sort of happens, and everyone says, yeah, it's a good idea, but nothing happens, very little happens. And I think that's one of the issues that I have some concerns about around dealing with something like Māori, for example. That's one of the most complex Māori issues you could ever imagine, believe you me. It is. It's really hard to deal with. It's a difficult topic to deal with. And I mean, I take my hat off to people who even try to have a go at it, because it is one of those really challenging things. I raise this because I'm wondering what for Manawa might be the most difficult challenges of the ones that we're alluding to here. I mean, is it not the mahina kai, the water quality,
It's hard to respond, because in my experience, it's different with every project and every iwi and hapu that you're talking to, who are coming from different places. And so it's really about building from my experience, it's building the relationships with the right people and working through what are the issues for that place and that project, and striving to reach a common understanding and then common solutions that can be applied practically on the ground.
And that's understanding that's not one size fits all.
Exactly, because all these projects are very different.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't have anything more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I only had three matters, one of which you've covered in quite detail with Mr. Cubitt in relation to the benefits or not of joining the generation, transmission and distribution factors. So I won't address that any further. The second one is probably more minor, but I got the feeling, and you identified it at paragraph 6.2c of your brief evidence, that you were, I got the feeling from your evidence generally, it started there really saying that cross-referencing and interconnections could duplicate direction, but more concerningly provide contradictions between chapters. And I really just wanted to ask you, in terms of your EN5 that you're suggesting, you end up really coming to that same conclusion in subclause 2, don't you, that you've got to do cross-referencing, and are you quite comfortable that those cross-references, if we follow those through, that we're not going to find a barrier in each of those?
That's what we worked very hard to achieve, was to only put cross-references in where they were necessary to do that trail of thinking, and where they wouldn't then look back again and end up either at a dead end or a dizzying circle. Yeah. So we think we've got it.
Right. And the overall concern that I just had arose, and I'm not sure whether you heard me put it from the subject yesterday, I think it was, but and it really is in the explanation. So page 62 of your brief, your last index, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, second last index. It starts off, the policies in this section are designed to set a clear preference for renewable electricity generation activities. And it seemed to me that that was the one sort of area where you had tried to advance that the NPS, the electricity generation, trumped the others. And I thought just listening to you today, in your oral presentation, you were using the terminology of a clear consent pathway. And if in that explanation, that wording is used, the policies in this section are designed to set a clear consent pathway, would that meet what you were seeking?
Yeah. It's as we said before, the semantics start to matter, and you look at the way things are worded and from different angles and realise that they're saying something, or could be seen to be saying something different. We certainly were not intending to say Trump or any of those kind of terms. And yes, so the clear ability to have a pathway through the process was what we were trying to say, that you don't just stop. So a pathway would be, yeah, it would be.
Thank you very much. And I certainly appreciated the examples you gave in your evidence of what occurred with the differing references, and they were helpful examples. So thank you very much for the way you presented that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Now, I've been handed a note saying that Transtar have been very gracious in agreeing to us Christchurch Airport appearing ahead of them because they have a different with the right of the castle. So am I right on that? Just before we do that. CIAL, is it by link or?
The council is online and I believe they've got 2 experts in the room.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, just the council. So are we crossing to?
Not joined Zoom yet.
Just while we do, I want to thank you for accommodating this change in order. Thank the panel for your change of power. Thank Aurora. Aurora also, I don't know if they're represented here also, but we've jumped Aurora as well. So very grateful for that. And as a raised and educated son of Dunedin, I'm in no particular hurry to leave town, but council has another appointment later today that we I'm trying to avoid a clash on.
Not sure how you're in contact So it's Joe Applegate we're talking about.
Yes.
So is anybody in contact with you?
I can try and ring her now.
It's okay, you're not in contact with him. Where you are. Got on the second down.
Kia ora.
Ron Crosby, the chair, and I just wanted to commence by saying that although we don't think there's a real conflict at all, out of caution, Commissioner Sullivan intends to stand aside from this hearing, and I just wanted you to be aware of that, because she has a partner who I think has done some political work for Christchurch Airport. She hasn't been involved. I personally think it's extremely on the remote side, but nonetheless, Bianca feels more comfortable at retiring, and we're intending doing that, right?
Okay, yes, sir. Firstly, I'd like to thank the panel for accommodating me. I had really wanted to be there in person, and I think that is always better. But unexpectedly, I have a funeral this afternoon to attend. But having said that, I think our logistics have worked, and Mr. Boswell, representative of the airport, is there, and Mr. Bonus, planner, is there. And hopefully, if our planning has gone to task, they will have given you copies of my legal submissions.
Yes, we've just received that. Thank you.
Okay. Now, we have been following the proceedings to some extent on YouTube, and in particular, we watched the panel's questioning of Mr. Langman yesterday, where he was asked a specific question about what he thought about the drafting that CIL was seeking in its submission. And my understanding of the answer he gave to the questioning was that he thought the drafting seemed sensible. I am conscious that there are other parties the panel has yet to hear from, and in particular Sustainable Terrace. But in light of Mr. Langman's recommendation and the fact I'm not down there to read the room, I would be grateful the panel's indication as to how much we need to labour points already made. And I am also conscious that Mr. Boswell and Mr. Bonus are there, but you have read their evidence. So I am happy to be guided by the panel as to how much detail that you would like from us, and in particular whether you want a summary of evidence presented by Mr. Boswell and Mr. Bonus, or whether you'd like to proceed straight to questions in relation to them. The panel obviously hasn't heard my legal submissions, and they were actually drafted before I heard the questioning of Mr. Langman. So it may well be that I am labouring some points unnecessarily, but I am happy to have the panel signal to me if we're labouring points unnecessarily or we're not focusing on the points that the panel wants to hear about. So that's just some general comments.
Can I just respond that you make the very valid point that we're yet to hear other submitters, and I think that while I would never encourage anybody to over labour points. Nonetheless, if you've got points to make, you need to make them. This is your opportunity. So you take us to those points that you think are important to your case.
Thank you. So on that basis, what I would intend to do is I will take you through my legal submissions in full, and then we'll have Mr. Bonas and Mr. Boswell, and it may well be that they do have some short summary statements they wish to make, and then we'll proceed to questioning. And I should also signal too that Mr. Bonas as planner is conscious of his obligations under the Code of Conduct, even though this isn't a court hearing, and happy to cooperate with Mr. Langman if there's any work that needs to be done on drafting. But for now, I'll just start with the legal submissions that you should have in front of you. Thank you. So paragraph 2, CIL is both a submitter and a further submitter on the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement. And in summary, CIL's overall submission is generally very supportive of the proposed RPS. CIL's key concern, as outlined in its submission and evidence, is to ensure that the proposed RPS is suitably forward-looking. As a planning document with a decade-long vision, it should anticipate the region's future needs and contain a framework that recognises development, and in particular, the development of infrastructure to meet the region's needs. The focus of CIL's evidence and hearing presentation is on the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. As notified, the definition refers only to the region's existing airport infrastructure assets. In our submission, the definition needs to provide for the planning and development of new airport infrastructure in the lifetime of the proposed RPS to serve the region's air connectivity needs. These submissions provide a high-level overview of CIL's interests in the proposed policy statement. They briefly address the statutory framework and then turn to several legal points in relation to the amendment CIL seeks. And as I've said, you'll hear from Mr. Boswell and Mr. Bonas.
Now, look, I think we can short circuit some aspect. In paragraph 7, we've obviously read Mr. Boswell's, and so I think if you, in terms of where you deal with evidence, you can probably skip those parts.
So that's probably, we can skip 7 through to 10. Thank you for that signal.
Thank you.
And probably picking up at paragraph 13, which is CIL's interest in the proposed RPS. CIL's position is that it is critical that the proposed regional policy statement as the overarching planning document for the Otago region is sufficiently forward-looking when it comes to anticipating and providing for the infrastructure needs of the region in the future. As notified, the definition does not achieve these requirements. It is effectively backward-looking in respect of existing airport infrastructure only. And just diverging here a little bit, when you look down the list of the activities that are included in the definition, this appears to be the only one that's limited to existing assets. The changes CIL seeks to the definition to address this issue are set out in Mr. Bonas's evidence and repeated for ease of reference below. And really the problem is that the definition uses the words means, which is an exhaustive exclusive definition, and then just lists a group of existing airports. And the change that we want is the addition of airports and aerodromes used for regular air transport services by aeroplanes capable of carrying more than 30 passengers, and also including those existing airports. Paragraph 15, in our submission, these changes are necessary for the RPS to meet the relevant statutory requirements and to be meaningful high-level planning document for the region. As notified, the definition, or in this particular part of the definition, unlike other parts, is stuck in time, with no recognition that there may be, and in fact will be, a need for an additional airport infrastructure sometime in the foreseeable future. We say this is not an appropriate position in the key strategic planning document for the region. Now we can probably skip over paragraph 17, which is just to set out the statutory framework, and 18 and 19, I'm sure you'll all be familiar with those, and paragraph 20. So turning then to the key legal matters, and I'm picking up at paragraph 22, and that is, does the definition as currently drafted meet the relevant statutory requirements? We say that it doesn't achieve the relevant statutory requirements outlined above because, as noted, it lists airports in an exhaustive manner by the use of the word means, and it means only the existing airports in the Otago region. It does not contemplate new airport infrastructure, and it is even unclear whether and to what extent it would even allow upgrades or expansions to those existing pieces of infrastructure. It therefore has to be assumed that the drafters, and I'm diverging here a little bit, in drafting this particular sub-paragraph differently from the others, consider that existing airport infrastructure is sufficient to meet the region's air connectivity needs now and for the lifetime of the RPS. However, this is inconsistent with the supporting Section 32 assessment, and Mr. Boswell's evidence outlines that the opposite is true. That is, there will be demand for additional airport infrastructure in the region in the foreseeable future, which will need to be at least planned for, if not built, in the lifetime of this RPS. The fact that the exhaustive definition refers only to existing airports does not allow for strategic integrated management of the region's residential and commercial industrial growth together with air infrastructure needs, nor does it allow for the management of climate change risks and challenges through new airport infrastructure. As Mr. Boswell's evidence explains, climate change factors are already influencing and will continue to impact our national infrastructure network. We say the definition as proposed is not the most appropriate way to meet the objectives of the RPS, because the relevant objectives, particularly those in the infrastructure and transport sections, contain themes of effectiveness, efficiency, resilience, supporting economic development and growth, integration, adaptability to changes in demand, and reduction of greenhouse emissions and reliance on fossil fuels. A definition that is stuck in time fails to achieve these objectives. The drafting related to airports is also strangely inconsistent with the remainder of the definition, and it is unclear why it is drafted differently. Other subsections of the definition are not limited to existing infrastructure assets, for example, in relation to future renewable electricity generation. Failing to recognise and enable new regionally significant airport infrastructure in the context of a proposed regional policy statement is, we say, inconsistent with Part 2. In simple terms, it does not provide a clear and appropriate way for the RPS to enable the social economic wellbeing of the region's people and communities. Ultimately, the impact of the definition as currently notified is that it will preclude proper and appropriate consideration of any proposal for new airport infrastructure under the planning regime, because the pathway for considering new infrastructure is tied back to that definition. Instead, such a proposal may need to meet different and more onerous thresholds, for example, in relation to managing adverse effects. This would be a perverse outcome for the region's foreseeable future air connectivity needs. The RPS ought to enable consideration of new infrastructure projects that meet demand and that strive to increase resilience and deliver a low emissions economy. Such a proposal should be able to be put forward without failing at the first definition hurdle, and then the merits can be fully tested under the planning framework. In addition, there are implications beyond the RPS. The definition not only engages other provisions within the RPS, it also engages with other key documents in the RMA planning framework. Most of the higher order national policy statements and national environmental standards have outcomes that are tied to specific infrastructure. And I've given, for example, the National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land and the National Environment Standards for Fresh Water. The lower order regional and district plans for the Otago region must be given effect to in the RPS. It is important that the RPS gets the definition right so that there can be proper consideration of new proposals within the broader planning regime. Paragraph 28, are the amendments sought by CIL appropriate or necessary for the decade-long lifetime of the RPS? The amendments CIL seeks to the definition are to facilitate consideration of new airport infrastructure To be clear, the amendments do not seek to enable new airport infrastructure. They simply seek an appropriate planning pathway for consideration of new airport infrastructure to meet the region's needs. This necessarily requires consideration of timeframes and raises the question of if and when new airport infrastructure might be required, and in particular, whether that's likely to be in the lifetime of the RPS. Mr. Boswell's evidence outlines the levels of demand for air connectivity in the region, referring to both passenger and freight demand. His evidence illustrates that additional demand already exists and that it will increase substantially over the medium to long term. Mr. Boswell's evidence addresses demand management, but the short point is there is demand that will need to be met, and this will require additional capacity to be at least planned for, if not built, within the lifetime of the RPS. Infrastructure necessarily has long lead times, and infrastructure forecasting looks well into the future. The situation here is no different, and the RPS needs to provide for this. It is important that the RPS does not preclude opportunities for new infrastructure assets, such as the prospect of a new airport in Central Otago, before the merits of such a proposal can even be properly considered and assessed. Now, dealing with the point made in the officer's report, which preceded Mr. Langman appearing at this hearing, the Section 42A report for Chapter 11 recommends the following insertion into the RSI, the regionally significant definition, that it also includes any infrastructure identified as nationally significant. CIL supports this amendment because the definition of nationally significant infrastructure does include airports used for regular air transport services by aeroplanes capable of carrying more than 30 passengers. However, that insertion, that amendment does not fully address CIL's concerns. CIL continues to seek its proposed amendments to the definition because airports can constitute both nationally and regionally significant infrastructure and are recognised as such as one or the other or both for different purposes. While there will be overlap, different aspects and functions of an airport, existing and new, contribute to its national and regional significance. Further, the two definitions, national and regional, must necessarily stand alone. It should be clear in applying the regionally significant infrastructure definition under the relevant RPS provisions that it encompasses new airport infrastructure. It would be impractical and could become unworkable or contradictory to have to keep referring back to the definition of nationally significant infrastructure in respect of airports. We say it's unnecessary and there's no need to follow such a tortuous drafting path. Paragraph 38, and this is a different point, and that's whether it's appropriate to refer to both airports and aerodromes within the definition. As set out, CIL does seek that the definition refers to both airports and aerodromes. The evidence of Mr. Bonis outlines legislative documents which use airport and or aerodrome. While effectively synonymous, they are not always treated with clear consistency. Therefore, for the purposes of clarity in our submission, both of these terms should be included in the definition. The interpretation of airport and aerodrome was at the heart of a series of decisions called the McElroy case, McElroy and Auckland International Airport, which looked at what is an airport and what is an aerodrome. The High Court and the Court of Appeal considered the range of activities which fall within the word airport, and conversely, whether commercial activities not directly linked to core aviation activities carried out on land owned by Auckland Airport fell within the definition of the word aerodrome. And I don't need to take you through this in detail, but basically the court, the High Court decision has a quite a long and lengthy discussion of the two phrases and comes to the conclusion that they effectively are both synonymous and the words aren't used consistently. So I don't need to read out paragraph 41, but it's obviously there for your reference. Paragraph 42, the definition of airport in the RMA is similar to the statutes discussed in the McElroy case, and therefore the McElroy case can be taken as authoritative on the interpretation of the word airport. Paragraph 43, The McElroy case usefully outlines the history of New Zealand airports. And basically, as I say at 44, the experts for both sides of McElroy were agreed on what the term airport meant. However, there was some debate over the phrase aerodrome and whether the two words were synonymous. Paragraph 45, the court ultimately adopted an ambulatory approach to interpretation and said, as I've set out at paragraph 45, for almost everyone, the word aerodrome has changed over time, has an ambulatory meaning. By 1981, most persons asked to define aerodrome would have described the facilities they found at airports, such as Auckland. So basically the court concluded, and I've underlined this passage, an ambulatory interpretation of the word aerodrome can therefore properly be held to encompass the facilities commonly found at airports, Auckland Airport in particular, and changing over time to what was and now is available. So jumping down to my paragraph 46, on the basis of this case law, the phrases aerodrome and airport have been and continue to be used synonymously, and therefore, the sake of clarity, it is therefore appropriate and necessary for the definition to refer to both. So in conclusion, the airport's principal concern is to ensure that the definition as it relates to airport structure is not drafted in an exhaustive manner, such that it precludes consideration of new airport infrastructure to meet the region's needs. The amendments sought by CIL do not require the hearings panel to make a merits assessment of a new airport in the Otago region. The amendments simply ensure that if such a proposal is put forward by CIL or someone else, the planning regime appropriate allows a fulsome assessment of the proposal rather than foreclosing that opportunity from the outset. In our submission, it is vital that the overarching planning framework for Otago region be forward-looking, future-proofed, and able to anticipate and allow consideration of new infrastructure that would serve current and future community needs. The exhaustive drafting of the definition as notified as it relates to airports does not future-proof the RPS. It does not account for future upgrading and development of new types of infrastructure that may emerge over the lifetime of the RPS. So in our submission, the hearings panel should accept the relief sought by CIL and amend the definition. But as I said, Mr. Bonis is available for discussion with Mr. Langman if there does need to be any tweaking to the definition.
Thank you, Ms. Appleyard. There may be some questions from the panel.
Oh, sorry, I forgot Bianca has been dismissed, so I was dreaming there. Thank you for that, Ms. Appleyard. Fully understand what you're asking for and why, but my questions tend to more relate to both in a general sense and specifically to CIAL, the requiring authority status of the company. Is there?
So the requiring authority status that the airport has at the moment relates only to geographically the land at Harewood and Christchurch. So CIL has not yet sought any broader requiring authority status in a wider geographical sense. That's not to say it won't, but at this stage, it is limited to the airport we have at Christchurch.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess the change that came through the RMA, you can apply for specific projects.
Yeah, so an application can be made for requiring authority status. It hasn't been made yet. Obviously, we've got an eye on the new legislation as well, but whether that new legislation lines up in terms of timing of any proposal remains yet to be seen.
And how does that process, when, for example, a minister of the government designates a site, they end up having the final say. The minister says, well, we either accept or don't your recommendation on the designation. How does it work in what is essentially more of a private company scenario? Although you're probably
It's effectively no different. So the first step would be that we'd have to have that requiring authority status, and then we would need to make an application, we'd effectively apply for a notice of requirement. So it will be no different to Wakakatahi seeking a notice of requirement in respect of a new highway. It's just that we haven't yet got to the first step of obtaining requiring authority status in respect of any land outside that held at Harewood.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
And the other thing is, obviously, even if a new airport was sought to be authorised under a notice of requirement, there would also be regional consents, which the notice of requirement wouldn't cover. So there would always be the need to apply for whatever consents are required under the regional planning documents, which can't be covered by a notice of requirement.
In relation to an airport operation, what would they generally be? Just to air or?
Yeah, Mr. Boswell's down there. He can probably give you an idea of, we have started to identify the types of regional consents that would be needed. Obviously, we need to take water, there'll be discharges, but that question Mr. Boswell can probably answer.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions.
I just wanted to take you to paragraph 24, if you could, for your submissions. And just ask you to, where you say such a proposal may need to meet different and more onerous thresholds, for example, in relation to managing adverse effects. Can you just explain that a bit more to me as to what you say is the significance of having the RSI status?
There are different provisions throughout the plan for effectively national and or regionally significant infrastructure as opposed to other types of infrastructure. And I have got a footnote there to paragraph 15, and my junior Ms. Hawkins here is just bringing up that provision, but you'll see I've given ENT, INF, P13 as an example. So, for example, that one has a different provision, if you like, for all infrastructure that is not nationally or regionally significant, and there is a requirement to avoid adverse effects on values that contribute to the area's outstanding nature or significance. So that's just one example where there's a different standard and avoid standard for infrastructure that doesn't fall within the definition of either nationally or regionally significant.
All right, thank you. Just going
And I'm
to
sure you want to hear from other infrastructure providers about this as well.
yeah, we have. So at in your section at page, I don't remember what page numbers have we, or but anyway, the section at 33 to 37. When you finished that, I wasn't quite sure, and I just need to be sure. Are you saying that your position is that you're seeking to support the introduction of both?
Yes.
So
There is an overlap, and we did welcome that change, which was a change that I think the reporting officer had thought would deal with our concerns. It's actually quite tortuous having to refer back to another definition. And there might be circumstances where an airport might be regionally significant but not meet the definition of nationally significant. So we didn't think that was a complete answer.
So both are being sought?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And the Williams J was Joe Williams, was it, in the Auckland case?
No, I think it was David. I need to check that. I don't think it was Joe Williams. I will provide you, actually, I should have, with a copy of the decision.
Yeah, that would be helpful if you could.
Yes, I will.
Right. No, look, thank you very much, Ms. Appleyard. Very helpful.
All right. So conducting traffic from afar. Hopefully Mr. Boswell is there ready to go. And he might have a couple of points he wants to make or not before he answers any questions. But I just wondered, Mr. Boswell, if you could just introduce yourself and then perhaps answer the panel's questions about what the regional consents that might be required for a new airport might be. And I'm sorry, I can't, oh yes, I can see you. You're just a little dot on my screen.
Thank you, Ms. Appleyard.
I can answer the question about which Williams it was. It was Hugh Williams.
All right.
But I will provide copies of both the High Court and the Court of Appeal decisions.
Thank you.
It did actually go to the Supreme Court as well, but my recollection is it didn't get leave.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Boswell, can I leave things in your hands?
You can. My name is Reece Duncan Boswell. I'm the project lead planning and sustainability at Christchurch International Airport, and I've held this role since March of 2021. I've been employed by Christchurch Airport in a variety of management roles, planning, general manager of strategy, sustainability since March 2000. My qualifications include a Bachelor of Arts and a Master of Regional Resource Planning from the University of Otago. And I've been authorised by Christchurch Airport to provide evidence on its behalf in relation to the proposed RPS 2021.
Can I just short circuit you, Mr. Boswell? We've pre-read your evidence.
Okay.
So really, as your counsel has asked, if you could just highlight any particular points that you wanted to, and in particular address that issue that Ms. Appleyard gave you the
Sure.
answer.
Look, first thing, in terms of the question that was asked of Ms. Appleyard, and just from the top of my head, other matters that might require consent would include issues to do with wetlands, if any were encountered on site, water use, water discharge, earthworks. We haven't yet done the comprehensive review, but one imagines that those things are the sorts of things that Ms. Appleyard was referring to. I have prepared a summary of my evidence, so I wasn't proposing to go through line by line. And there are particular sections that I have. I do wish to repeat, if that's okay with you, but it's by no means the entire document.
No, that's fine. And do you have copies of that summary? Sorry, do you have copies of that summary?
I can provide copies of that summary, sir, but in essence, I will identify the paragraphs that are consistent with the evidence that I've already provided.
Oh, that's fine.
So starting at paragraph 11, and as outlined in my evidence, within the Otago, the Central Otago region is the fastest growing, both in terms of its residential population and domestic and international visitors. It is conceivable, if not inevitable, that over time the existing airport infrastructure in Otago region servicing Central Otago will not meet forecast demand for air capacity and connectivity. New airport infrastructure is a potential solution to meet the shortfall in capacity. Issues of demand and appropriateness will obviously be scrutinised in detail in relation to a proposal for a new airport infrastructure through the relevant planning processes. However, the planning framework must allow for such scrutiny of a particular proposal. The proposed RPS as the overarching planning document for the region should enable proper consideration of potential new infrastructure for of regional significance, which may be planned or built in the lifetime of the RPS in order to meet the region's social and economic needs, and not foreclose on opportunities before consideration can be duly given. In particular, this should include infrastructure solutions that allow for future needs, that anticipate climate change effects, and that enable the deployment of low carbon aviation. And the definition of regionally significant infrastructure in the RPS should therefore refer non-exhaustively to airports and aerodromes rather than only listing airports and aerodromes that exist. So I then move to paragraph 34. Can air capacity constraints be used to manage demand? Demand for access to Central Otago will continue to grow even if air capacity is constrained due to its strong visitor offering and forecast population growth. Doing nothing about air capacity constraints is not an effective demand management strategy. It will cause congestion and inefficient travel patterns. These problems can be avoided by taking a proactive approach to managing growth that ensures the right infrastructure is in place to support it, which underpins CIAL's approach toward the assessment of new airport infrastructure in Central Otago. From a supply and demand perspective alone, Central Otago will need further airport infrastructure at some point in the future. Accordingly, it is vital that the higher order planning framework for the Otago region enables the development of new strategic infrastructure in suitable and appropriate locations. As a planning document with a decades-long future vision, the RPS should anticipate community needs in the future and establish a framework to guide future development to meet those needs. Just as a side note, it's my contention that the RPS should retain or provide for the ability to explore options such that ultimately the best one wins out, essentially. The current proposed framework limits the region's future options to the solutions of the past. Even if the point at which demand exceeds supply is marginally beyond the life of the RPS, the time frame for the RPS, planning for the physical infrastructure must occur at least a decade prior. The proposed RPS should enable this critical planning phase to help ensure good decision making. Implications of a changing climate. So paragraph 37. Climate factors will impact airport infrastructure and operations, and the impacts of one airport may be extended to others due to the interdependencies of aviation networks. To build resilience, airports must identify the potential climate risks they face and take actions to minimise the impacts. Airport operators may also wish to consider how the effects of climate impacts could propagate through the local, national and wider aviation networks. So my comment here is, while at the writing of this evidence in November, my focus was on climate change risks to airports and aviation networks. In particular, recent events have highlighted the fact that air transport performs critical functions and essential functions within broader integrated transport networks domestically and internationally. So it can be that disruptions to land and sea and other transport networks can be mitigated by good air connectivity. Paragraph 38, of particular note in the New Zealand context is research by the National Institute of Water and Atmospheric Research as a part of the Deep South National Science Challenge, indicating that 30 centimetres of sea level rise, which is stated as foreseeable in the next 30 years, may expose $18.5 billion worth of New Zealand's buildings, 2,000 kilometres of roads, 4,000 kilometres of water pipelines, and 1,600 square kilometres of agricultural land, and finally 14 airports. Given their elevation relative to sea level, both Dunedin and Invercargill airports at 1.2 and 1.5 metres respectively, it would be prudent for strategic planning instruments to contemplate, or at least not preclude, a range of climate change adaptation pathways, which may necessarily include the development of new airport infrastructure. I've got a side comment here, Commissioners. Climate change physical impacts are not the only factors that the RPS should be mindful of providing for. New airport infrastructure may well be necessary due to constraints placed on existing assets. Energy networks are going to become increasingly critical to efficient airport operation. Should an existing airport not be well served by these networks, alternatives should be considered. Another example is the recent conflict between the establishment of a major landfill facility at Smooth Hill and its potential to compromise safe operations at Dunedin Airport. So things other than climate change can have an impact that the RPS should provide for. As outlined above, and as a part of the long-term transition vision, Christchurch Airport is investigating the establishment of a new airport in Central Otago, noting at present New Zealand is committing to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and creating a low emissions economy. It's Christchurch Airport's hypothesis that the embodied emissions of constructing an airport will be achieved within New Zealand's national framework for emissions targets and is expected to become a legal obligation for new infrastructure projects. A new airport could become a node in an infrastructure network facilitating sustainable aviation. Aviation from a new airport could save emissions otherwise incurred by road freight journeys to Christchurch or other parts of the South Island. And a new airport could stimulate the local economy, benefit the wider region, and fulfil the objectives of a transition to a low emissions, highly connected economy and community. These are the kinds of questions Christchurch Airport are investigating, exploring infrastructure solutions that allow for future needs, that anticipate climate change effects, and that enable the deployment of low carbon aviation. Paragraph 42. CIL is generally supportive of the RPS subject to the amendments sought in its submission and presented through evidence. The context for CIL's involvement in the RPS is obviously its interest in exploring the prospect of new airport infrastructure to meet Otago's region's air capacity and connectivity needs. CIL submission sought, amongst other things, that the RPS encourage this and support the development of new infrastructure projects to provide for the region's infrastructure needs in future. However, the part of the definition within the RPS, I think that's been traversed well enough, so I won't labour that point any further. I had a side comment here that I think has also been traversed in the conversation today, so I won't labour that either. CIL considers it is critical that the definition, paragraph 45, CIL considers that it is critical that the definition accounts for potential new infrastructure of regional significance which may be planned or built in the lifetime of the RPS. CIL is concerned that a new airport required in the future, which would provide the same or more social and economic benefits as other regionally significant infrastructure listed in the definition, would not be captured by the regionally significant infrastructure definition or any of the objectives and policies that relate to it. Paragraph 47, the task of planning for and delivering a low emissions future for New Zealand is challenging enough without being made increasingly difficult when national, regional and district planning frameworks do not actively enable the bold thinking and investments that will be essential to ultimate success. New Zealand is a signatory to the binding international agreements, including ICAO, ACI and the United Nations, that require our country to take meaningful steps to reduce aviation emissions to net zero by 2050. For our part, Christchurch Airport proposes to contribute to these efforts by delivering a strong, sustainable aviation network for the region's communities. And I'm available to take your questions. Thank you. Oh, sorry. So I have actually in my evidence circulated in November last year. There is a graph, figure 2, I think it is labelled, which shows passenger movement growth at Queenstown Airport in late 2022, following the reopening of the New Zealand borders following the pandemic. I have updated that table to reflect the growth that has occurred from October last year through until the end of January this year.
Thank you for that. That table is actually quite timely, because one of my questions around the growth scenario you promoted is around Queenstown returning to those pre-pandemic levels. It indicates it's not quite there, but it's not far off. And in your 25, you talk about forecast of growth there. So there's no reference to, there is a reference to the strategic plan that they could be, but what was the date of that plan?
Queenstown strategic plan?
Yeah, because I'm wondering, the reason for that question is, were those predictions made pre-COVID or after COVID?
Those predictions that I largely reference are pre-COVID, although there is a.
So they reevaluated that. It does appear to be tracking just below, but is there a nervousness in the international community about travelling these days that may impact on that?
That's not been our experience, and it's not. I would suggest it's not the experience of Queenstown when you look at the return to the pre-pandemic levels.
It's not my experience either. I wish my wife would be a bit more nervous about that sort of stuff.
Queenstown Airport produced a comprehensive master planning document circa 2018, which I have a copy of.
2018.
Yeah. Which forecast their growth through out to about 2040. And
what your figures are based on, that growth is based on that.
these are simply Queenstown's figures, they're not our figures at all.
Yeah.
But Queenstown did undertake a review, a post-pandemic review or a mid-pandemic review, and it was released late last year, in which they call it a strategic plan, which goes out until 2032. So it's the first section of what would be a normal planning horizon of 20 years for an airport. You typically don't do a planning exercise for 10 years because of the lead times associated with planning, designing, and delivering infrastructure. Nevertheless, that's what they did. They reforecast out to 2032 and essentially said that growth would occur at approximately a 30 to 35% increase on pre-pandemic levels out to 2032. We think that is conservatively low. And we say that because I guess you index the growth they're expecting against the growth that is expected by every other airport that services Queenstown Airport. And they're expecting almost twice that level of growth.
Yeah, no, so the air forecasts are probably what has been driving their sort of assessment of Wanaka and expanding those airports to accommodate that, because you indicate there's a bit of constriction in their current infrastructure to accommodate that growth. They're going to get to a point where they can't go further.
That's my contention, sir, yes.
Yeah. In terms of what an airport in the area you're looking at, I'm interested in the export stone fruit and seafood. So currently, does that go through Queenstown or Dunedin?
I can only talk in general terms because I can't speak for every kilogram or ton of produce and where it heads. But what I can say is for certain time-sensitive export products like stone fruit, like crepe seafoods, they need access to freight capacity, typically on wide-body aircraft. Narrow-body aircraft of the like that travel trans-Tasman between Queenstown and say Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne, do not have the belly hold to take significant amounts of freight. Wide-body aircraft do. So to have the certainty of getting access to that wide-body freight capacity, freight forwarders and operators tend to put product onto trucks to ship it to either Christchurch to get onto a wide-body aircraft or to all the way to Auckland. That's what happens currently. And speaking for Christchurch, some analysis we've done many years ago, and it still holds true as a general principle, the South Island produces twice as much freight as we have belly hold capacity for out of Christchurch. So in theory, at least, if we doubled the belly hold capacity out of Christchurch, we could meet all of the demand of the South Island. It just doesn't exist at the moment with the way that airlines are choosing to service the South Island.
So is this one of the drivers for an airport located, a new airport located in Central to actually provide that function?
It's certainly one of the benefits that could be provided to the region, yes, if one were to be established, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Because when I was starting to read your section on climate change, I was trying to work out why that was relevant, but then you go into your argument there is probably more around it's a generic concern rather than related to your project. And you mentioned Dunedin and Invercargill in that context around the climate change effects. But what's the likelihood of Dunedin ever being decommissioned, I guess.
I mentioned Dunedin and Invercargill purely because some of the discourse in media and other circles has been around in response, I guess, to the idea that we're investigating a new airport in Central Otago. Some have said, why would you do that when we have perfectly good airports at Dunedin and Invercargill that could be utilised to take up some of that demand? And our analysis of that situation is that, in essence, you are forcing people and products to go through airports, through places that are remote from the source of the demand, being Central Otago. And in so doing, you are increasing road journeys and you are increasing the amount of air transport time. So airplanes have to fly further to get to Dunedin in order to bear that burden. In addition, it would be reasonable to assume that the existing infrastructure at Dunedin or Invercargill, I don't propose that both would be upgraded to provide that. I suspect one would be upgraded to provide for that shortfall in Central Otago, but that either would require significant investment in infrastructure to meet that additional need. And then I guess there's a question of, well, if that being the case, if you're making an investment in an asset that you intend to utilise for many decades to come, is that the appropriate place to be investing that capital if there are questions about susceptibility to sea level rise, storm surge events, that type of thing? So at Dunedin, look, as someone who grew up in this part of the world, automatically you don't go to Dunedin being at risk of sea level rise. However, I've discovered during this project that Dunedin Airport sits at just over 1 metre above mean average sea level for that part of the world. And my understanding that the Otago Regional Council has invested heavily in plant and equipment to effectively help drain the Tare Plains to reduce the likelihood of significant flooding events in future. To what extent those measures are going to be successful in light of climate change events, heavy storm events, heavy rainfall events of the like that were experienced in the North Island, I don't know. I haven't done that work, but it's a question that I think it goes to our point that these things need to be fully considered when making long-term investments in infrastructure for the region.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess related to that is your figure 1, paragraph 15. And you talk about the international travel of Central Otago residents. It is from Statistics New Zealand, but I'm just wondering how that was compiled, because is that numbers through the Queenstown Airport, or is it just a general survey? Because as you're probably aware, a lot of people outside Central Otago, including people from South, and actually use the Queenstown Airport because it gives greater access, I guess. So I was just wondering how that statistic was derived. They may not know.
Look, I don't think I feel comfortable enough to say with certainty, other than it's derived from our experts, Fresh Info, who are particularly expert at statistical analysis for economic and in particular tourism sectors of the economy. So I can find that out for you if you wish.
Oh, it doesn't really matter. It's just more of an interest thing in terms of how, and it related to your discussion around the Dunedin Airport and whether that would be upgraded to accommodate a lot of that sort of stuff. Just one last question: is airports in general defined as lifeline infrastructure, or is it just specific airports?
I believe it's specific airports.
So you have to, yeah.
You have to qualify essentially.
I think from reading Queenstown Queenstown Airport's evidence that the Queenstown one is a lifeline.
Oh yeah, I would imagine it would be, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Fiona, I want to go to one of your opening statements. That's around kaitiakitanga. That's a general philosophical approach to the way in which, and in particular with respect to this issue of potential new infrastructure being, or that might be required in Central Otago. And I guess if I were to put myself in the shoes of a Ngāi person, I would be looking for that kind of philosophical approach to be meaningful and ingrained in however any new airport infrastructure would be built. In your experience, I guess, even in Christchurch, but elsewhere, is this the sort of philosophy that airports are alert to, you know, in a meaningful way, or is this?
I can only speak for Christchurch Airport, so I wouldn't want to speak for other airports. Christchurch Airport is recognised as having quite a mature understanding of environmental management and sustainability issues within the national and international airport sector. We do feel as if we borrow from the Māori concept of kaitiakitanga in the way that we consider ourselves guardians and conservators of the land that we hold and the role that we play for the community. And we would be looking to apply, or we are going to be applying those same principles to the investigation of an airport in Central Otago. We are having conversations with tangata whenua. They are early, and we are both, I guess, looking to understand each other in those conversations. We are fully committing to continuing those conversations throughout this exercise. And in particular, for the land that we have acquired, you know, my understanding is that it's in a part of the South Island that was a migratory pathway for a whole number of Ngāi Tahu people up and down the East Coast. And in concept, at least, the sorts of connectivity that we are contemplating to provide for the region, I believe, is consistent with the function that land has performed for centuries. It's providing an ability for people to connect across vast distances, both for freight and for people purposes. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, it's an interesting take on the nohoanga concept of, you know, I mean, you're right in that Ngāi Tahu had pathways and journeyways right throughout that area. But I think if you were to apply the sort of principle you're referring to there, that here's another way of looking at those pathways. You know, I mean, they're different pathways. I mean, they're pathways kind of emanating from Central Otago, where it's going to be out. That it's still another version of a pathway picture that would fit. The challenge, I suppose, would be for that pathway to then be able to hold to the broader kaitiakitanga principle. Yeah, no, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I interrupt for just one moment? And I apologise for doing so. Mr. Langman's just identified to me that the support he expressed for the proposed change to the RSI definition is not unqualified, and that in fairness it may be helpful to the panel to hear a little further from him on one point of concern, in order that there is the opportunity in fairness to put that to one or other or both of the witnesses.
Thanks, Mr. Anderson, and in fact we will do that. but I'll just deal with my questions to Mr. Boswell first, and then thank you for raising that, because it is important for Ms. Appleyard to hear that, and as well as Mr. Bones to have an opportunity to respond. So, Mr. Boswell, just a few points of clarification, and just touching on that point as you were discussing with Kiri Kiri, the very name of the road, Māori Point Road, that the land you've acquired indicates the significance, I suspect, in kaitahu terms. Anyway, you mentioned orally, an aside in respect to the Dunedin Airport, you said something about Smooth Hill. What was that? I didn't quite pick that up.
Well, it's a matter that Mr. Bonus can probably assist with, in as much as he was involved in it. But my understanding, sir, is that there was a proposal by, I believe, the Dunedin City Council to establish a landfill facility at a location called Smooth Hill, which is directly east of Dunedin Airport, and within a distance or a zone that does cause airports some concern for activities that are known to create bird hazard risk.
Right.
So a landfill most definitely qualifies, and there was a hearing which has reached some form of conclusion. Which
look, I don't need any further.
No.
I just needed to know the nature of the issue. So
a landfill that could have compromised the operations of the airport.
Right. Yeah, I was intrigued having sat on an airplane on the tarmac for 2 hours at Dunedin about a week ago. I was intrigued that your evidence didn't refer to fog as an issue. Is it an issue?
Yes.
Fog is obviously an aspect of weather that is encountered by aviation all around the world, and there are operational and technological means to mitigate fog as a disruptive influence. So depending on the sorts of aircraft you're flying, the sorts of assets that are available at the airport of concern, and the sorts of training that the pilots have undertaken, fog can range from being an annoyance of the type that you experienced through to something that you don't even notice because it doesn't disrupt aircraft movement at all. Fog is, I don't believe fog is an issue in this part of the bit, but no greater than anywhere else. And fog is a network experienced event. So if there is fog in Wellington, it can disrupt movements in Christchurch or in Dunedin or in Queenstown, even where there is fine weather. So it's just yeah.
That's right. Thank you. And just looking at your January figure, that month of January suggests that for your figure 1 for Queensland Airport use suggests that you actually the usages exceeded what was pre-COVID. Is that right?
Yeah, it's not my suggestion, sir. It's directly from Queensland Airport's website, but yes, it does appear to be higher than it was January 19. Yes.
No, thank you, Mr. Boswell. Otherwise, the evidence very helpful. Thank you. And so, before we deal with you, Mr. Bones, we should straight up some trades. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, it was just in looking at the definition of nationally significant infrastructure. The inclusion there of airports refers to any airport, but not its ancillary commercial activities. And I guess the definition of airport is outlined in Ms. Appleyard's legal submissions. In terms of the RMA, it's relatively confined, but the term aerodrome appears to be significantly larger, and so that's essentially my concern. That it potentially encompasses a wider range of ancillary commercial activities. So the question is that infrastructure or is it something else?
Sorry, I wasn't quite sure that I understood what you were
Okay, sure.
saying. Can you just run that past us again? And
Sure.
possibly you just pull the microphone a bit closer to you so we can pick you up a bit better. Thank you.
So nationally significant infrastructure has an inclusion for airports, as Ms. Appleyard discussed, but it doesn't include ancillary commercial activities. The definition that's been proposed by the airport doesn't have that exclusion.
Oh, I see. Right. Thank you.
Just off the top of my head, it hadn't been intended that that wouldn't follow over. So if we need to make that drafting change, that's fine. The point that I was making is that an airport and an aerodrome are the same thing. But if that rider needs to go in as well, that's fine. But it's not the difference between airports and aerodromes. It's a rider that sits in nationally significant infrastructure, whether you call it an aerodrome or an airport. So I don't think aerodrome or airport is the issue. I think it's about whether the rider should carry over into the RSI definition, and I'll be happy for Mr. Bonnis and Mr. Langman to work on that together.
There's a question on this.
Yes.
Well, the question's pretty simple. Why does that matter? Because the chair's just indicated he sat in the airport terminal for a couple of hours on the tarmac.
Yes.
You've got people sitting waiting to use a facility. There's going to be commercial things that service that facility.
Yes.
Storm airport or aerodrome.
Yeah, I think the issue comes as if you have a significantly expanded area surrounding the airport that provides for a range of industrial type uses, it might fall within the airport designation, but it's for a use that's not necessarily part of the infrastructure, as you might say. Whether that should be classed as regionally significant infrastructure or not is the issue.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily have an issue with those particular activities themselves, but the question is whether they're part of the infrastructure or not.
Yeah, I think that the point is here I'd conclude the bookshop as an ancillary commercial activity. So it might well be that the issue is we need to define or have a look at what ancillary commercial activity means in nationally significant infrastructure definition, and if it carries over into regionally significant infrastructure. So we're not capturing the coffee shop and the bookshop and whatever else is normally associated with an airport.
I think that's a valid point, and it's one that will arise later this week too in relation to the ports and the roads down and roads, because you've got that same exclusion there, but you've got a massive, commercial activity related to the port. So it makes it to me a lot more sense in that setting. But with an airport, as Appleyard's just nicely put it, with a bookshop or the chemist shop or whatever it might be, those sorts of
Duty-free shop.
Yeah, inter-terminal, I'll put it that way. And inter-terminal activities, I wonder whether you've got a view on that, Mr.
Again, it's a question as to whether they're part of the infrastructure. And I kind of see that infrastructure as that being necessary to get the planes running. It might be the fuel tanks, it might be the runways and the buildings associated with the airport itself, and the terminals, but not the commercial activities that potentially surround it, or might provide services like hire cars and things like that.
So when an airport's designated, when they go through that process, are those commercial activities generally a part of the designation? And maybe something for Joe. Yeah. They are part of the designation.
The McElroy case was aimed at what is an airport. And for example, the airport at Christchurch has a designation which is just for airport purposes. And many of the things that Mr. Langman would be wanting to exclude are things that both the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the designation at Christchurch would say are within the definition of a modern airport. For example, electricity generation to make the airport run. So,
That's kind of the reason for my question, because how can you separate them? Part of the airport infrastructure, even though it's a commercial element, it's still servicing the airport, which is infrastructure.
I guess the definition of airport under the RMA is relatively confined in terms of what is an airport, and it's probably just drawing your attention to the fact that given that there's a slightly freer avenue for regionally significant infrastructure in terms of its adverse effects, it may limit the consideration of the associated commercial activities with the airport.
we may have to look at the drafting of this, because what Mr. Langman's just said is certainly isn't what the High Court and the Court of Appeal have told us in the Craigie decision, and I'm not sure whether he's had a chance to have a look at that, but the court's definition of airport seems to be quite different from Mr. Langman's interpretation. But wiser minds than us have turned their mind to this. I can understand the point if it's something quite on the fringe. I'm trying to think of an example. Mr. Boswell or Mr. Bonus might be able to think of something, but is it intended to exclude those things that you would find at every airport around the world that are necessarily associated with servicing that airport? So examples are at airports you might find a duty-free outlet, at those DFO shops, those outlet shops. Quite often there are offices on airport that have nothing to do with the particular airport, but it just so happens that the particular office owner wants to be located near an airport. Those are the types of things I would see as being excluded. What I don't see as being excluded are things that are core to a modern airport and servicing of that airport and the needs of people that are there. So we would need to have a look at that definition, because I don't think that Mr. Langman and I are on the same page as what is meant by ancillary. Movie theatres would be another example. They're found at airports around the world. I would not include those within the definition of airport, but there are lots of things that are found at every airport in the world that I would call part of the core infrastructure, and was part of the issue that the courts grappled with in the Craigie decision.
And then you can get complications if you look at Woodburn Airport in Marlborough, where you have a major aircraft servicing industry based at Woodburn Airport, Safe Air Limited. Is that part of the commercial ancillary activities for an airport? So yeah, I think there's a little bit of thought needs to go into trying to define what is and isn't, but it will obviously be guided a bit by that litigation or the reports that you're about to send to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Post. I wonder, actually, we might just take a quick break for a quarter of an hour. So.
Thank you. Can we just turn our screen off and start on? Just put me mute.
Honest, we've obviously read your evidence. Are there particular matters that you needed to raise with us before we have any questions?
There's a couple of matters arising from the discussion that may be of assistance to the panel if I sort of go through those, but I've made plenty of scribblings. Just in terms, I guess, some of my background and experience and some of the issues that have been discussed and sort of thrown about. I was the planning consultant for Dunedin Airport in terms of the Smooth Hill consenting issue, and that really dealt with conflicts of black bill gulls within a Dunedin City Council proposal for a landfall within 4 kilometres of it was the northern end of the Dunedin Airport, and the issue then was really around conflict with bird strike. Both the airport corporate evidence and also the evidence from CAA was very much along the lines that if the risk can't be completely mitigated and avoided, there was concerns around having to rearrange flight tracking and potentially even looking at the operating certificate for Dunedin Airport itself. So that was, I guess, the context that Mr. Boswell was referring to, that we're looking forward into a sort of 10 to 15-year planning horizon. Part of that is around demand, but part of it is around your existing infrastructure and distribution of your aviation infrastructure as well. And we don't always know what's going to happen with that over the time period we're looking at. I also assisted Mr. Langman on Chapter 5 of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement around land use and infrastructure, so well attuned to the issues around spatial integration of infrastructure and land use. And also, as of Wednesday of last week, on behalf of Nelson Airport, I lodged a notice of requirement and plan change with Nelson Council in terms of an increase of its existing designation to increase its runway extent from 1,300 metres to 1,510. And the relevance, I guess, the importance of it comes back to a couple of things. One was a question from Commissioner Cubitt in terms of the sort of checks and balances with these things in regional consenting. The package that we put forward included a plan change as to the range of activities that would occur within the zone, but also the notice of requirement and the designation itself came with a number of conditions. And those conditions were things around landscape, avifauna surveys, lizards, ongoing engagement with mana whenua. The package itself also looked at additional checks and balances such as archaeological authorities, permissions under the Wildlife Act, and as identified by Mr. Boswell for sort of a hypothetical airport, we're also looking at water discharge take, excavation and earthworks close to wetlands, air discharge and construction stormwater. So there's a question of, I think it's in my evidence, all that's being asked for really here is parity, clarity and a pathway. All it does is open the door. My evidence is not green stamp anything. It's essentially just make sure there is clarity, that there is a pathway that's an airport, regardless of where it is, can have some certainty when it's doing its infrastructure planning and design planning, which takes many, many years before you actually start lodging all your applications, your notice of requirement, your plan changes and everything else. And then there's another stage beyond that in terms of actually let's start turning sites. So the purpose of the RPS, as I see it, is to provide some certainty and some clarity around that pathway to guide not only investment decisions that will be made by an airport company, but also a community in terms of what that pathway would look like. In that question as well, Mr. Langman helpfully sort of raised an answer to the question yesterday from the panel. He indicated that generally supportive, I think, of the definition that I put forward in my evidence. He's caveated that today, and I can understand why he's done that, around including the same exclusion around commercial activity. I disagree, and I'll go through that in a little bit of detail. The reason my understanding of the definition of nationally significant infrastructure in the Otago and the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement is that it follows the definition of airports that's included within the MPSUD. And I have never, and I can't get to the bottom of it, understand why there's an exclusion around commercial activity in the MPSUD when its only application is around airports and qualified matters, which I can only presume relates to airport contours. I've never understood the linkage. The other matter as to exclusion. I've been working with airport companies for the last 20 years. Is what is in and what is out is always a very difficult proposition. And the place that is done, Ms. Appleyard quite rightly has taken you through the legal interpretation and McElroy and Craigie and what that may mean in terms of an ambulatory meaning of what a modern airport could be. A good example of that is within the Nelson context that we're looking at the moment. The designation provides for things such as solar arrays and potentially hydrogen hubs. And that's not something I would have even contemplated 5 years ago. But now they are seen very much in terms of the way where sustainable aircraft fleets are going as probably an integral component of what an airport operation would be. And if we were writing a planning document 5 years ago, we'd probably exclude them. The other point that I'll raise, and it comes back to the one around setting the framework and opening the doorway, is that when a notice of requirement and a plan change is put forward for an airport somewhere, that is the time to have the discussion as to what is in and what is out. The example again at Nelson is we've looked at very reasonably tight definitions of an aviation activity and airport related activity. And we're letting the land zoning do the heavy lifting around things such as industrial activities, trade suppliers, what the appropriate status is for a supermarket. We've gone down to that level so that it's quite clear that a supermarket is not provided for as a matter of course within the airport zone at Nelson Council. But things like taxiways, runways, and I think Ms. Appleyard used the example of rental car companies, in-terminal cafes and so forth, very much are. So that's I guess a real world practical example that I'm involved in right at the moment in terms of working those things through. So whilst I understand where Mr. Langman is coming from, I think there are interpretive and definition difficulties with actually getting the scalpel out now and trying to work out what's in and what's out. And I come back to that Craigie McElroy decision as to the meaning of an airport can change over time. All right, so in terms of actual summary, I'm not sure that there's any point in me using a sledgehammer to go over those facts again. I think we've heard enough from the team, so I'm just happy to answer questions.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Bonus. Actually, your little summary there was quite helpful, how things work. And I guess one of the drivers for allowing that pathway is in your 26.1 where you talk about the NPSs that may impact on these things. How does a designation, how do these things apply in a designation sense when you do they like they're effectively spot zones? Are they as applicable as they are in other planning situations?
Sorry, sir, if you could take me through that again.
Sorry, well, you mentioned the NPS for highly productive land, etc.
Yes.
When you come to designate a site, how relevant are those documents?
Oh,
Are they
extremely relevant. So there's
designation doesn't override the requirements of those documents.
No, I apologise there for my train of thought. So pursuant to section 171 of the Act, there's quite a process that a requiring authority, once it has that requiring authority status, has to go through. And one of the criteria very much is how does what you're proposing as a designation, including the conditions, the whole package of it, in terms of tests against the Resource Management Act and all the relevant framework that goes with it, including NPSs. So the one that I've just done for Nelson Council, I think we went to about 10 pages in terms of going through all the relevant NPSs, including soils, urban development. We went to the adaptation strategy. So you've got to look at all those things. As I said again, what we're suggesting just opens the door. It doesn't let anyone walk through it.
Yeah. Well, the only other thing I had really around that definition, and I guess without going back into the reasoning for how it was initially framed, Queenstown has a lot of helipads and those sorts of things that I guess there might have been a concern that they'd be picked up as regionally significant infrastructure. But your definition comes out of is it the civil aviation rules, 30-seat capacity requirement. But there's another component, the payload capacity. Can you
Yes.
put that in context? Or how big is that 3.5 kg plane or helicopter? You're not promoting that, but that.
No, I'm not. And to be fair, I think it would be inappropriate if I gave evidence on that. It's in terms of weight loadings, planes, and a particular type of fleet. That
We
we
don't have any idea what sort of size that would be. I'm trying to understand why there's two measures in that particular set of rules. There's a payload capacity around the more of a freight liner or something.
Yeah.
I think you're exactly right. That'll be why. A provision that allows for both passenger aircraft and freight aircraft of a similar size.
Yeah, okay. That's just all I was trying to understand, given some of the drivers to the central Otago locations. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Just looking at sections 167, 168, etc. And your reference to the conditions in the notice of requirement, they're volunteered conditions, I take it.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, right. It's not, I may be wrong, and it's been a long time since I looked at those designation requirements, but provisions, but I can't recall that they necessarily specifically statutorily require conditions to be proposed.
No, and I guess there's a sort of contemporary age of designations where when I first started in the profession 20 years ago, designations just specified a purpose and didn't do much more than that.
Yeah.
The second and even starting to get third generation of district plans very much are taking a forensic look at what requiring authorities are putting forward in terms of plan reviews and also new designations. And it would be very, very, very unusual to see one now without a reasonably lengthy set of suite of conditions. And there's a bit of a conflict, well, not a conflict per se, but a contrast in styles between, do we almost set designations to like resource consents where you end up with voluminous pages of conditions, and where do you pitch that? But long story short, every designation that I've been involved with in the last 5 to 10 years has very much been, we've got to pitch conditions to deal with the framework of the various plans and to identify how we're dealing with these things, even down to management plans.
Common sense.
Yes, no, it is. And it gives everyone a lot more certainty.
Jump in on that. Mr. Bonis is exactly right. The designation for Christchurch Airport just has airport purposes, which has meant that I've spent years in litigation having the types of argument we're having with Mr. Langman about what that means, and there are no conditions on it. No designation notice of requirement today would be drafted like that. The one for Auckland isn't, it's very prescriptive. So they do look like resource consents these days.
Right, thank you. And I think that's all that I need to clarify with you. So thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Applegard.
Thank you. Just one matter, just this outstanding matter of the definition and whether it includes ancillary commercial activities. When I send through the Craigie McElroy cases with the lead of the panel, I might just put a little bit of legal interpretation around that. And in particular to address the point that Mr. Lehman's raised, if the panel was happy to receive that.
Indeed, that'd be helpful, and it gives the opportunity to our ORC's counsel and Mr. Lehman to respond at their requirement. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. And transplants at last.
It is. Thank you, sir. And good afternoon, members of the panel. It's good to be here and helpful to have further discussion this morning as well, and some of yesterday's discussion. Grateful for the time to speak to you today. With me today is Mr. Noble and Ms. McLeod, who provided evidence on behalf of Transpower in relation to the matters raised in its submission. And I have also prepared and circulated some legal submissions that address some of the introductory matters that I think it's helpful to take you through. Have you got those in front of you?
Yes, we have. And I'm sure you'll be careful to ensure you don't read to us material that we probably you can expect we would have heard before, and or will have a knowledge of. Right?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm quite conscious of that. I do wish to take you through the matters I've raised in there, but I'm conscious certainly where there are matters that you already know. I'll endeavour to step through those efficiently, and if you've got concerns about whether I'm doing that efficiently enough, you're welcome to raise that with me. So to start, and I'm conscious these are not the first legal submissions you've heard of Transpower. Ms. Scott prepared some, presented them at one of the initial hearings in January, but this really focuses in on this week's hearing. To start with, though, it is difficult to overstate the national grid's importance. To provide for the needs of people and communities, it is critical that there is and continues to be sustainable, secure and efficient transmission of electricity. And recent flooding events in the North Island resulting in widespread power outages have vividly demonstrated why this is the case. I'll step through 1.2 because you're aware who Transpower is. In terms of 1.3, while Transpower's role is already of fundamental importance, a reliable and secure supply of electricity is vital to the transition to a zero carbon economy, and we've talked a little bit about that over the last couple of days. Demand for electricity will increase. New renewable energy generation, or perhaps electricity generation, I should say, will require new connections, and demand for electricity may also require direct connection to the national grid. There will be a substantive increase in total load across the national grid. These factors pose significant challenges and uncertainties, but will necessitate substantial development and upgrade of the national grid. And Transpower will also need to maintain and upgrade existing and, in some cases, ageing assets. In order to keep pace with these externally driven changes and to therefore provide for current and future generations, it is essential in my submission that Transpower can enhance the existing grid and build new assets, that the operation, maintenance and minor upgrading of the national grid can be undertaken without undue constraint, and that activities that have a direct effect or reverse sensitivity effect on the national grid are avoided. These outcomes are expressly provided for in the National Policy Statement on Electricity Transmission 2008, and you're aware of the RPS's obligation to give effect to that. And the last point there is really the genesis of this submission, that Transpower has a concern that on the current drafting of the RPS, the proposed RPS, I should say, it's by no means clear that these outcomes will occur. Transpower also acknowledges that the proposed RPS must recognise and provide for other matters of national importance too, and the relief sought balances these considerations to provide that where practicable, adverse effects of the national grid are avoided. The reality, however, is that it will not always be practicable for Transpower to avoid adverse effects. and third-party activities in proximity to the national grid will need to be restricted or prohibited. The proposed RPS should provide clear policy direction on both these matters to avoid any doubt on what is required to provide for the national grid. And finally, in terms of introduction, as a matter of law, it's perfectly acceptable and to an extent necessary for the proposed RPS to provide for the national grid in the manner sought by Transpower. And so these submissions endeavour to set out why this is the case. I turn now to an overview of the NPS ET. And before I step into what I've written there, this morning, Ms. Foran advised that Cabinet has agreed to review the NPS REG, and I understand the same applies to the NPS ET. So at this point, as far as I'm aware, that's at a preliminary stage, and we're not yet in a position where there's information that's available that can be shared on what that would look like, but it's further context really in terms of the age of both of those NPSs. NPS ET is 2008, NPS REG is 2011. So returning to 2.1, the NPS ET directs the management of the national grid under the RMA, and quite significantly, it recognises a matter of national significance, the need to operate, maintain, develop and upgrade the national grid. And I've set out there, and I won't read out for you the single objective in the NPS ET, but the national significance of the network is really the core aspect. And you'll see the other components there really flow through into matters that Transpower's evidence and further here. Over on 2.2, the objective is supported by 14 policies that the RPS must give effect to, and there are 4 categories of obligations that they relate to. First, recognising and providing for national benefits of the national grid. Second, managing environmental effects of the national grid. Third, managing the adverse effects of third parties on the national grid. And fourth, long-term strategic planning for the national grid. Now, thinking about the wording in King Salmon and the like about levels of prescription in different policy statements, the policies in this NPS vary in how prescriptive they are, as I say in 2.3. Some policies prescribe in strong terms how this panel should undertake its role. And I've paraphrased some of those there. Policy 1 in particular, decision makers must, and that word has been seen, and I'll return to that to indicate strong directive wording. Likewise, the words recognise and provide for in terms of the benefits of sustainable, secure and efficient electricity transmission. I would say that is a directive and clear policy. The policy 2 also refers to the words must recognise and provide for, in that case in relation to the effective operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of the national grid. And then policy 5, decision makers must enable reasonable operational, maintenance and minor upgrade requirements. And policy 10, to the extent reasonably necessary, decision makers must avoid reverse sensitivity effects on the national grid. And so interpolating there, those provisions do not, perhaps we've heard some discussion about limits, they do not necessarily make it clear when you will have achieved that, but they are very directive in their wording. And so that is a significant factor in my submission in terms of the way you sit those provisions alongside other requirements that you're required to have regard to or recognise and provide for. In 2.4, I note the NPS-ET also contains a preamble that's fairly extensive, and it outlines characteristics of the national grid that create challenges for its management under the RMA. And I won't read those out to you, but essentially they relate to the fact that the national grid is linear infrastructure that needs to get from A to B. There are constraints in terms of how it can get there, it will have effects that in some cases are unavoidable, but obviously need to be managed as much as possible. And the other factors that cover in there is that adverse effects might be local, but the benefits are much wider than that in terms of transmitting electricity, and even just in terms for Otago of the extent to which it's a net exporter of electricity. These are significant factors. (2.5) then continues to describe the rest of the preamble in terms of how the NPSET is to be applied. And I understand in an earlier hearing stream, the panel asked a question of Ms. McLeod about some of this, and in terms of the second part there about what it means the national policy statement subject to part 2. And so I've set that out there just for context for what I'm going to say next in terms of what this all means. And I'll return to some core components of that in terms of some case law. Over the page on 3.1, you'll be familiar with the section 62.3 requirement to give effect to a national policy statement. Obviously, that includes the NPSET. And also, you'll be familiar with the term give effect being a strong statutory directive that places a firm obligation on ORC in respect of pORPS content. And I've set out there a quote from King Salmon, which you'll be very familiar with. And that's the one that covers the point about provisions that are prescriptive, the way in which they might follow through into what the requirement really means in practice. And where it lands is paragraph 3.3, which is essentially that you need to look closely at the wording of each policy to determine what that means for the RPS. In 3.4, I note the King Salmon decision again, where the court said that when giving effect to different national policy statement, in that case the NZCPS, recourse should only be had back to part 2 in limited situations in terms of invalidity, policy statement not covering the field, and where there's uncertainty. And then I go on to talk about the Transpower, the Auckland Council case, which arose from the Auckland Unitary Plan, and in particular in relation to provisions that related to reverse sensitivity and what activities might be able to establish nearby to the national grid. And the reason I've covered that is because at this point, it's really the only commentary on what's required to give effect to the NPSET, and other decisions seem to have referred back to it. And in 3.6, I note the High Court determined that the Supreme Court's direction in King Salmon on how to give effect to the NZCPS should not strictly apply in relation to the NPSET for the following reasons. The first is that the Supreme Court included a caveat to its comments on the strength of the directive give effect to. And that really comes back to the point about whether a requirement is framed in a specific and unqualified way, or a policy that's worded at a higher level of abstraction. Secondly, the court was persuaded in that case that the preamble to the NPSET provides direction regarding how to give effect to the NPSET. And it's not the part that I've quoted there, but there was a comment earlier in that paragraph 82 that I have quoted, where the court said, to the extent that the preamble was purporting to state matters of law, the preamble's incorrect. And really the approach in terms of the law is what the Supreme Court and King Salmon has said. So I think that's helpful when we start thinking about what weight and the way you might approach preamble in any NPS.
Have you got a copy of that High Court decision with you, or?
Not a hard copy, sir. I can provide it if it's useful.
If you would.
Yes.
Thank you.
The reference for that part is paragraph 82, which is the same paragraph that I've quoted in 3.6b for when you do see it.
So was it? I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'll try not to in future, but was that in relation to the passage in the preamble that said for decision makers under the Act, the national policy statement is intended to be, further up. Further, the national policy statement is subject to part 2 of the Act. And then they went on and said, the preamble then goes on and says it's to be intended to be a relevant consideration to be weighed along with other considerations in achieving the sustainable management purpose of the Act. Is that what the part of the preamble that the High Court was referring to?
Yes, I think that's right. It's really about the fact that the national policy statement can provide that its policies are simply matters that decision makers must consider in the appropriate context. And you'll see there that when we look at the preamble itself in the part over the page, for decision makers under the NPS is intended to be a relevant consideration to be weighed along with other considerations.
Yeah.
So I think that seems to be the linking up of the text that was being referred to.
Right.
But in conjunction with the part about part 2. I do wonder, as an aside, whether we can try to read too much into some of these words in the preamble, when in fact we all know that the RMA itself starts with part 2, and then other documents are endeavouring to achieve the purpose of the Act in more particularised ways. And so I don't think there's anything particularly surprising in itself in terms of what the preamble says.
Yeah, it's just that wording in the preamble sort of writes down the significance of the NPS. Yeah. I'm not surprised the judge made that comment.
Yes, and it is a little bit surprising that NPS would do that when the Act also requires other documents to give effect to an NPS. They seem at odds with each other, and I don't think it would be certainly not open to any of us to read down the requirements in the NPS simply because of that preamble.
All right, I'll try not to interrupt.
You're welcome to if it's helpful. 3.6c, that's just the point there about the NPSET and the NZCPS deriving from different sections in the RMA. In terms of perhaps what's a fine distinction about the NZCPS and being intended to give effect to the Part 2 provisions in relation to the coastal environment, whereas any other NPS contains provisions relevant to achieving the RMA's purpose. And then 3.7 sets out the court's overall conclusion, and it's what seems to have led to some of the discussion about whether the NPSET covers the field in the same terms as it's referred to in King Salmon, or whether we need to go back to Part 2. And what the court said there was that the NPSET is not as all-embracing of the RMA's purpose set out in Section 5 as the NZCPS is. And then the court said a decision maker can properly consider the RMA's statutory purpose and other Part 2 matters, as well as the NPSET when exercising functions and powers under the Act. They're not entitled to ignore the NPSET, however, they must consider it and give it such way as they think necessary. And then in 3.8, I note, as an example of how such wording can be interpreted, the court specifically commented that policy 10 is relatively prescriptive. And so that's the policy in the NPSET about reverse sensitivity. And I think it's probably useful to note there that the court only referred to policy 10 in that case rather than making comments on the level of prescriptiveness of other NPSET policies, simply because this was the most relevant policy. The court wasn't really being called to comment on whether policy 1, 2 or others were prescriptive or not. So that was one that was relevant and was pulled out as a particular example. Returning to 3.8, second sentence, this is because despite the proviso to the extent reasonably possible, the policy uses the word must, and the court concluded that a mandatory requirement to ensure that an asset of national significance is not compromised is, in my judgment, a relatively strong directive. And I highlight that statement, I guess, confirms what Transpower understands policy 10 means. And I was listening online when Mr. Langman indicated yesterday, Mr. Cameron for Kaitahu indicated yesterday that he thought not compromise is a very high threshold. This phrase here in the court's decision in the Auckland Unitary Plan case suggests that, well, actually, not compromise is something that is quite strong. And so I think that's at odds with what Mr. Cameron said yesterday. Now, I turn now to preambles more generally, and I'll cover that briefly. I've quoted there from the House of Lords case. We don't do that any more often than we need to. But the indication there is that preambles generally in a statutory sense are not to affect the meaning otherwise ascribable to the enacting part unless there's a compelling reason, and it's not a compelling reason that the enacting words go further than the preamble indicated. And that has been cited with approval in New Zealand. But essentially, what I say in 311, the second half, the core point is that we should be scrutinising the wording of the operative provisions, here the objective and policies in the NPSET, rather than the preamble. I turn now to where this perhaps comes to the crunch point for this topic, the hearing. And how that works in practice. Section 6 sets out matters of national importance that the panel must recognise and provide for, which is a stronger directive than have particular regard to or take into account. However, Council is unaware of any case law that establishes as a matter of principle that Section 6 matters are to be applied rigidly or to the exclusion of the provisions of an NPS. To the contrary, in King's Salmon, the court said, and that was obviously in terms of Section 6A and B rather than the other matters, but it's a principle that I think applies throughout. Section 6 does not, we agree, give primacy to preservation or protection. It simply means that provision must be made for preservation and protection as part of the concept of sustainable management. And the court's comments make it clear that a planning document such as the RPS must make provision for Section 6 matters, but need not give primacy to protection of Section 6 matters in every case. Making provision for Section 6 matters must also be done alongside giving effect to any NPS, and in all respects, the consideration of these matters is subservient to the RMA's purpose of sustainable management. And the reason this is important is because over the year that in its legal submissions, both and his legal submissions, I should say, Council for ORC appears to take the position that protection-focused provisions in Section 6 of the Act must prevail over any policies in the NPSET. And paraphrasing, I think what you were told yesterday was essentially the council and the panel are stuck, that really there's no way around those protection-based requirements And that's why there have to be limits in the way that the proposed RPS has framed it, and why it's not possible for the panel to go as far as Transpower is seeking in providing a pathway for realistic consenting of its infrastructure. And at its core, my submission is that the panel is not as constrained as Council Alpha ORC has said it is. And I stepped through a couple of components there in 3.15. In my submission, the relevant section 6 matters do not in and of themselves require the level of rigidity that Council Alpha ORC argues for. And secondly, nor does the scheme of the RMA or case law require an approach that treats the section 6 matters as hard limits or as overriding the directives in the NPSET, particularly in the face of a legislative requirement to give effect to the NPSET. And so in terms of that question of rigidity, interpolating here, protect does not require zero effects. And in Ms. McLeod's evidence, she has identified some other planning documents from around the country that take an approach consistent with what Transpower is seeking here, and where similar matters have been grappled with. And one of those is the Auckland Unitary Plan, and in the RPS section of that document. And I can provide this if it's useful, but in the independent hearings panel's decision on the Auckland Unitary Plan, which was chaired by Judge Kirkpatrick, the panel rejected provisions that were too absolute in their protection of section 6 matters. And instead, the panel amended them so that they promoted sustainable management. And that was done post King Salmon and in the context of discussion of what King Salmon meant and the level of firmness that various section 6 matters require. And so the panel in that case was very clear and in fact pushed back against suggestions that it was rigidly bound. And in that case, it settled on a reasonably simple RPS policy that was enabling of infrastructure, including in areas with natural and physical resources that have been scheduled in relation to natural heritage, mana whenua, natural resources, coastal environment, historic heritage and special character, while ensuring that the adverse effects on the values of such areas are avoided where practicable or otherwise remedied or mitigated. So apologies for reading out a policy from that, but it's policy B3.2.26. And the reason I have drawn that to your attention is because I don't want it to be perceived that you're being asked to do something that's by Transpower here that is out of step with recent decisions in other parts of New Zealand, or that somehow I'm going to be butchering what the RMA requires. In fact, I think it's quite orthodox to do what Transpower is seeking. So then to return to 3.16, to summarise the legal position, the panel is required to give effect to the NPSET and give it due consideration alongside other Part 2 matters to the extent they're not already addressed in the NPSET. It must consider the NPSET's provisions at an individual level and determine what it must do to give effect to each provision. So now I turn to my submission that the panel should give significant weight to the NPSET. And for the reasons that follow, it's submitted the panel should accord the NPSET significant weight and ensure that there is clear strategic direction in the Otago region on providing for the national grid. The first reason is that the NPSET provides for the national grid as a matter of national significance. This is a weighty factor that cannot be ignored. And even if the panel concludes that the NPS's directiveness must be weighed against other matters under Part 2, it still requires a strong level of protection of the national grid. Secondly, setting aside its elevated status under the RMA, the national grid is essential infrastructure. New Zealand's reliant on electricity, which is an intrinsic part of living and working in the 21st century. And I heard with interest the comments made this morning about the fact that we just turn the switch on and expect something to happen. I certainly think that's the expectation in my household, if I was to ask the members of it. Given New Zealand's dependence on electricity as a source of energy, the only alternative to a national grid is for communities to generate their own electricity locally. And that would be more expensive, less reliable, and in some cases insufficient to meet demand. And in 4.4, I've simply put that in section 5 terms, which you'll see is very familiar to you. Thirdly, in 4.5, giving the NPSET significant weight would strongly align with the objectives of the proposed RPS, and in particular, EIT INFO Objective 4. And it would also address issues identified in significant RM issues for the region chapter. Fourthly, in my submission, the NPSET is comprehensive in setting out a regime for environmental effects of the national grid. It has clearly grappled with the way in which the grid might affect other activities, as is apparent from the bullet points in the preamble. The operative provisions expressly provide guidance about how to approach the national assessment of the national grid's effect on other activities. It should therefore be taken as the NPSET's direction on how those matters are to be addressed. Now, contrary to Mr. Langman's evidence, in my submission there is no gap in the NPSET. So this relates to our primary argument, essentially that the NPSET does cover the field in terms of the matters raised in Part 2, and there is no need to therefore go back to Part 2 when thinking about how to apply the NPSET. And Mr. Langman appears to take the position that just because the NPSET does not expressly refer to some matters, for example, significant Indigenous biodiversity, the NPS does not cover that matter. However, it's hard in my submission to see a basis for this position when the NPS expressly refers to a total of only one matter that's listed in section 6, that being outstanding natural landscapes. The more logical conclusion is that when the NPSET was drafted, it was not considered necessary to refer to each section 6 matter when setting out a regime for managing the effects of the national grid. And further, the combined impact of policy 7, which relates to the urban environment, and policy 8, which relates to the rural environment, is to cover the field. And I wonder if it might be useful at that point, Sir, to take you to those provisions. Have you got the NPSET available? Yes.
Oh, that's hoping. Yes, we did. We got it.
Yeah, great. So policy 2 I mentioned, which is.
Sorry, just before you go on to that.
Yes.
Where you said that it refers in the middle of that paragraph, you said it refers to a total of only one matter that being outstanding natural landscapes. Can you just take us to what that is?
Yes. So that is policy 8. The rural environments policy. Planning and development of the transmission system should seek to avoid adverse effects on outstanding natural landscapes, areas of high natural character, and areas of high recreation value and amenity, and existing sensitive activities.
Right.
And when I look at these provisions, what I'm wanting you to consider is the extent to which they grapple with effects of the grid on any matters. And if we start with, I've talked about policy 1 and 2. If we look at policy 3, that is framed in terms of considering measures to avoid, remedy, or mitigate adverse environmental effects of transmission activities, full stop. So it is framed as the way in which this NPS endeavours to guide the consideration of any and all effects of the national grid. And in my submission, that inherently has to cover effects on any resource, including other Section 6 resources. And then it goes on to talk there about considering constraints. And that's logical because in order to properly recognise and provide for the grid as per policy 2, it's important to understand the realities of where the grid must be and the constraints within which it operates. Likewise, policy 4 has very similar introductory wording that's expressed in terms of what I would say are all environmental effects of new transmission infrastructure or major upgrades. And the requirement there is to have regard to the extent to which any adverse effects, again, incredibly broad, have been avoided, remedied, or mitigated by the route, site, and method selection. And so that's saying, even if some are not avoided, remedied, or mitigated, it's relevant to consider the extent to which, or the way in which, Transpower has endeavoured to avoid, remedy, or mitigate. And so that provides a lens through which someone is to consider the remaining effects that might occur despite having undertaken that process. And likewise, policy 5, although that's in terms of operational maintenance and upgrade requirements. And then policies 7 and 8, in terms of urban and then rural environments respectively, provide the more specific directives, not covered by, well, also covered by, but more precisely than those earlier policies. They address things like effects on town centres and areas of high recreational value. So whereas there are general policies that deal with all effects in policies 3 and 4 and 5, policies 7 and 8 identify particular resources that the NPS says, well, you need to treat these ones with a different level of care, perhaps. And that's where we get to rural environments. And the requirement there in terms of policy 7, you'll see it's talking about avoiding adverse effects. So it's quite strict in terms of the town centres, areas of high recreational value or amenity, and existing sensitive activities. And in policy 8, the term is slightly different. It's seek to avoid adverse effects on ONLs, etc. So those are the reasons why I would say it would be drawing a long bow to suggest this NPS does not cover the field in terms of adverse effects. It is not required to refer specifically to every Section 6 matter in order to provide a framework that properly responds to those things. And I think what that has to come back to is the significance of the national grid as being given prominence here in a way that says that significance might mean that activities under the national grid need to have effects on some of those resources in a way that we need to grapple with. And we simply have to have a pathway to enable those to be considered, rather than having anything in the nature of a blanket avoid objective through areas even as significant as Indigenous biodiversity and other things. And to take a practical example, if Transpower was to say, we want to put a new transmission line through an area of significant biodiversity, it's pretty clear under policy 3 and 4 that that decision makers are directed to consider whether that's really necessary in general terms, and whether Transpower has tried hard enough to put it in a place that that and when Mr. Noble gives his evidence, it may be useful if he was to describe the acre model, which is the way Transpower goes about assessing the areas, corridors, routes, and easements or designations that it would need in order to get a new transmission line through. So it goes through quite a rigorous process to determine that, as is entirely appropriate. So returning to 4.8 in my submissions, as an aside, while Mr. Lehman states his view that the NPSET does not provide for managing effects on significant Indigenous biodiversity, regard must be had to the fact that an NPS on biodiversity is not yet in place. This means that where the panel is considering any tension between the NPSET and providing significant Indigenous biodiversity, this must be at a more general level of abstraction. It would seem difficult in my submission to justify a situation where a matter that is important enough to warrant an NPS could be overridden by a matter for which no NPS is in place. And fifthly, the case law above provides that the panel must give consideration to how prescriptive each of the NPSET's policies are. Some of the policies are very directive and prescriptive, specifically policies 1, 2, 5, and 10. If I can get you to just add in there before the next sentence, even, because I'm saying there, even where a policy is worded in a less prescriptive manner, it is submitted that it is entirely appropriate to record that policy's significant weight so that the RPS provides the necessary strategic direction to ensure the sustainable, secure, and efficient transmission of electricity. I now turn to the question of whether there's a bespoke policy for managing environmental effects of the grid, or whether adjustments are made throughout the rest of the RPS instead. That's really what this next section is about. The national grid's an extensive and linear system, and its environmental effects can be significant. Its preference is to avoid adverse environmental effects. Transpower's preference is to avoid adverse environmental effects, but due to technical, operational, and security requirements, it's not always feasible to do so. Where avoidance or mitigation is not practicable, there must be certainty that Transpower can nonetheless operate, maintain, upgrade, and develop the grid. And to provide context, and I've covered there what Mr. Noble's evidence sets out in terms of zero carbon economy and increased electrification, as well as the challenges around providing long-term security of supply to Queenstown. And Mr. Noble can answer questions on that if that's helpful. The NPSET's preamble I've covered earlier, so I can step through that. But given the fact of the NPSET, last part of 5.3, a bespoke policy is appropriate in my submission and would reflect the prominence given to the national grid through the NPSET. In 5.4, both providing for a carve out and providing for what's being required here in a different way are reasonably practicable options. However, a carve out policy is more efficient and effective. It's not clear that either the section 42A report or the supplementary evidence filed by ORC is in disagreement with this proposition. And I've paraphrased there what Ms. McLeod's evidence says in terms of carve-out policies being efficient. And in 5.6, I note there that this approach of a carve-out policy isn't new to Otago. In fact, it's in the existing partially operative regional policy statement that's dated 2 years ago tomorrow. That's policy 4.3.6. And yes, essentially that does a very similar thing to what Transpower is seeking be retained essentially in the RPS. And the challenge that Transpower faces here is having secured that policy previously, it's now in a position where that policy is being walked back to something much more protective. And we're not aware of any evidence that the existing policy has been inefficient or ineffective, or that there's somehow a seismic shift that requires a much more restrictive approach. The approach, as I've said in 5.7, is by no means new or unorthodox. It's the existing approach rather than the proposed approach. As well as the partially operative Otago RPS, recently both Auckland Council and the Marlborough District Council have approved bespoke policies for managing the environmental effects of the national grid in their respective unitary plans. And the section 32 analysis that we say would be needed to move away from that is not undertaken by Mr. Langman as far as we've been able to tell. Instead, he states there needs to be a clear justification for treating this type of infrastructure differently. And further, that there would need to be a clear situation where the NPSET make a specific direction regarding a particular resource which is in conflict with other national instruments before an alternative approach is justified. But to the contrary, if the panel accepts, and that should be Ms. McLeod's evidence, that a bespoke policy is the superior option in terms of efficiency and effectiveness, then a section 32 analysis would demand a clear justification for deviating from this option. And as to Mr. Langman's statement that a clear justification is needed for a bespoke policy, that justification can be found in the fact that there is an NPSET that sets out a comprehensive regime for managing the environmental effects of the grid. Now, in the next section, I turn to the other side of the coin. So we've been discussing effects of the grid on other activities. Now we turn to discussing effects of other activities on the grid, reverse sensitivity in particular, and the possibility that other activities can move towards the grid. These matters are covered in policies 10 and 11 of the NPSET. And in 6.3, I just note there that the case we were discussing earlier confirms that policy 10 is relatively prescriptive. And thinking about King Salmon wording, you'll see about 6 lines down there in terms of what is sought to be protected. What is sought to be protected here is the national electricity transmission grid, an asset which the NPSET recognises of national significance. And as it goes on to state there, a mandatory requirement to ensure that that's not compromised. It's a relatively strong directive. And so that's a core part of the basis for the provisions that Ms. McLeod covers in her evidence, and in particular, her proposed wording of policy P15, which mirrors policy 10 and gives effect to the NPSET. And again, that's not something that's out of the ordinary in a national sense. In 6.5 and onwards, I go on to discuss third-party activities on Māori land. And this comes, I can perhaps paraphrase this, because this comes from, I suppose, an expansion of the definition of Māori land to include what could be quite a broad range of land. And Transpower, I guess, if that's what's needed, Transpower is not going to stand in the way of that. The tricky thing for Transpower comes when that term is then used in policy provisions that enable activities to move closer to, or perhaps even underneath, the national grid in a way that could result in reduced sensitivity effects and constraints on the grid. So that's where the issue lies for Transpower. And we cover that really in 6.6, and we also covered in our opening submissions at the earlier hearing concerns about jurisdiction and also section 32 analysis. And I note in terms of the section 32 analysis component, Kaitahu has submitted that at an RPS level, less information or less justification is needed than when you get to the planning rules. And I can understand that at perhaps a very general level, but the challenge we have here is when the RPS is directing lower order planning documents to enable certain activities that in a way that could enable them close to the national grid. We need to have a better understanding now of really where that might go in order to understand whether that high level direction is appropriate. Because if the direction is set in stone at this point and flows through, the horse may well have bolted in terms of those effects at that later stage. So that's the nature of that concern. And so in 6.9, I note there in terms of the breadth of that definition of Māori land, we say really there that the scope of such provisions should align with the scope of section 6E. And in 6.10, I go on to talk about the factor or nexus that needs to be there between the cultural and traditions and the land in question. The definitions I haven't quoted there, but they do in 6.12, I note, include land owned or leased by a person with evidence of kaitahu whakapapa connection to that land. And appreciating the significance and importance of whakapapa, the point of uncertainty for Transpower at this point is just how much of that land we're dealing with here and the extent to which that might be near transmission assets. And 6.13, I note there the reason for those parts of uncertainty. There's no clarification as to how much land could be within the scope of these definitions. And the concern is that if a large amount of land is identified that triggers that definition, then the enabling effect of the provisions that connect with that definition might mean that there's actually no constraint on activities establishing near the national grid. And while I appreciate what Kaitahu said in its response, I think in its supplementary submissions on the 9th of February that I've referred to in footnote 29, I appreciate they focus on the enabling effect of the provisions on Māori land, and to some extent that's not a matter that should affect others. The rider to that is that it can affect Transpower if those provisions are enabling of activities close to the grid in a way that results in a constraint on the grid. And that's the aspect that we haven't seen really any grappling with in terms of the section 32 analysis. So I don't take that point any further at this stage, but just so that you can understand the nature of the concern and the way it might play out in practice. In 7, I've noted briefly the National Environmental Standards for electricity transmission, and I don't need to take you through that. It's not expressly relied on by Transpower, but it would perhaps seem odd if we didn't mention it, given it's other higher order documents. It's another higher order document that would refer to. And finally, I just go on to talk there about the 2 witnesses for Transpower who will be speaking next, and they've each got some brief introductory comments that they can provide, and then obviously they have you to answer questions too. So, questions the panel may have, those are my submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Conroy. We might leave those till after our break. I think we'll make it half an hour today, so it'll be 1:30, just after 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Conway, you want to start with some questions? Commissioner Sullivan?
Yeah, and I think Mr. Conway, I just have one question. Paragraph 4.7 was got me to thinking a little bit there. Your view is contrary to Mr. Langman's evidence. And I suppose you seem to be, well, you sort of discussed that in some detail and saying that you consider that the NPSET was considering all effects, even though it didn't cast its mind through the policies to each individual, to different effects individually. But I was thinking when, and so you were then sort of saying that you don't necessarily have to consider the part two matters because they're sort of implicitly considered within the policies. Correct me if I've got that wrong. But I was then looking at the policies in the NPSET where they are sort of, I suppose, directing, it talks about avoid, remedy, mitigate effects in policy 4. And I think there was another couple of points where it did talk about that as well. And so where it's referring to effects, it's almost like would you need to take guidance from the likes of section 6 or other sections in part 2 to determine the extent to which that avoid, remedy or mitigate is appropriate and how far you go with that and what you do where. I'm just wondering how you sort of reconcile that when you look at these policies, there's actually minimal guidance there.
Yes, it is an interesting one, given that I guess you might hope that a national policy statement would give more specific direction on some of those points. I think certainly no suggestion from Transpower that you ignore section 6 or part 2. And the reality though is that I don't think we should assume that drafters of this NPS didn't have the full part 2 in front of them. So it's not a situation where this panel needs to somehow backfill other content into this NPS to try and make it make sense. So this is a give effect to requirement that's intended to achieve the purpose of the Act. And I think that's probably about as far as I'd say it. But I don't think it's a situation where you need to ignore section 6 matters. That's certainly not what I'm saying. And that's part of the reason why I suppose the primary submission is in terms of this NPS being as comprehensive as it needs to be. But the secondary submission is, even if you do look back at section 6 to understand it, section 6 in itself is not quite as rigid or as constraining as there might be a fear that it is.
Yeah, we've heard other submissions along those lines as well. In terms of the other, I suppose, we've also heard submissions around this one, the NPS-FM, and that's a reasonably substantial document. And I know we're only, there are some provisions in the RPS that don't, we're not considering here, but for those that do, and I think this is something that comes in to some extent within this chapter as well. What's your view, having heard what Mr. Anderson said, and I know we've had contrary views from others as well. Is that something you've turned your mind to as well? How the NPSET and how whether we sort of reconcile the two documents or how they fit together?
I've not seen anything in relation to the relief Transpower seeking here that would run up against anything in the NPS-FM.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's anything that you particularly need to balance on that. Mr. Cloud may have some time to ponder that. I don't know whether you've got any thoughts on that.
I think one of the key things to note in the MPSF is that it does distinguish infrastructure or particular types of infrastructure and provide a pathway. There's a relationship between them in that respect.
Yeah, and that recognition is within here, but no, that's helpful. Yes, there's nothing that sort of butts up against each other. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Bianca actually has just touched on the issue I was going to ask you around. The only thing I'd probably add to that in terms of policy 8 in the MPS, it refers to areas of high natural character. It has referred to outstanding natural landscapes, but then it goes to areas of high natural character. And I'm just wondering, in a legal sense, I know how that's applied in some contexts. Would that encapsulate some of the other Section 6 matters, for example, Indigenous biodiversity? Could they be a part of that, surely?
I guess it's possible that some of the areas of high natural character are also scheduled as significant natural areas or other areas of biodiversity. It's quite possible. Whether it's probably not a one-for-one relationship, but it's likely there is some sort of relationship in some cases.
If you're a significant natural area, you probably have high natural character, I would think. I'm just wondering, is there any case law around that particular phrase in relation to this document? Because high natural character kind of means sort of different things in different contexts.
In terms of the way it's applied in this NPSET, I'm not aware of any specific case law on that. So you'd probably be looking at more general case law, which I haven't turned my mind to in preparation for this, but there is case law on natural character, that's for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora, Matt. I see one question. It's around Maryland, the Maryland Benefield submission. Let's see. It's not quite vexed, I suppose, but an interesting concept of whakapapa connection to the land. And you raised a point here about, arguably, Ngaitahu could lay claim to just about any part of the Waipōnamu through whakapapa. And you kind of leave me dangling at the end, right? I'm not quite sure where you're then taking the argument. I think I understand the essence of the argument, but ultimately, what is it that you're saying here?
I think in terms of where the relief might go on that point, this is a point in response to a request by another submitted kaitahu to make some changes here in the Regional Council's amendment to that definition. The question that underpins where that goes is really, well, how broad would that change in definition take this? And is that breadth something that is in line with what Section 6E in particular is endeavouring to achieve? And I simply don't know the answer to that, and that's why it comes to a point of uncertainty, and with uncertainty comes concern that it might mean something much broader and therefore have a wider impact.
Yeah, well, I was reading yours pretty much on the cloud of uncertainty, and I was like, Matt's got the answer for me. And I got it there, it wasn't quite there. I know Ms. McLeod has addressed that in some of it as well, but I just wondered what your own thoughts were from a legal point of view.
Yes, well, I think having a tighter or clarified definition of Māori land is probably one thing that's worth considering to ensure that it's aligned with what the Act is looking for, but it's also looking at how it works in practice, and that's where we come into some of the policies that relate to reverse sensitivity and what activities on Māori land are sought to be enabled. And again, in principle, certainly no concern with that. It's more just that if that land happens to be beside or underneath national grid assets, there is a potential for a constraining effect, and it would be irresponsible for us not to be alive to that in the way that we've sought to outline.
Yeah, I think it was one of the generators who brought to my attention, at least, not the rest, and the fact that there were transmission lines over, for example, the Mata'au, which is a wahi tupuna. I hadn't quite, sort of realized that a wahi tupuna was that expensive. It's not it's not terminology that we use in my part. So I was kind of looking for further definition. And when I saw that, I said, my gosh, a wahi tupuna can be quite expensive, let alone just a river, And I imagine that a lot of the wahi tupuna are not that well defined. It may be in Ngaito's eyes, but for everybody else to understand as well. And then the juxtapositioning or the positioning of a just for argument's sake, transmission lines or whatever, that close to a wahi tupuna, for me, has some quite important ramifications that this needs to deal with. They're not that simple, they're not that straightforward. Yeah. All right, good, thanks.
There was a passage, and I'm just trying to pick it up in your submissions. Hopefully, I like it. We use the phraseology of balance, and there was a very strong admonition from Mr. Anderson to us that this was not a balancing exercise in terms of the various instruments. What's your response to that?
I'm interested to find that part myself in terms of that word. Perhaps it did slip in there.
It did slip.
Well, I'm saying perhaps it did. Obviously, you've spotted it. So.
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have put question marks by it, but
the terminology that was used in the Tauranga case was very much reconciling, and I think that was what was discussed yesterday.
Right.
And I think that must be right, because it's the King Salmon approach more generally, where you're saying, well, if we've got competing national direction, for example, you don't start with the assumption that you need to favour one over the other. You endeavour to give effect to them both, and then and that's a process of reconciliation. And I think the court said often you find even with things that initially look like they might conflict, you can read them together in a way that works. And so that's what I essentially would submit can happen here, particularly when we look at protection as a word in section 6. I don't think it's a matter of balancing protection against providing for the national grid. It's a matter of providing for the national grid in a way that also provides a suitable level of protection. And to that end, perhaps it's helpful to identify that certainly there's no suggestion that Transpower should have a free-for-all in terms of the provisions. And the provisions that Ms McLeod will take you through clearly, and I think carefully, endeavour to provide for that protection in a way that reconciles it rather than balances it with the needs of the national grid.
Yeah. So a lot of that come back to the issue of scale of effects, wouldn't it? That you, in some cases, it might be a situation where the scale of the effect is so great on the protected value that you would expect a decline or an avoid type approach. And whereas if the scale was minor, it could be managed or offset or compensated for, then a pathway should be open. Is that the thrust of what you're saying?
Well, the scale could be part of it, and I think the nature of the approach that Transpower takes to identifying suitable routes is one that takes those kinds of things into account. That what are the resources there in that potential corridor that we need to be particularly looking out for. And to the extent that that there would be a significant scale of effects that would be relevant there and would likely be relevant at consenting stage 2. I guess I wouldn't want to provide a particular line on it at this point to say, well, that's a threshold we need to build in here into the RPS, but it's relevant to consider the scale.
Yeah. And the point you were making about the, forget the acronym you used, Mr. Noble, ACRE, is it? Or something? Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, that Mr. Noble detailed that in his evidence, and yeah. Right. I found the word, by the way. It was, and it wasn't in relation to the actual instruments you used in the sense of effects. So it's at page 4. There's bullet point. And the 5th line, making it important that those exercising powers and functions under the Act balance local, regional, and national environmental effects. So you would take, should we change that to reconcile on your response to it?
No, we shouldn't do, because that's the preamble to the NPSET. So I've simply quoted that preamble there.
Oh.
And perhaps it's another illustration of why the preamble was found to be wanting in some respects. We now know how we should apply these things, and it's not to use that word generally, it seems. So yes, I'll leave that as is, but now you understand why it was used.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. So you're clear. That's right. Mr. Cubitt's already pointed out at 4.7, I've made the same observation that I think you'd underdone yourself slightly when you said there was a total of only one matter listed in section 6 being outstanding natural landscapes, and the natural character point that he's raised is in your favour. And I just really, the only other matter that I wanted to just discuss very briefly with you was that the problem with the Māori land issue that Mr. Kirikiri's just talked to you about is that if you look at section 6E, and if you look at Kaitahu's ancestral relationships with their land, whether it be a direct whakapapa to particular pieces of land, or whether it's an ancestral relationship to a broader piece of land, the reality is that they can make that linkage really across, as you point out, the whole of the region. So it's one of the things we have to grapple with. But I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that we can't overlook the fact that section 6E talks about that ancestral relationship to land as much as the whakapapa relationship, and that is an issue that we need to address. I don't think there's any other questions that I have for you. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Right, so I'll now hand over to Mr. Noble, who has prepared a brief highlights package of his evidence, and we'll step through that and then we can ask questions.
Right, it is a highlights package. If I could just start with, I have a speech impediment, so if you just hang in there, you'll slowly get there. First of all, though, if I could just bring you to a small error in the evidence I provided, that if we could correct that, it would be helpful. Under clause 8.7, where I say Transpower estimates the demand for renewable energy will increase by 68% by 2025. That should be 2050. Obviously, we aren't going to build all this generation in the next 2 years. Just out of interest for that, that is equivalent to about 200 megawatts per annum. Clyde is 464. So if you think for the next 27 years, we'll have to build an effect of 200 megawatts and connect that to the grid and transport it from point A to point B. It's quite a challenge, which I heard yesterday and this morning that the panel is kind of well aware of. So the national grid is the electricity infrastructure and the system that transports electricity in bulk from generators to distributors. Transpower is not a generator. Transpower is not a distributor. We are merely transmission. It consists of lines which are built up of towers and poles, substations, switching stations, and they span between Kaikoui in the north to Bluff in the south. The grid is a very long, stringy grid. It's not the same as the grid around the world, which is interconnected. We are an island or two islands in the Pacific. We haven't got any interconnection to Aussie or any other place. Therefore, the electricity problem is actually our own. We have to resolve it. We also differ from the distribution system. Is that in a distribution system, if you have an outage or you have a fault, you could affect between hundreds and possibly multiples of hundreds of people. As we've just found with Cyclone Gabriel, in a transmission system, you aren't talking hundreds of people, you are talking thousands of people. We have recently had a tower that's slipping up in the northern area. We gave them advice that you could have to be ready for outages. That would have affected tens of thousands of people. So from a transmission side, it just goes to show the importance of the grid to the New Zealand community. As we head forward with decarbonisation and climate change and our resilience, we will have to invest in the grid. We'll have to upgrade it. We'll have to invest more and actually build more grid. The way that generation is being connected to the grid is extremely uncertain, whether it's a wind farm, solar farm, multiple farms. The grid was built between the 1920s and more or less the 1970s. The 220 kV grid was between about 1955 and 1980 or 85. We have optimised about as much as we can out of that. Now we've got a few upgrades left. I was just part of the Clear Upper Waitaki project, where we duplexed one of the lines and released 400 gigawatts of energy. So that's the type of thing we can do, but we're getting less and less opportunity. We've more or less hit the end of that. So any rules or framework really needs to take into consideration the ability to actually increase the capacity of the grid to be able to connect that generation to meet that 68% that we foresee by 2050. As we saw with Cyclone Gabriel, resilience is going to be an increasing buzzword, whether it be flooding, whether it be tsunami, whether it be earthquake. In terms of the grid, we haven't invested in a lot of resilience, but sure as heck with climate change heading the way it's heading, we'll have to do that very, very soon. If I just took as an example, when I've highlighted it under case study 1 in evidence, Queenstown and Frankton. If we lost Frankton substation, if we lost the 110 kV line between Cromwell and Frankton, it is lights out in Queenstown. It is long-term lights out. It could take anything between days to weeks to bring it back. Once again, just that whole view of the grid, we've been trying to deal put it the best we have over time. We've optimised the assets. We're about to replace the transformers. But once again, we've hit the end of that as well. So we're going to have to look at investing in a new supply to Queenstown. That brings with it the challenge of, do you build transmission? Do you build generation? Would you like wind turbines, or would you like a transmission line? Would you like a hydro, as I've heard earlier? You know, batteries are good for short term, but they're not good for long term. So there's a lot of challenges coming up very, very soon. From a transmission perspective, trying to get a transmission line into Queenstown is effectively, with the avoidance clause or the avoidance requirement. When you look at the mapped ONLs and you look at the mapped Waihi Tapuna as highlighted, it's damn near impossible to do. So we're looking for a framework that gives us the ability to have that reconciliation trade-off balance between avoid versus minimize versus do the best you can with the best you've got. It's a really hard challenge to all of us. So from that perspective, Transpower does, as highlighted earlier, operate what we call an acre process. So it's an area, corridor, route, easement process. It was first trialled on the Auckland to Whakamaru line back in about 2005, went through a board of inquiry and ultimately got us a line route all the way down. As part of that process, we actually map where we want to begin and end, and then create an area. What's your study area? You then look at all the constraints in there. O&Ls, you look at land use, you look at Maryland, you look at QE2, you look at transportation, you look at highways, you look at tourism, and you score all those, and then you bring down into some corridors, which might be 5 kilometres wide, might even be bigger. You then do that process again, hopping on the ground, consulting with people, and then you shrink that down to routes, and you take your best choice of routes and you bring that down to an easement. So an easement is effectively a line corridor. Through that process, there is a robust challenge, and although we score things that have an avoid on them reasonably highly, when you score everything out and you weight everything, we have to remember that that might not be the overriding factor when you add in the other 10 factors. So as part of the making process, we're confident that that gets us to a point of minimise as best as possible, but it might not avoid. That's that. Just in terms of minimising options, I would just like to kind of cover off the piece that I kind of cut across slightly, which is undergrounding. Everyone talks about undergrounding is an awesome option, and yes, it is at a distribution level. At a transmission level, it is good for urban areas, for very small areas. It's not good for long lengths. It is 15 times more expensive than overhead. So if you think about an overhead option to Queenstown could cost in the order of $200 million, times it out by 15, you end up getting a very big number very fast. And that would have to be paid for by the local community. So that's a real problem. They can take weeks to repair. We don't have expertise here to do any joint repairs. You have to bring them in out of overseas. They have to have good permanently resistant ground, as we learned from the Auckland cable failures. If you have the wrong heating around, or sorry, if you have the wrong heating disbursement around cables, then they overheat, they burn out, and they fail. So you have to have the right land, you've got to have the right type of area. It's got to be geographically sound, and you've got to dig a really big hole to actually get cables in. You are effectively digging a 1-lane road per cable circuit. So underground is a great idea, but in terms of a minimising option, just be aware, yes, we do consider it, but there's a whole heap of other factors technically. In case study 2 in the evidence, I originally wrote that around why we can have problems in areas that have special characteristics. But then I've actually been reflecting on that. And the reflection I've got is they are built. They are there. We are coexisting in those areas now. So the picture on the back page is a tower that's up by Loganburn Reservoir. Whole section of line goes through what is actually deemed an O&L. But the transmission line is there now. We are coexisting, so it can happen. Same thing with biodiversity areas. Same thing with Waihi Tapuni. You can actually span over it. So the avoid thing is not necessarily the be all and end all. There's ways around things. So all in all, just to summarise, the evidence I have provided provides quite detailed info on the grid. As I highlighted earlier, we're trying to get a framework that works for everybody, and quite happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, no, let's move on. Thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions. The thing I suppose I was wondering is, to what extent are Trustpower involved in plans for renewable electricity generation developments? Are you involved reasonably early on in terms of bringing in any distribution type issues, or is that something that you sort of plug in down the track?
Yeah, just to clarify, we are Transpower. Yeah. So Transpower has actually commenced a piece of work that we'll just put on hold to rethink at the moment.
Yeah.
It's called a renewable energy zone. It's working with MB and distributors and generators to try and identify areas of the country that are potentially available or would be good candidates. We were going to trial it up in the northern area. However, as I said, we put it out there, we got feedback, and we are currently looking at the best way to actually do that.
Yeah. So is it a question that comes up reasonably early on? Are you asked the question, can you convey electricity from point A to point B if this proposal was to proceed, or is
transporting energy A to B, we get a lot of approaches from generators now, especially offshore, new businesses that are investigating solar and wind and offshore wind and a whole heap of other things. So we are part of that process early on, because they have to connect to the grid for the capacity that they're talking about. Small generation, like we heard about this morning, they are better to actually hook into the distribution networks anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, and I presume the sort of grid exit points that you have, that I think we've heard about in evidence, are the sort of, they dictate, if you bring a line into Queenstown, for example, that would dictate at least some part of your route that you would have to go through, because I presume you would have to get into those areas.
That's correct. And I mean, if you thought about Queenstown now, we go into Frankton, there's probably no room to put anything there anyway. So we would look to move out slightly. Yeah. But then the distribution company has to pick up that transfer from there into the urban areas. But when you look at Queenstown and you look out the way it's mapped, you've got to go halfway back to Cromwell before you get anywhere. It's pretty well impossible.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Your summary there was actually very helpful and answered some of my questions. But on that, your sort of acre cascade approach, so you start at the big area and you slowly drop down. That first stage, area A, I'm assuming that's kind of a desktop study that you will be looking, going to use the word again, schedules and plans.
Correct.
That might identify outstanding natural areas, etc.
Absolutely right.
You've mentioned in the Queenstown coast. So they would be useful for you in that process. No,
so we do take every form of GIS that we can actually get our hands on, which is all the schedules and maps and we do apply that. Yeah.
It's
all the way down.
Yeah, and it's similar to the process that the generators are talking about. This is the first look, and we look at this area, and if it's mapped, we'll try and avoid them and then move into the next area
as best you can.
Yeah.
Because from a grid perspective, if we were to look at the Queenstown option, just an example, you have to connect that to the grid, and the nearest point of the grid is between Cromwell and Terrace, or it's way back at Lumsden, more or less. So we're not caught with you're just trying to develop an isolated area. We're caught with a linear piece of infrastructure that could go tens of kilometres to get anywhere near to a connection point.
When those examples you've talked about in 8.7 and 8.8, so it's terrace solar development, which I'm not sure where that is, where that might be, and also Lake Onslow, I guess. Those areas, from my knowledge of those areas, they're probably high natural character areas. So when you go through that exercise, I guess, they're quite expensive, those areas.
They are.
It illustrates what you're saying, at least. And in those areas, well, for example, Lake Onslow, know that the lines currently actually go through the lake.
Correct.
If they expand that to the size they're talking about, well, one, you're going to have to move the current lines.
Yeah.
But am I reading your evidence to say that, given the capacity is that if the battery was built, you're going to have to build another line
Absolutely
to
right.
get that power out?
Yeah. So we would if you took Onslow to its state at the moment that they're talking about, it's 1,200 megawatts, which is more than the Waitaki scheme on its own. So we would probably have to build something from there to Benmore to be able to get the power north. So yeah, which would then go through, as you highlight, one of those O&Ls and over the ranges and all sorts of things. Yeah.
So you're going to have effectively two lines of pylons coming through there, your existing ones that you have to relocate, and the ones that are,
Yeah, the ones that are there now go to Dunedin.
yeah,
So they come from Roxburgh across, pass Onslow through the Rocklands and then to Bromo Hill.
Bigger sevens and that's coming over from probably Onslow over to the Loganburn and down, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So which direction then?
We'd have to go north.
You'd go north.
Yeah. North up
You'd probably get
towards,
over into the Manitoba.
you head up to the Pyrea,
Yeah.
Pyrea area through, through.
Just thinking how that area is looked at, and that's probably the same.
There is our challenge, you know. You can't hook between a rock and a hard place.
In the terrace solar development, which I didn't know anything about until you mentioned that. So that's obviously one of those ones that people have approached you if it's commercially sensitive.
No, there was an article in the paper about that one actually.
Oh, was it?
So it was probably 6 months ago. There was articles in the paper. Yeah, and I mean to be honest with you, from an Otago Regional Council area, without sharing any confidential information, we've got 3 or 4 other solar operators who are talking to us at the moment about connecting up to the grid.
Well, I don't know where they are, but I know where Terrace is, and I'm trying to think of where the
We have a line right there, basically.
Yeah, so it's not too big deal to connect in there. Yeah.
So we've got a line that goes through Bendigo and then up over the Linders. So
seems to be a lot happening in Terrace at the moment.
yeah.
The only other thing I was going to ask you is what, and it's more in terms of, or maybe it is the Onslow thing, but in your 5.1, when you come to replacement, I think you talked about sometimes they might have to be set away from the existing structure. Could you just expand on that? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
You're getting it there.
So if it took, for example, the project we've just completed between Roxburgh and Livingston.
I've watched it happen. So
I was a boss of that, so there you go. We had to replace three structures, but you actually don't replace them in exactly the same spot because you want to get one tower up whilst the other one's up and transfer the conductors, and then take the old tower away. You try and do that on the same alignment, because if you move off alignment, you move into property issues because you've changed your theoretical corridor. So that was more just about, that when we replace structures, we try and keep them on the alignment. Depending on the terrain, that can be problematic. Under the Naceta, we're allowed to go half a tower width, basically, which is enough, but it's only just enough. So
I am aware of some of the property owners in that area, and some of them are quite niggly.
Which one in particular?
That'll be an off-the-record conversation. But when you do that, and it's probably a question for Ainsley, because I'm not sure. I know you're protected by law, legislation, rather than designations, or are those lines designated?
No. So we have,
when you move them, how do you deal with that? So you have to negotiate.
Then we have to procure an easement. So the lines are there as a statutory right under the Electricity Act if they were built before 1992, if I remember, something like that. After that, we've had to procure easements and right-of-ways. Yeah.
And you don't use the designation process to deal with that when you've got a niggly landowner or something, and that's your really only option.
The NES for electricity transmission activities is the typical avenue that you would use for upgrading of existing lines. So that provides for both regional and district consenting matters.
Yeah, I'm talking more where they've been moved.
It allows for tower relocation. That's what Mr. Noble was saying, that as a permitted activity, you can move a tower a certain distance,
Yeah.
and then it would trigger the need for a consent.
Mr. Cubitt's meaning the actual property right.
Yeah.
Do you use the designation to
No.
overcome?
No, so
My apology.
Yeah, that's right.
So we attempt to procure an easement in good faith, and most of the time it's able to actually be done.
Harold, thank you. I found your evidence really interesting, helpful in the context of how all this works.
You know, I'm just curious about how often all this stuff needs to be done. In other words, longevity, the lifetime of the poles, and
Yeah.
other than saying, you know, there's a new project come up and say you've got to do whatever you've got to do, but how often do you have to replace anything?
So replacing, perhaps if you just go for pylons or towers, because that's easy. They are made from steel, and it's all galvanized. The first ones got built in the 1920s as a whole lot of data. Those are actually still there today. It depends on the corrosivity. Transpower does spend in the order of $50 million per annum painting towers. So when they get to the end of their galvanizing life, we then paint towers and we start painting them again every once in every 20 odd years. So we treat our structures as a perpetual asset, unless there's a need, there isn't a requirement for them there. Poles, old timber poles, we'll replace with concrete poles, steel poles.
You made the point earlier on that you need to bring in people to do some of this, whatever it is that you need to bring them in for.
Only with jointing of underground cables.
Okay.
So in New Zealand, Transpower outsources all of its maintenance and projects work. We've got contractors. I think our contracted workforce is something like 2,000 people. So yeah.
When you say contracted out, no, but just anywhere in New Zealand, or
we've got a set of contractors like Ventia and Electrics and Downer. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks a lot.
I'm not sure where I saw it, but I remember reading years ago now, probably some suggestion that in terms of resilience or achieving resilience, if a project the size of Onslow went ahead, that in reality the grid would require a doubling up, essentially right up to the North Island. Is that correct? Or not?
If they built the 1,200 gigawatt option, more than likely we would have to, and it was used as a base load tool, then the answer is probably it would have to be an extra HVDC line. Yeah.
If is there any sort of, on your experience, any sort of recognisable planning timeframe in terms of the acre, leave out the E, but just the ACR part of it, that you would recognise as being what you have to allow for? If you looked at, say, the Queenstown example, or alternatively, if you looked at the 600 megawatt option for Onslow and going to Benmore, what sort of time frame are we talking about?
Perhaps if I answer that slightly differently, if it's okay. If you take, for example, the Auckland to Whakamaru line that we built, which was using the ACRE process, fast tracking through a board of inquiry, tender award and build of 186 kilometres of line, that took 8.5 years. The actual build, yeah, that was fast track. That was working with an alliance kind of contractor, but the actual ACRE and board of inquiry process took over 5 years.
And the build?
About 3 years, 3 and a bit.
So we're talking 11, 12 years.
No, all up it's about 8.5.
Oh,
So yeah, but that was fast track. That was burning effigies, if everyone remembers that, and all sorts of things.
So 5 years for the acre process and 3.5 or thereabouts.
It can be, depending on how complex and long the asset you're trying to build is. Yeah. I mean, if it's a small connection that's 2.5 kilometres long, it's pretty easy because the area is smaller.
But I mean, the more complex it is in an environmental sense, in a planning sense, say for the Queen stuff.
Yeah. So if you took, for example, Queenstown, just an example, our estimates are by 2034, 35, we would have hit the top end of the peak load of what we're able to provide. So if you work backwards from that, very, very soon we're going to have to be looking at it. And we are actively talking to both Aurora and PowerNet and also QLTC. You know about that.
And the easement.
The easement.
Do you have to enter into rental type arrangements?
Transpower doesn't enter into rental agreements. We have got lump sum easement payments. We have, as an acquiring authority, we can compulsorily acquire, but if you go down that process, you might as well add another 3 to 4 years on that process again to try and run down that track, because you have to get so far down that path.
So you, in essence, you capitalise the that sort of requirement process an upfront payment.
Possibly, yeah.
I'm not being critical.
No, fair enough.
Look, like the other side, I certainly found your evidence very interesting. Your oral summary was very helpful. Thank you. And it answered all of the queries that I'd noted. So thank you very much, Mr. Noble. Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Thank you very much. I thought today I'd begin by talking a little bit around policy statement architecture, and I know we've talked about where provisions should go and cross-referencing or prevailing over and those kind of matters. So I thought it'd be useful to set out my position around that and some of the choices I think we all have in making recommendations or suggestions around the structure of the policy statement. Firstly, probably it's useful to note that I support the recommendation in the section 42A report that the most general infrastructure provisions be at the front, followed by the specific energy and transport. In my evidence, I don't though support the national grid being relocated to the energy section, the provisions that relate to the national grid being relocated to the energy section. And the reason for that is to me, that created duplication and complexity. That's because the suggestion isn't that the national grid provisions go to the energy chapter and the energy chapter is the chapter that applies to the national grid. It's because the suggestion is that the infrastructure and the energy chapter apply to the national grid. So I think yesterday it was highlighted that there are different provisions for things, for instance, like maintenance, operation and upgrading, that you could effectively need to be looking at 2 policies instead of 1. So I just don't know that that's the most appropriate and efficient way to respond to the MPSCT. Then I guess we come to how does the policy statement respond to the, how does the regional policy statement respond to the national policy statement? And perhaps the starting point to note is that policy 14 of the national policy statement directs that the regional council include objectives, policies and methods to facilitate the long-term planning for investment in transmission infrastructure and its integration with land uses. It's quite a lot to understand, and currently the policy statement as amended by the section 42A report includes a single objective to respond to that policy, but I think my reading of policy 14 that it's directing a multiple of objectives that think about the national grid and the development of the national grid in a more fulsome way. So then we turn to thinking about what the regional policy statement ought to do. And I think there are three choices. And the first is, should provisions be specific to the national grid or more general to regionally significant and nationally significant infrastructure? Or should, or all infrastructure, or, do you have just a national grid policy like the current, the partially operative RPS, or do you have a generic regionally significant infrastructure policy? And I'm very mindful of the fact that the Section 42A report expressed a very strong preference for the generic, and I think that's achievable, and that's the relief that I've drafted in my evidence, sort of a middle ground, if you like, where some clauses in that policy might address the national grid specifically, and I'll take you through those in a moment, whereas there are others that can apply to nationally and regionally significant infrastructure more generally. And I think the next choice is, when you're responding to particular matters, and I'm thinking about the effects of that infrastructure, should that be dispersed through the regional policy statement, or should it sit in the energy and infrastructure chapter? And I've made the same choice in my evidence as the partially operative RPS, and that is that the provisions ought to stand alone and sit in the energy and infrastructure chapter. And then I think the last choice is then, okay, then what do you do with the rest of the RPS, and how does that relate to that chapter? And either you can leave things out there to be reconciled later somehow in future planning documents and in future consenting processes. Sometimes there'll be quite a direct conflict, and I would suggest that might be the case if there were an avoid policy elsewhere in the RPS. You could do what is in the partially operative RPS, which is a clear statement about what prevails, or you can potentially use cross references so that, say, for instance, in the codes, and this is done inconsistently currently in the notified version of the RPS, where say the eco chapter says go to look at the infrastructure chapter, or vice versa. There's a cross referencing between. And in my view, that probably sits more comfortably with the scheme of the proposed RPS. And so that is where I've come to in my evidence from a structural perspective. And I hope that sort of explains where and why I've structured the proposed provisions in attachment A to my evidence. I just wondered whether it was worth just talking you briefly through some of the amendments that I proposed, basically working through, rather than working through the pages of my evidence, because you've read them, just quickly talking through some of the amendments that I suggest to the Section 42A version, and highlighting some of the amendments and the reasons for them. So
I think we've read those as well.
Yes.
And it might be just more useful to explore those by questions. But equally, if there are other matters that you wanted to highlight, rather than tracking us through what we've read, then certainly feel free.
Perhaps I'm happy to go straight to questions, and if there's anything that I think that is useful to highlight after that, then we could go that way.
Okay,
yeah,
that sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you.
And on saying that, I mean, I think what you laid out in your evidence to me was reasonably clear, or has already been covered off. So I didn't have any specific questions.
Right.
No. Thank you. Yeah, just in relation to your last comments around the architecture of the plan, it does sit, and I think I'm not 100% certain, slightly at odds with the lines companies who are looking at a more concise sort of chapter. In fact, they've recommended it be included in with the generation activities, given the clear linkages. You can't build it if you're not going to be able to use it, and you can't use it if you can't get it there. And you've expressed your preference there, so I won't go further down that track.
Perhaps I could comment that if if the provisions that are related to the national grid were solely within the energy, I think that might be what the Lions Company proposed, that that's the one go-to. I would support that. My issue would be that,
but they are saying that it needs to be a standalone chapter and we don't go back to the infrastructure. And it may have been Ms. Ruston and Ms. Justice. I think they've set out with here's two policies, both apply. One's got a different test than the other. It's like the confusion.
Yes, that's exactly my point.
Yeah. And when you talk about that, there seems to be more of an approach around the country that they are carved out. But you did say that sometimes that causes you problems, makes it more strict. How does that happen when you've got a national policy statement?
I'll give you an example, and it's related to giving effect to policy 7 of the NPSET, which Mr. Conway highlighted as a strict avoid policy.
So that's the urban environment? No.
Yes.
Yeah, it's urban environment.
Yes.
Yeah.
So avoid adverse effects on town centres. That's a pretty firm statement, and that's a statement that Transpower needs to live with in giving effect to the NPSET, that perhaps other infrastructure providers don't need to live with. And so you'll see that that flows into my drafting of policy INFP 13, where I've included a clause 2A.
Sorry, can you just take us to the paragraph?
Yeah, what
This is, I can take you to the paragraph.
I keen to look in your evidence.
Evidence, yes.
Paragraph 8, 37.
Yes, so at clause 2A, in order to give effect to the NPSET, I've suggested that there needs to be an avoid policy that relates to the national grid, but I'm not brave enough to suggest that that ought to apply to all infrastructure. But it needs to be there to give effect to the NPSET, and that's an example of where, sometimes the NPSET doesn't just give Transpower these whopping great get out of jail cards.
No, because when you think about that one in the context of what Mr. Noble has been talking about in relation to Queenstown, if that's a narrow corridor into Queenstown, which is pretty much built up now, there's probably one sliver on the right-hand side of the road going to, but I think that's earmarked for development. But even if you put a transmission line in down there, or now you have town centres or in the Franklin flats, that there'd be an adverse effect visually.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be able to go in there now under that, would you?
Oh, I think that getting a line into Queenstown is a really good example of how this policy needs to be set up to allow that to occur in the best way possible.
Yeah.
And there's the avoid, so those are the places you can't go. And then there's the list of the special areas, if you like, mostly section 6 areas, and they're the seek to avoids. And that gives you that opportunity to, if you think about it in the context of Queenstown, if you needed a line between Cromwell and Queenstown, you're going to be in an ONL, an ONF, an SNA, or a Waihi Te Puna, or a residential area. So there need to be choices, and they need to be weighed up through a proper evaluation. And so the evaluative matters come into clause 3 of that policy, they're also directed by the NPSET. But the seek to avoid says, hey, these places are special, try not to go there as much as you can. It's seek to avoid's a tough test. You've really got to try and demonstrate that you've tried. And tried in relation to a number of matters that are set out in clause 3. So the Queenstown example to me gives you that ability to weigh up whether for that particular line, being in a Waihi Te Puna or an ONL or an SNA is the better choice, rather than saying absolutely avoid that SNA but go on that ridge line. You know, that if you have an avoid for one and not an avoid for the others, then it will deliver a different outcome.
Yeah, just in the context of that, we spoke to Kaitahu around the way to Puna issue, and others have mentioned that it's the values of those areas, not necessarily avoiding those areas. And that's not reflected in your drafting, and I'm not sure it's reflected in the drafting of the original provision. Should that be noted, or
yes, it is.
Characteristics and values actually have identified that. Yes, sorry.
Yes, and I think that's a really important thing for me to highlight, that the policy as drafted and amended in the 42A talked about locating infrastructure, and to me that's even bigger discouragement, if you like avoiding the location as opposed to avoiding the effects on the values and characteristics. Are two very different things.
Yeah. Sometimes I think it's lost in translation in these things. But you've also added 4 to your P13. Now, who does that relate to? Everyone?
Yes, it's the catch-all, if you like. Yeah, because there are all these special directives for the special areas. When you're outside of those special areas, there's still a need to do something with the adverse effects, and that's the catch-all.
So, so why do you have having regard to matters from 6A to F? Because surely they should be captured in those special areas.
I think that the intention there is to be referring to the matters for the consideration of effects, so having regard to effects. So that clause 3A, not section 6. I may need to correct that.
Oh,
yeah. So
here we go.
yeah.
So I read that. Sorry, it's section 6 of the Act.
No, my apologies. I think that my cross-reference is incorrect, but the intention is to refer to those particular considerations that you have for regionally nationally significant infrastructure.
Sorry, and so the 6 relates to what?
It relates to 3A.
Should actually be 3A.
So it should
could just be 3A.
Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah. And I know it's not relevant to you, but you've left a hard test for infrastructure that's not regionally significant. So as to avoid effects on those values.
Yeah,
yes,
that's right.
Objective 4 in the infrastructure section, I think in the paragraph 8.49, say that relates to infrastructure that is in place. Does it though? Isn't surely that must apply.
In paragraph
8.49. You had concern around the reference to environmental limits. And you didn't support that because the objective relates to infrastructure that is in place and already delivering, as opposed to development of infrastructure. I don't quite read it like that. I would have thought the word that probably should be in there.
I think the reason for me saying that is because that's an objective stating an outcome. So I'd probably consider the objective to be expressing an outcome.
Yeah, and if you're developing infrastructure, you're going to say, well, it achieves that objective because we're providing effective, efficient, resilient infrastructure. Surely it would be considered when you're developing infrastructure as well. And the heading is provision of infrastructure.
Yes, I think that probably needs to be understood in the context of my evidence around environmental limits more generally, but also whether there's a need to refer to the constraints on provision of infrastructure and the enabling objective where there are other objectives that reference effects.
Well, actually, while we're talking about that sort of setup, given Mr. Noble's comments around, and we heard quite a bit about it yesterday, the need to decarbonise New Zealand's economy, we need renewable energy. Transpower is going to have a role to play in that, from what I understand. There is a policy, it's IMP 12, the integrated management section. I'm just wondering, from a planning perspective, whether you see that, for example, if the Onslow battery went ahead and new transmission lines had to march off Benmore through Owen Hours, etc., and there's significant probably biodiversity values there. So there's environmental limits that you might have an issue with. That IMP 12, would that apply in that circumstance?
I don't have it in front of me, sorry. Oh, here we go.
Because it's a bit of a, it says, despite other provisions in the RPS, if the activity is providing enduring regional national significant climate change mitigation benefits, it's probably not providing the benefit, but it's connecting the thing that is providing the benefit to the people who receive the benefit. I was thinking out loud as whether that would actually apply to an activity like this.
I'm reading the notified version here.
Yeah, it's quite different now. Somewhere in the 24 February version.
Thank you.
That seems to overcome, if that did apply to you, it sort of overcomes that with some potential amendments, overcomes the limit issue.
It could when it applied to a project that allowed it to fit within that policy.
Well, that's what I'm trying to work out. Would that sort of project Transpower would undertake fall under that?
Yes, yes, there's probably clause 1 says avoided remedied or mitigated, so that they are minimal.
Leaving aside all the detail in there, because there's been submissions on it, particularly on 4, which talks about the activity will not impede the achievement of objectives of RPS. Well, I read that objective actually policy to actually do that.
Yeah, it cuts across the opening clause,
But leaving aside that detail, would it?
There's the possibility that that would assist, yes.
Yeah. I feel you're running away. that good old reverse sensitivity issue. 8.62, I think you deal with that. In your body of your evidence. I'm just wondering, the terminology and the phraseology you'll use there is slightly different to the NPS. And Mr. Conway talked about, where possible, you've gone straight to the kill, really, that may give rise to adverse effects, including reverse sensitivity. Can you kind of explain why you recommended that when it's really about reverse sensitivity and not all adverse effects are going to compromise infrastructure?
Yes, it's not just about reverse sensitivity effects, and I think that's probably quite a key element of my evidence. Policy 10 talks about managing activities to avoid reverse sensitivity effects, but then it also talks about ensuring that the operation, maintenance, upgrading and development of electricity transmission network is not compromised. So there's two elements there. There's reverse sensitivity and direct effects on the national grid. So for instance, if someone builds a retaining wall near a transmission line structure, that would compromise the national grid. Or could. So it's about.
So that's not a reverse.
That's not a reverse sensitivity effect. That's a direct effect on the national grid.
Okay. But isn't that provided for in your two? That forecloses the opportunity, or is that effect already been created? You're not talking about an upgrade or anything.
Yeah, no, I think that's different because the direct effect could occur on the operation of the national grid as it is now, rather than the opportunity to develop in the future.
Yes. Thank you, Jack. It's the only other thing I had 8.7. 8.71. This is when everything gets combined and you starts getting tricky. Your amendments really talks about the national grid, which is transmission, but in the explanation you've added in distribution there. You've got to work out. So that's 8.71. We're just trying to work out whether that policy is applying to both.
I think the explanation.
Well, I'm probably reading that explanation in
somewhere else. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
My understanding is that P16 is intended to address just the national grid. And
okay, yeah, I've read that wrong because I thought there was the explanation for that policy.
No, it's the explanation
in
broadly.
The body of the thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, it's a confusion.
I'm sorry. Yes. So my amendment there is to be clear that policy relates just to the national grid. I thought that the title was misleading to talk about providing electricity and the national grid. It sounded like two different things.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm confused because I'm reading your amendment as taking out national grid.
Yes, and just leaving electricity transmission.
Right.
You could do it the other way and say provide for the national grid. But my point is having both of them sounds like it's two different things. Yes. So either or, I wouldn't be too precious about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Apart from that, I don't have anything further. I think it's reasonably clear what you're after. So thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Just while we're on that one, that P16, the reason why I got confused was because you deleted it in the head of the national grid, but it seemed to be left in at one. So providing for effective development, operation, maintenance, and upgrading the national grid.
Yes. My preference probably is to use the term national grid. I think that that's more clear, and to the layperson, it might be easier to understand the national grid electricity distribution as opposed to transmission and distribution, getting a little, distinguishing those two types of activities in the clearest possible way would be my preference. And perhaps the title to that policy should say national grid too.
Yeah, I would have thought it had to fit your wording.
Yes.
Everyone knows what the national grid is. Probably don't know what electricity transmission is, as opposed to distribution.
Well, yeah, I think it probably is better understood.
I wanted to just take you back to policy 13, because you were answering Mr. Cubitt and saying that your sub clause 4 was, if you like, the wash up for other infrastructure, but you've left in 3B, which, as I understood it, was intended by the LRC in its notified form to be the wash up for other infrastructure. And that was the one that is causing other infrastructure people problems, because it uses the word avoid adverse effects on the values contributed to the area's outstanding nature. Were you meaning to delete that?
No, that's still areas of outstanding natural significance. I'm talking about what you do to effects outside of those areas.
Oh, I see. Right.
So there's a whole lot of stuff up front that deals with special areas, special areas for regionally and nationally significant, there's special areas for other, and then at the bottom there's, and when you're not those areas, this is what you do.
Right. Okay. Yep. No, onto that. Thank you. Just in terms of the NPSFN, one of the points that Mr. Anderson had drawn to our attention was the effects management hierarchy, and the wording in there at clause 3.21 of the NPSFN, which has a cascading effects management hierarchy. And then has that wording at the end, if aquatic compensation, which is at the lowest end, is not appropriate, the activity itself is avoided. And in essence, what one of the submissions he was making was, we've got to give effect to that. And how do we do that and yet leave open the type of provision that you have in your 4, avoiding, remedying or mitigating other adverse effects?
In clause 3A, Roman 6, I've included the ability for offsetting,
right,
or compensation in that context.
Yes.
And so when this policy is applied, that clause particularly enables the decision maker, be it in plan making or in resource consents or designations, to take a deep breath and say, right, are you doing offsetting or compensation here? So I don't want to say I'm achieving balance here, but I'm also mindful that what you don't want to do is lift up that effects management hierarchy specifically for freshwater management and apply it more broadly, because I don't think that's appropriate. And I think that's in my evidence that I don't think that's appropriate. It's important that the effects management hierarchy for freshwater apply to freshwater matters. So what I've done is provide a gateway to do that outside of the freshwater instrument, if you know what I mean, but not directing it in a really formal way. Meanwhile, I'm also quite mindful of the sections of the Act that say that decision makers consider offsetting or compensation that's offered by the applicant or requiring authority. So it's important that there's a little bit of that. You know, if Transpower as a requiring authority chose not to offer offsetting and compensation and it were relating to freshwater, it wouldn't get a very favourable response. But the pathway is there through the provision I've drafted.
And otherwise, I think you've the responses to Mr. King address other issues that I've raised. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I just I said I would come back to it's just the one matter. I did have an answer for the Māori land matter, so I thought it might be worth just introducing that quickly. Transpower's interest is twofold. It's the effects of the national grid on and the effects both ways, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
So if there's a transmission line over Māori land, what's important to Transpower is those policy 10 and 11 matters, that the national grid's not compromised and that there are no reverse sensitivity or direct effects on the national grid. So the intention of my writing is to ensure that that happens. That doesn't really matter where the Māori land is, it's just making sure the national grid is protected. The other element is the ability for Transpower to develop transmission lines where there may be Māori land, and the concern there was the one that we traversed at an earlier hearing, which is around whether an avoid policy is appropriate, not knowing where the Māori land is.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now to Aurora. Yeah.
Feel like we're on top.
That's what we were trying to go for.
Thank you, Mr. Pearce. Just can I say that obviously in the interest of time, and I'm sorry that we held you up a little bit, but it's probably best if you commence around about paragraph 8, I would think. And as you go through your submission, can you just make sure that you just refer very briefly to any evidence that you're quoting or summarising, because we've read that, and so if you can deal with your submissions, that will help.
Thank you, Commission, and yes, I will aim to be brief, certainly cut down the estimate of time that we had allocated, so we should be done by 5 o'clock. The new people in the room since the last time I appeared are Mr. Shane Watson towards the end and Mr. Mark Weiss for PowerNet. The rest will be familiar to you, and they'll be here for any questioning as you wish.
Thank you.
So I suppose the key thing that I want to address today is the proposed effects management framework, including the balance of the relief, which is generally to enable or provide for the functional needs of the electricity distribution network. And I've been listening in the last couple of days, which has been really useful, because a lot of the issues that have come up for generators and Transpower is similar to what we're grappling with here. So I won't repeat matters in that respect. And so commencing here at paragraph 8, the primary relief for the EDBs is to introduce the proposed policies, is what I call them, but essentially it's a new INF P13 and P13AA in relation to effects within and outside the coastal environment. And this would have the effect of creating a bespoke effects management regime, which would be distinct from the existing INF P13. And I've noted and cross-referenced the evidence of misjustice in that respect. So I just want to explain or discuss the status quo, which is INF P13, which has been the subject of quite a lot of discussion in the last couple of days. For the EDBs, we say that this does not establish an appropriate or workable consent pathway for their activities. And I suppose that's understandable when considered in the context of what it's trying to do, which is to provide for the effects of all infrastructure generally, which are quite broad as we've set out in our evidence. INF P13 goes some way towards narrowing the effects management by providing a relatively lenient framework for RSI and NSI. However, the policy still remains a blunt instrument. And in terms of infrastructure that is not regionally significant, would have the effect of seeking to avoid any, or rather simply avoiding any adverse effects on the values of that particular landscape or area. In respect of the term avoid, we simply rely on the submissions for the City Council, Dunedin City Council, in which Mr. Michael Garbutt probably put that best, and we refer in the footnotes at 4 to the particular passages of those legal submissions in which we rely. So probably not necessary to repeat that here. For regionally significant infrastructure, INF P13 acts in concert with other policies throughout the regional policy statement, which together seek to do various things to protect, avoid, or otherwise maintain, or even to enhance. Where the effects of infrastructure is not dealt with, it's by pushing to other policies, then the policy direction is to minimise adverse effects. And we say that's problematic because all adverse effects, or if all adverse effects cannot be appropriately avoided or addressed through compensation or offsetting, in the case of biodiversity, for example, and which is not always appropriate, then the activity cannot go ahead as it must be avoided. And secondly, there is little direction in the term minimised, particularly for areas of national importance such as ONLs, which comprise a significant amount of the rural zoned land in the Queenstown Lakes district. I'll discuss that in a bit more detail later on. And so the ordinary relief would have been for the EDBs to seek a carve out within those policies, or directly within them, to manage that infrastructure differently, or to simply replace the policy with a version that we supported. And that carve out might look something like what Transpower has proposed within INF P13, which seeks additional sub-clauses relevant to the national grid and to give effect to the NPS ET. We simply observe that that style of relief creates impossibly long and complicated policies, particularly given that INF P13 is broad in its application to all infrastructure. suppose the simple point being, if all infrastructure sort their own carve-outs within one policy, what does that look like? And then I make the observation in paragraphs 18 and 19 as to the difficulty with the energy sector themselves, despite being a relatively confined and sector and of themselves. That too is difficult to agree to a single regime. It's obvious, really, given that the generators are in a fixed location, transmission has an elevated importance, and the distributors are more sprawling and don't have the same level of national policy statements backing them. And there's a number of reasons why a joint policy statement, joint policy addressing effects might not be appropriate for different types of infrastructure, such as airports, for example. And so as set out in the corporate evidence for Mr. Watson, Mrs. Weiss and Ms. Dowd, the EDBs must operate and develop their networks to serve the demand of their customer base. And customers are not the same as people, and some customers might have elevated level of demand, such as irrigation, for example, to support the agriculture or food and fibre sector. And as Mr. Watson notes, that's a major source of growth for Network Waitaki, which is used widely throughout the Otago region as well. And that demand is likely to increase for things such as irrigation, with an increased focus on spray irrigation infrastructure and storage, thereby creating additional demand. And I've referred here to evidence, not from my witnesses here, but from Mr. Benjamin Patterson, called by ORUG, who sets out from his perspective the contribution to that sector to Otago's GDP. And so the electricity distributors sit behind that in terms of providing for other parts of the economy. And so the distribution network is and will be developed in both rural and urban environments. And to summarize paragraph 21, this type of infrastructure will be located in almost all, if not all, section 6 or 7 environments. And so it's necessary that we grapple with all of the bottom lines that are set out in part 2. And that's part of the thesis behind creating a single policy regime which tries to address all of them in a consistent way. Sometimes that's not always possible in the case of fresh water or biodiversity, but that's the goal. Accordingly, through various topics, the EDBs have sought various subclauses which direct the reader's attention to those new effects management policies, and I've set out examples of those at paragraph 22. So I turn now to what those proposed policies actually are. And just reiterating at paragraph 23 that the EDBs do not dispute the bottom lines in part 2 of the Act. However, clearly there is a need, I've used the word balance. I would like to formally retract that term and replace it with reconcile. We need to reconcile that against locating the distribution network to service the region. And the EDBs seek to achieve this reconciliation, not balance, through the proposed policy, which does share commonalities with the structure of INFP 13 in the following ways. By prioritising the location of infrastructure outside of sensitive environments. In the case of the EDBs, this is typically just in roadways. Secondly, to reduce by virtue of avoiding, then mitigating, followed by remedying adverse effects within those environments, including where appropriate, any offsetting or compensation. Thirdly, a requirement for there to be a functional or operational need for the location of that infrastructure, and to justify why it may not be practicable to avoid locating there or to avoid certain adverse effects. Note below from 25 onwards what the key differences between the policies are. So principally, they are specific to the distribution network. So broad references to other infrastructure has been removed. except with respect to natural wetlands, those parts of the distribution network that are classified as RSI. And I note here that we've also sought to include significant electricity distribution infrastructure in that definition as well. RSI are subject to a consistent effects management framework, which is set out in that policy at 2A. Policy also recognises the difference in management of effects and pulls in consideration of offsetting or compensation measures in accordance with Act 3 and 4. And rather than minimising effects on all other environments, which includes areas of historic heritage or ONLs and Fs, the effects management policy would apply. So Council submits that this provides more guidance and arguably a stricter approach to reducing adverse effects than simply minimising, as it directs the avoidance of effects that can be avoided, etc. And I just set out at 30 what that policy would apply for with respect to non-RSI infrastructure. Turning to the Queenstown context, which is part of where this effects management framework has come out of, and that was through appeals to the Environment Court, which have been ongoing for the last 4 years, amongst other parties who are submitters in this context, including Transpower and other folks like Federated Farmers and who else, and have mediated and lodged evidence in support of a series of provisions addressing regionally significant infrastructure. And the key driver behind those interests is to ensure that there is an appropriate consenting pathway in a district that is almost entirely ONL/F. However, through that Environment Court proceeding, we've also addressed other sensitive environments such as heritage areas, waihi tupuna, special character areas, and amenity landscapes. And I just want to diverge slightly to note that there is the evidence of Mr. Craig Barr in this respect in that of council, which does place importance on those particular landscapes, including other amenity landscapes. And I just want to reiterate that that is not the whole region. Queenstown is relatively unique in that respect, in which 97% of the district is an ONL. And that supports the wealth of tourism and the economy in that area. And so that therefore informs the stricter approach which has been placed on ONLs in that district. So paragraph 33 across the page, I note that this RPS does not necessarily need to be so prescriptive, provided it does maintain the bottom lines required by Part 2 and enables districts to provide their own frameworks for the protection of their respective environments. And this is also important because the relief sought by the proposed policies is to remove references to areas of high recreational or amenity value, which the evidence of Mr. Barr objects to. And I just want to respond to that criticism directly, that while Mr. Barr accepts that the regional policy statement should be intentionally broad in its application, his evidence considers that Ms. Justice's view as to avoid, remedy and mitigate effects provides little direction. And my submission in that respect is that those Mr. Barr's statements are relatively at odds and conflict somewhat, and that if a territorial authority deems it necessary to provide greater specificity through its district plan, then it ought to do so. Where such an approach is advanced, that should also be demonstrated through evidence that establishes why that particular environment requires more specific protection and the extent to which the distribution network is incompatible with those values. Just returning now to the Environment Court proceedings, which is still ongoing. I note that a decision has not yet issued, but I've been in touch with the registrar about that, and I understand that a decision is imminent, and that will address strategic directions with respect to rural landscapes. And in my view, that's going to be highly useful to the panel here, given direction from the Environment Court as to how effects are to be managed in a range of environments that we're dealing with today. And so once that decision has been provided, I will provide a copy to the panel. And I would seek leave at that point to lodge any supplementary submissions to be of utility to the panel, and certainly invite other submitters to do the same, including folks like Transpower and QLDC to simply make submissions on the way in which that might assist the panel in deliberating and considering these various environments. So I'm expecting that to either issue this week or next week.
I'm surprised that registrars nowadays will give you such an indication.
Yes,
They're always under strict instructions from the judges, giving no indication, but
we've got the inside scoop. That's a helpful thing. And I know in that respect that that decision is not going to be useful at all with respect to the coastal environment. And I just make a brief submission at paragraph 37 as to the evidence of misjustice there. And I won't set that out. I can leave any questions in relation to that policy to misjustice. And I just had a brief response to the submissions for the Regional Council from yesterday, I believe, which make a number of observations on the proposed policies for INF P13, including that proposed by the EDBs. The general submission being that there is a requirement to give effect to Part 2, and using the example of significant Indigenous vegetation, that where the link to the eco chapter, for example, is severed, then the extent to which any proposed alternative gives effect to Part 2 must be considered afresh. And Council agrees with the Regional Council in that respect. What is not agreed, or perhaps where we differ, is the general criticism that infrastructures providers will simply do their best to avoid, remedy and mitigate, but are not necessarily required to, given that there is a perceived sidestep of the general avoid if you take that policy to its logical conclusion. So the implicit standard in both INF P13 and the proposed policies is that adverse effects will be avoided, and it's only where avoidance is not demonstrably practicable can the applicant then go on to the next element of the cascade. So it's not simply they do their best in a cynical sense, they really will try and avoid locating principally, and then if they cannot because of the functional operational needs, which is an element of great detail through the application process, then they would move into the next element of the cascade. And so there's quite a lot for the EDBs to work through in that respect, and that's certainly borne through the evidence. And just at paragraph 41, with respect to the apparent sidestepping of that avoid policy, it's noted that both the practicability point and removing the requirement to avoid all other adverse effects was a feature of the former policy 434 of the 2019 RPS. And so the current RPS therefore conflicts with the approach taken under the former 2019 version without any obvious changes to Part 2 that would require such a deviation. The next section here is dealing with the energy section broadly, and this I don't intend to take you through the couple of pages that are here, given that we seem to have overcome the philosophical hurdle in relation to combining related provisions together. I think it naturally follows that if the panel accepts the relief which is being put forward by the EDBs, that related provisions can simply be pulled together in a logical and understandable fashion. And the evidence in reply of Ms. Justice seeks to give the panel an insight as to what that might look like, assuming that relief will be accepted. Now, simply note the evidence for Transpower, which takes a different approach to that. My understanding of Ms. Justice's evidence is that there is still the ability to massage the Transpower provisions in a way that can be slotted in to an energy section. So I'll move forward a couple of pages to the heading Other Amendments Sought to EIT. So page numbers, but hopefully you can find that reference. So just dealing with a couple of bespoke policies within or in relation to EIT. First one being small and community scale distributed electricity generation, and the amendment which has been sought just logically follows the fact that the distribution network will necessarily need to connect to distributed generation, and so there's a need to recognise that in the policy framework. Secondly, on to P11, operation and maintenance. This is sought to be narrowed to remove subclauses 1 and 2, and that this is quite similar to the relief that's been sought by Transpower as set out in the evidence of Ms. McLeod. And I include a cross-reference to where exactly she mentions that relief. The primary concern being that the policy does not refer to all infrastructure, which for the EDBs would relate to any non-RSI. So the 11 kV network that isn't RSI would be caught by that. The secondary concern is that it creates uncertainty in terms of the ability to operate and maintain existing infrastructure. And so the types of activities that are anticipated are typically those activities that occur on a daily basis and are often motivated to address security concerns with the supply or health and safety. And this type of work is set out in the evidence of Mr. Patterson, is either scheduled, non-scheduled, or emergency maintenance, which is assessed in accordance with a condition-based risk management framework, taking into account various matters. Turning the page to paragraph 56. EDBs are also charged with maintaining vegetation growth in close proximity to its infrastructure, and this is mandated by the electricity hazard from trees regulations, which have the purpose to protect the security of the supply of electricity and the safety of the public. And this purpose is realised through a detailed series of provisions which prescribe setbacks, responsibility for maintenance, liability, etc. And the relief sought by the EDBs with respect to this policy is partly connected to method 2, which would provide land use controls to ensure the functional needs of the distribution network are not compromised based on the tree regulations themselves. So I suppose the thrust of the relief of this policy is that in a district plan, ordinarily this would be a permitted activity. And such an activity status therefore provides for the clearance of vegetation, which the reference to Eco P4 would essentially place in jeopardy or make it unclear whether the end goal would enable such a permitted activity status for that existing infrastructure. And so if that cannot be achieved, what is the EDB left to do other than to remove the asset entirely, which I note would require clearance of the vegetation anyway, or let the vegetation grow and create a health and safety risk to people as well as to the network. Finally, while the EDBs might accept similar limitations in the case of proposed infrastructure, it is submitted that this should not carry over into the operation and maintenance of existing infrastructure. Next policy is the proposed ENP15, and I'll simply say that or raise that Ms. Justice has combined two policies which are already being supported by Mr. Langman, for better or worse, and to just slightly reframe them to keep the same structure, which elevates RSI and distinguishes the non-RSI elements of the network. So almost there, providing for the operational needs and functional needs of the distribution network is another theme which captures a lot of the balance of the relief. First being in relation to urban form and development, and the relief sought, in Council's view, addresses an inconsistency with the National Policy Statement for Highly Productive Land, and that document does provide a consenting pathway or a way through essentially for specified infrastructure, which would include all of the EDB's electricity, subject to the proviso that it have a functional or operational need to be there. And to summarise, the relief sought is essentially to provide that way through in the context of a policy which otherwise seeks to avoid particular forms of development. And so while the EPS HPL was brought in following this document being notified, the relief sought by the EDB sort of neatly addresses that, and so there is scope to address that partial inconsistency. Turning next to CE, coastal environment, there is relief with respect to Objective 5, which is to draw consistency with Policy 6 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. The substance of the relief has been accepted in part in relation to Policy 9. The amendment is to simply create alignment with the corresponding objective. Finally, with respect to natural hazards, various amendments have been sought to enable the development of new activities to both connect people and communities to the distribution network, as well as to adapt to the effects of climate change. Ms. Justice disagrees with Mr. McLennan, considering that a consenting pathway should otherwise be available in areas of natural hazard. The difference in opinions appears to stem from a policy gap whereby existing lifeline utilities are to be maintained to their fullest possible extent during and after a natural hazard event. And existing lifeline utilities with significant risk areas are to be relocated where appropriate and practicable, but new lifeline utilities are to be avoided in areas of significant risk. So it's that dichotomy between providing to the greatest extent possible for existing, but then limiting entirely any new lifeline utilities, which might still have that function. And so the EDB seek to provide for the recognition of the continued function of lifeline utilities, which is left by this policy. And I just set out a reference to Mr. McLennan's concerns in that respect. I'll just leave paragraph 70 as read and just move on to the conclusion, just to summarise the relief sought, which is over a number of topics. And I appreciate that can present quite a confusing picture, but essentially what is being advanced is a consistent effects management framework which applies across all of those environments, and that the evidence of misjustice has sought to explain why that's appropriate in those various environments. And if that relief is, if the panel's minded to grant that relief, then much of that can be pulled through into an energy section which deals with generation, transmission, and distribution in a sort of a logical and tidy fashion. And so those, it was a sort of roller coaster ride through Council's submission in record speed. Happy to take any questions, and with respect to the witnesses, I propose the order be to address Shane and Mark, and then Ms. Dowd, and Mr. Patterson appeared last time, but if you have any questions for them, they're available. And finally, Ms. Justice.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Pierce. No questions from me. That was very helpful. Thanks.
No questions from me. Thank you.
I think you're going to do very well, Mr. Pierce. Followed what you're saying. Just at your paragraph 58. So when you're talking about the hazards from trees regulations, you're saying that IFP 11 by reference to the ECOP 4 and then by reference in ECOP 4 to ECOP 6, you say PORPS to establish rules would require resource consent, would require adverse effects to be avoided or otherwise minimized. And the reality is that you wouldn't be offering any offsets or any compensation in that setting because you're carrying out obligations under the hazards from trees regulations. And just looking through that cascade, there's a problem in ECOP 6, isn't it? Because it's a cascade that ends up with the activities avoided. But it could be simply overcome by a recognition that there was an exception to the hazards from trees regulations activity.
Yes, I suppose it could, and that's essentially what the EDBs have sought, is a roundabout way of doing that by removing the reference to ECOP 4 entirely, but then I suppose you're not left with an effects regime if you remove that reference. But we would say that with respect to operation and maintenance, because it's for existing infrastructure, that is accepted and appropriate, given that it's deemed that we accept that the location of that infrastructure there is okay, and we should try and attempt to continue its life.
I mean, those regulations are pretty unique, really, because they do allow distribution companies to go in and cut down load bush to keep their distribution lines clear. And I would have thought it's such a unique sort of situation that you would actually just have a specific exemption for activities reliant upon the hazards from trees regulations.
Yes, and that's similar to what the relief has been sought in the method, which is to recognise that land use activities for network utilities, for example, should be permitted in line with those regulations.
Right. But done by method rather than referring to it in the policy.
Yes.
Right. No, thank you, Mr. Pierce. Very clear explanations. Thank you.
All right.
So you were suggesting we
using Shane Watson for Network Waitaki.
Okay, Mr. Watson.
Rather than go through my submission, I thought I'd just make some, I'll take it as read and just make some comments about what the changing environment we're working with is actually, what consequences it's having on challenges it's presenting to us. In terms of what's happening in the electricity distribution business, it's becoming more complex. The differences between what you would see is from a transmission point of view through to our customers is becoming more complex. Whereas you've had Transbad talk about how they connect to the generation and actually then supply through the DXPs to the loads, that's becoming more complex, because what we are starting to see is with the decarbonisation requirements, we're starting to see people wanting to connect loads generation at all levels. So we're actually starting to see generation want to be connected through at rooftops on houses, but we're also starting to see at a distribution level, we're seeing people wanting to connect in generation up to about 90 MVA. So those are the sort of generation levels that you would start to see that are also connected into the grid. So in terms of function, what we're seeing is we're actually operating our assets start in a way that would traditionally be operated in the way that the grid would normally be operated. So we're having to start to get sub-transmission and even into a distribution. We're starting to have to design and start to anticipate that we're going to actually have two-way flows on our networks and actually have that allowance. So therefore, in terms of that then becomes more complex, and the resiliency of those networks is going to become more important for our supply of both our customers and the region, and become regionally significant. In terms of the other aspect of that comes down to the resiliency. As we become more complex, it becomes a bit more difficult to provide resiliency as well. So we actually have to start designing our systems to be more integrated and be able to have more opportunities for us to supply to our customers energy in a way that has multiple options, so that you know, in terms of if we have a cyclone come through or any other effect, that we have the ability to get in there and actually supply from different means. I think the other thing I'd like to sort of talk about is we are experiencing, you know, at a regional level, people that there is a lack of understanding from people right through, in terms of, you know, people are wanting to connect and actually not understanding the differences of where they can connect. So from us, in terms of the different levels of network, we do have, you know, areas where we could actually connect loads that are going to be beneficial for areas of at a distribution level, maybe 11 or 22 kV, you can actually supply generation in those local areas more remotely. So those assets are becoming more and more regionally significant as we go on. In terms of the decarbonisation, you know, what is happening in the regions, we are looking at possibly a doubling of the energy flow that we're going to have to put through our networks. That doesn't mean to say that we're going to have to double the size of the actual network capacity, but it means we have to be making sure that we're running it in a way that we can get that energy throughput. The energy requirements we're seeing in our area is the decarbonisation. You know, we're seeing decarbonisation of process heat, which is, you know, for us is significant in terms of 2 or 3 individual customers, up to 10 EVA of loads for us. But we're going to see in the transportation sector, it's going to be quite significant as well. But the reality is we don't know at this stage what effect that really is going to have until we're going to see what technologies and what technologies actually evolve and win out in the long run. That's probably the points that I would like to make in my submission. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Foster.
Yeah, no, thank you. And thanks for your evidence too. I was just wondering, I was just checking whether this was covered. What portion of the electricity in your area is irrigation? Is that a large portion?
During the summer, it would probably be about 30%.
Right. And I see, because I see you'd mentioned that you're expecting quite a lot of water-like irrigation to convert to spray, which will create more of a demand.
Probably more of an electrical demand. Yeah.
Is that? I mean, I know this is that in the Northern Glenagie area, or is that south of the Waitaki River?
We're looking at it south of the Waitaki River.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but presumably no, that's all existing irrigation to spray. You're not looking at new.
No, that's all existing irrigation to spray. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still allocations to be taken up on some of that, but it's all
so
existing irrigation.
that would be a reasonable increase in demand. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you. I think the folk that came before you helped us out a lot in terms of understanding what SETI is and all those sorts of things. But where you talk about that new infrastructure to provide for irrigation demand, I guess that will fall within currently the regionally significant infrastructure. So the way the plan is currently, or the policy statement is way it's drafted currently, you do have that cascade effect. I think what Megan's done is put everything into one policy, haven't you? So it doesn't really matter if it's regionally significant or not. The same system applies, so the same approach applies.
I've put the most significant parts of the distribution network in the same policy, but so that would be the sub-transmission and the significant electricity distribution structure.
Ms. Justice, when you were referring to your schedule, could you give us the page number reference?
Yeah, so I guess my question that follows on from that, when you do that work, are there not significant, regionally significant infrastructure that also needs to be upgraded and provided for in that area? Because when I look at the area you cover, I know the Waitaki district plan currently has I think it's a rural scenic zone, which would fall within that high natural character that's currently in there. And I'm just trying to understand the implications of that for you folk and how you go about your business. I guess you probably provided for in the regulations, you can put it in the roads, but with irrigation, it's probably a little different. You might have to cross private property and all.
For us, it's really saying, look, if it's existing, then we probably will be able to use existing rights and not change. The issue we've got is actually going forward, if there is going to be capacity requirements, we are going to have to change. And again, that's similar to very, very similar to what Transparent had to do. I'm sort of looking at from our particular situations at a distribution level, there is probably not as much of the distribution that is regionally significant for us in particular, but certainly, it's very location based. For us, it's more our sub-transmission really is critical for us.
Yeah,
and I think that's been identified in the different schedules.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I just want to touch on a point I raised with the previous presenters around Waihi Tupuna and the proximity to structures, right? When I was looking through your submission to find out whether that was an issue. I mean, things like that. I mean, addressing the broader Ngaitahu concerns around mahinga kai, Waihi Tupuna and all that sort of stuff. Is that something that has impacted on the way in which your network has structured its operations?
I would say to date that we haven't had, we're at the verge of the network itself is developed to a point where it's at capacity now, and we're actually haven't had to put a lot of new infrastructure in. So to date, I don't believe it has been an issue for us in the way that the network has been operating. But going forward, it is an issue for us going forward, and actually sitting down now and trying to identify specifically those areas where we need to take that into account before going through and actually detailing any of those growth options.
Yeah, and you touched very briefly early on an issue that an uninformed person like myself would want to get some clarification on, and that is how does one hook into a system, into your system, for example? I mean, do people in your catchment have the option of going to one distributor as against another, or if you live in an area where there is only one supplier, that's it, is it? Is that the way it operates?
Largely it is, because it's whilst it's not, you have the alternatives, it's really a natural monopoly. You don't really have the options from an economic perspective. What you do have is, there are options for connecting into transpower or distribution in certain localities. And that then comes down to, okay, well, what is the most economically efficient for connecting either into the grid or into the distribution?
Yeah, there was a question I had on the tip of my tongue for transpower before, but I forgot.
Yeah.
And when I heard you mention it, you briefly mentioned the question of I call it locking in or buying into the.
So actually, I mean, one of the ones that I did mention was, we had a 90 MVA wind generator connection inquiry. I mean, they've both gone to transpower and ourselves to say, look, which is more economically efficient for to connect your networks into whatever networks. So,
okay, no, I don't have any other questions. Thanks very much.
At paragraph 5.9, you refer to that issue of connection of distributed generation being regulated by Part 6 of the Electricity Industry Participation Code. So is that something directed by the Electricity Authority?
yes, it is.
Right.
So there's quite specific processes detailed in that code for
Does it provide any sort of limitations to the ability to connect? Does it give you some sort of discretion? That's the question I'm asking.
It basically says if we have capacity to connect, then this is the process that we go through, allowing them to connect.
Right.
So, the way it's written at the moment, we would need to connect at, and from a generation point of view, we can only charge them incremental costs for doing that.
Yeah. Okay. Just a factual question. Paragraph 5.10, you said at present Equity Waitaki has 142 solar rooftop generation plants. Does that include households?
Largely, yeah. So what you're seeing at the moment is, there's a low penetration of solar at the moment. We're starting to see more commercial size solar applications starting to come in. So it's just we're getting to an economic efficiency point where we're starting to see people wanting to connect to MVA up to sort of 10 MVA worth of solar in our particular area. I know they are, there's one further north that's just been connected, going ahead at about 53 MVA. So what we're starting to see is that solar is getting to the point where it's becoming more economical to do the larger connections. At the households, it's more it's economic to do if you've got certain circumstances in building a new house. It's probably not quite as economic if you're trying to retrofit. You're doing it more from a.
But that suggests that at the moment for Waitaki, it's at a pretty low level.
It's pretty low level, and for us, what we're saying is, our estimates are that by about 2030, we're going to start to see significant numbers of increases in both solar and electric vehicles and that sort of thing. So it's after. Our real issue of growth will be after 2030.
Yeah, the reason I was so surprised was just that in Maui, there's at least 3 or 4, if not more than half a dozen now booming businesses just can't keep up installations.
I think it's more just to do with the latitude we're at and how much sun we're getting.
Indeed, yeah. Mind you, by the time you get to Barbara, you get pollen on the solar screens and you get birds underneath them. It's not sure it's that good. At paragraph 6.16, you made the observation that Network Waitaki does not consider any of its 11 kV overhead lines to meet the setting criteria above. And when I read that, I just, why not? Yeah.
I think it's more just the locality of where we're at and how our sub-transmission actually supplies our local communities. So, from our point of view, I think, we've looked at it and said that the distribution actually supplies them. We're comfortable that that's secure. So if we're not saying that, if we actually had a locality, a township or other regionally significant areas that were remote from some of our zone substations, then we wouldn't consider some of those lines significant, but it's more just how we've actually got our specific network is laid out.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Good afternoon all. So rather than take you through word by word for the evidence I've prepared, I'll just give you a highlights tour. So OJV and PowerNet manage all the assets and highlighted in the area on Appendix 1, 2 and 3. We have 4 grid exit points that Transpower supplies us from. And from there we transmit the electricity to all our customers. So Appendix 2 highlights the sub-transmission assets that we transmit power around the region in Otago at a high voltage level, and it shows that network, rural network, is largely fairly sparsely populated, and the assets were built quite a long time ago, so that part of the network is quite old. Whereas in Frankton and Wanaka, we have relatively new bits of network that we're currently building with new subdivisions that are being connected to the network. So what I really wanted to just talk through, other than the evidence that I've got here, is really just the process around connecting new loads and generation into the network, and particularly the 3 projects that I've identified in my evidence. Just give you a bit of an understanding of the diversity of the different requirements. So the first one I wanted to talk through was the Milton area upgrade, which was on section 7 of my evidence. So we have an industrial customer around Milton who is looking to expand significantly, and with the current loading that we have on the network and that is currently supplied from Balclutha, we're looking at a number of options to supply that customer. One of them is options that we're considering is to work with Transpower to build a new GXP, and then some transmission lines to the customer's site to provide that additional capacity. That's requiring us to look at some land parcels for us to establish the GXP on. And we're looking to, because we're not sure exactly, we've got relatively short timeframes for delivering the works, looking to get planning consent and purchase the land to enable that project to move quickly if that goes ahead. So that's, I guess, one area that we are looking to develop options and get some feasibility and definite plans together on how we can develop and meet that future growth. And the other area that we are looking at is just enabling the growth in the Wakatipu region around Frankton. We have one remarkable substation there at the moment, but with the amount of growth that we have with new residential connections coming into the network, we are looking at establishing a second zone substation, and that will require purchase of land and designation of a substation in that area, and just looking at how we can accommodate that in the planning rules around making provision for the growth in that region. And the last one I really wanted to talk through was the Naseby 66 kV upgrade option that we are also looking at. And that's really driven by a number of factors. One of our customers in the area is looking to decarbonise their operation, which is looking to significantly increase load. And we also have customers looking to install solar arrays and significant size in the area. So we have some options as to how we can accommodate that additional load and generation. One of the options we are looking at is changing the lines. Existing lines operate at 33 kV, upgrading those to 66 kV by placing a lot of the insulators on the line. Alternatively, we can upgrade the conductors on the line that run through to Ranfurly, and that will release more capacity. So, and then the third option is to do nothing and prevent those developments from proceeding if they can't be economically overcome. Yeah, so that's really an overview of the main areas of development. We also have a number of, I guess, other inquiries from various areas that have both generation and decarbonisation and a little bit of irrigation coming into the networks that is driving growth. We have been able to largely sit similar to Waitaki within the current design limits of our sub-transmission and distribution network, but some of the loads are significant and may require building new assets to connect in those additional loads. So yeah, that was pretty much all I wanted to present, unless you had any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just one question for me. I'm just interested in when you're looking at these types of expansions and new grid exit points. How does that work between yourselves and Transpower? Is it more a distribution network issue or a Transpower issue? Also, I suppose, and associated with that, usually in those types of cases that you've outlined here, is it sort of usually more a sort of upgrading of existing site, or is it normally where you need some land to put a new substation in and things like that? I mean, how does that all kind of work, I suppose?
It's a good question. I'll try and explain, but essentially, Transpower will look to build a substation at our request. So if we need like additional capacity or new capacity to be introduced, then they'll look at, I guess, a number of options as to how we can deliver that, and we'll do some initial consultation with them to see if they have a site or some transmission lines that we can connect into, and then they'll provide us with essentially a study that says this is what we can build for you, and then we can engage them to build that GXP at that location. So generally we'll need to build the business case of how those costs go, and then to get our shareholder buy-in, and then at our request we'll sign an agreement with Transpower to build that substation. And a lot of that depends on then the connecting party that's driving the upgrade requirement. So they obviously need to understand if it's a significant customer, they'll need to understand the costs and operating costs of the connecting, what the connection is, before they can actually commit to doing it. So it can be quite convoluted. And
so there'll be an expectation that they contribute financially to that upgrade?
Yeah, so generally they'll pay for their portion of the GXP capacity that they will require. For example, in this site where we are looking at establishing a new GXP, one of the benefits of having another GXP is that we can then back up some other parts of our network. If there are any resilience or outages on the Belclutha substation, we can back up other parts. So we will tend to apportion the cost of what the benefits of that are to the rest of the customers, and then have costs go to the new loads in proportion.
Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you. I guess just following on for that, when you upgrade these lines in that NASB area, what are the actual environmental effects of that would raise alarm, I guess? What does it look like? You're going to bigger poles,
So
all those sorts of things.
it really depends on the size of the upgrade that we need to do it. If it's just a matter of operating at a 60 higher voltage level, we can keep all the same infrastructure, assuming we've got the right clearance to ground and everything can be safe to operate. But if we need to put in new structures, essentially build a new line, if we can't operate just by changing those parameters, it can vary quite wildly. So if it's just an upgrade to an existing line, then the effects will be minimal. But if we have to completely rebuild the line, replace structures, maybe a number of structures we need to replace, then they can be more significant.
And that context in Wakatipu with the substation upgrades or new, you don't have to develop any new lines to connect to those. That's just connecting into the existing lines.
We will be looking to build new lines to that substation, but largely we have an underground capability to put underground cables in, because they operate at 33 kV. We can run economically new cable into the site. And largely, I guess, where we put in cable versus overhead line, when we're building a new subdivision, or there's new wastewater and other things going in to enable a subdivision to be created, it does make it economic to put cables in rather than the overhead lines, if you do it in conjunction with those developments.
Okay, thank you.
I have no question.
What sort of capital cost are you talking about for these GXPs?
It really does depend on what the, I guess, Transpower requirements are in terms of doing the upgrades, but about $30 to $40 million just for a substation.
That's right. I was just going to say we're in the process of it. We're probably looking all up investment of integrating into the network of about 50 to 60 million.
Yeah, so that's just for the substation, and then if you build sub-transmission lines, yeah, depending on how far you have to go, yeah, get to those kind of things.
Right. So your figures are inclusive of those?
Both costs, transparent and costs.
Power's not going to get any cheaper.
No, but overall energy costs should even out over.
So getting back to Mr. Hewitt's question in terms of the actual effects, if you take your Naseby example, I mean, that increase in capability that you're talking about, 33 to 66, would you be having to run a new line for that?
No, we need to do the work, but understand exactly what the growth forecast for the industrial plant is, but it's likely that we can just upgrade the insulators on the poles. And so then it'll be minimal impact if we can reuse that existing line.
So you haven't got ground clearance problems today?
Not that I'm aware of, but we have to do that design at this stage.
Right.
There may be one or two structures that need to be replaced to get the clearances, but generally, yeah, pretty sure we can get the clearances on most of them.
Well, the only other question I have, Mr. Spicer, is just really showing my not being a local, and that is, you described the rather complicated contractual situation or ownership situation at the start, but didn't describe who the power company limited is and ownership of that. Where does they fit in?
The power company supplies the network for Southland, excluding Invercargill.
Oh, right.
So on the
is that a Southland Community Trust?
That's correct.
Yeah, right.
And Appendix 1 gives you an indication of where the power company supplies.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Okay, no, that's good. Thank you very much.
Either Joanne, did you have a summary of anything you wanted to give?
I don't have any other summary, but I am available for questions. I think that the issues through all of the electricity distribution companies are very similar. And I think we did discuss at the last hearing the challenges that Aurora specifically has in the Upper Clutha around Wanaka, and where we are actively investigating other what we call non-network solutions to address those capacity issues, and that will be continuing in the future.
Could I just pick Mr. Swires up again?
Yes,
Like I did Mr. Fair being the other day. There is quite a bit of a target on the power company, Matt.
That is true.
Well, Canterbury's trying to steal North Otago. I'm just, Otago keeps shrinking.
Mine's at the Waitaki River.
No, that is not.
Slightly.
Yeah. Any question? Ekin takes the other fits down the other side of the hill. It goes below the Waitaki as well, doesn't it?
Does go slightly below the Waitaki River, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
flats.
who do people play rugby for in the North Otago, in the Waitaki Valley?
Exactly.
Canterbury.
We might get back to the RMA sometime.
I did just want to have one question, but I may be changing support to Highlanders anyway. But, yeah, I mean, I was just interested, I suppose, just giving yourself and Ms. Dowd and Ms. Peterson for Aurora. We heard from Roy Noble about the increase in demand in Queenstown and the issues around trying to get a new line in there. Sounds reasonably complicated. I suppose I was just interested in to what extent that's going to impact on yourselves. I mean, I presume once they would sort of get a line and establish a grid exit point. To what extent is that going to create quite a lot of headaches for you as well? I mean, I suppose you've sort of got to distribute. Is that something? I mean, do you think you've got sort of network already established within there to distribute the electricity, or that's going to be required?
So I think what Mr. Nolan had mentioned this morning is that Transpower are currently working with Aurora and with PowerNet in terms of what that ultimate solution will look like. So it addresses the capacity issues on both networks as well as the capacity issues for Transpower. Aside of a new grid exit, a new Transpower line coming in, Aurora does have its own challenges in terms of reinforcing its own network. And are actively looking at new routes for reinforcing of our Arrowtown network. And we have made submissions to the long-term plan for Queenstown, just in terms of giving a heads up where the areas that we might be looking for.
So that would probably include us augmenting the Wakatipu network from Wanaka, allowing both those networks to back each other up, which doesn't add a significant amount of capacity, but would give us the facility to be able to provide backup if Transpower did have issues.
Okay, no, thank you for that.
I just had one question, Joe, and you heard Mr. Noble's acre test, which Transpower adopts when they're looking at doing a new line somewhere. I guess that wouldn't really work for the distribution companies, would it? Because you're probably more constrained. You just have to go to certain places, whereas Transpower probably has more options in that context. Would that be a fair comment?
Potentially, we still have to go through the same rigor. So again, if it's a new line, you can't just sort of say it's going this way. So in the with the example of the new line that we're looking for Queenstown, we have looked at 3 or 4 options, and we do go to quite a lot of detail in terms of geotechnical investigations, just looking for natural hazards. We do look to avoid, if you can, areas of outstanding natural landscape or significant areas. So we do that assessment, and ultimately that will fit in or rolls into the decision on to proceed with the line, or which option is the preferred option.
What does a regulatory assurance manager do?
Not a lot.
Yeah, what is the function of?
So what I do is work with the Commerce Commission. So the Commerce Commission basically sets our information disclosure requirements. So again, it looks across our, the types of assets that we have, our CapEx and OpEx forecast and actual. So it kind of informs our asset management plan, and we do annual disclosure to the Commerce Commission, which is quite an involved process. So
I sort of thought that would, but I just wanted to be sure, because then you look at in your presentation, you then went straight on into looking at the challenges ahead for energy, and I was trying to figure out what challenges, it could be any sorts of challenges.
Yeah, I suppose for me, it was just trying to keep it concise, and for us, it was to paint a picture that it's kind of multifaceted. So the issues that we do address, so whether it be safety, decarbonisation, facilitating growth, and all of those areas are currently regulated by the Commerce Commission, or soon will be, is that they're currently looking at changing our what's it called, input methodologies. So it's quite complicated.
And it would be remiss of me if I wasn't to focusing on Ngaitahu, my questions, which is, are there challenges posed by Ngaitahu or mana whenua concerns in your list of challenges for the future, or even current challenges?
What we've been trying to do is work quite collaboratively with our local iwi. We have had issues in the past with Heritage New Zealand, and we put in place a process whereby we could pre-identify areas of historic significance. And it's that same sort of approach that we're currently trying to work with the local iwi groups, that particularly in Queenstown, because that plan has just been gone through the review process, so that the Waihi Puna layer did have and will have an impact on the development of our network in Queenstown. But we have been working with Okaha, and Te Marama.
Because they've had quite a bit of input into the development of the proposal at the moment, both Okaha and Te Marama, which is really good to see. That's the kind of collaborative approach that bodes well. I think it's just very comforting to see.
Yeah. I think as an organisation, it is actually one of our strategic priorities in terms of fostering better relations. So it certainly is on the agenda.
Okay, good. Thanks very much.
The new developments that you were describing to us today in terms of Arrowtown, and just in a general sense, Mr. Pearce has already referred to, or somebody's referred to, the 97% of O&Ls and the like in the Queenstown area, but that would be just sort of dripping with problems for you, wouldn't it?
Correct, yeah. because we've got a big program of network improvement, and it kind of goes to the question that Mr. Hubert had raised, even for upgrade works for Aurora. A lot of our network is quite old, so it requires replacement of a lot of the assets. And rather than replace like for like, we have been trying to build resilience into the network, sort of looking to the future. An example of that would be through the Gibson Valley, where we've just replaced an existing 11 kV line, but we've put in higher structures, but less of them, so you can actually achieve longer spans. But it's that trade-off in terms of, is the one higher pole creating an adverse effect rather than 10 poles that's actually replaced.
Right.
But it has been really challenging. I think, again, with that one bigger pole, if you relocate it 5 meters, it automatically requires a resource consent under the QLDC district plan. So yeah, that has been really challenging for a number of projects that we have, and again is on a critical risk register for any of our projects going forward, because consenting is kind of one of the things that can stop our projects quite significantly for a long period of time.
Yeah, the irony is that on all the evidence we're hearing, it's the area with the supply problem that's got the biggest environmental constraints.
Yeah, yeah, and that's, I think, and I do have to use the word that Simon retracted from his evidence. It is that balance, and that's what we've been trying to do, and possibly offsetting and compensation will be part of that environment going forward.
Right. Just need to correct the chair there, because I think the Fruitlands Valley's probably got the Fruitlands Valley has got less secure supply than Queenstown. So just let us know when you can upgrade that one.
It's on the books.
Well, while we're talking about remote places, when I was reading your paragraph 8.5, I circled your reference to Aurora Energy, which has led Aurora Energy to seek and implement non-network solutions. And I was pondering what that was until I went back, until I looked at the Glenorchy situation. And is that one of the ones that you're talking about?
So it would be the Clutha. So on our Clutha network, we have a partnership with Solar City, I think it's called. So again, it's offering our customers in that area the ability to have solar connections so that they can actually help with our capacity issues.
Right. But if you look at that Glenorchy situation you described,
yeah,
it's I'm not being critical because you've got no other avenue to do it, but it's the opposite of what everybody else is saying, that we've got to be at net zero emissions by 2050, and in 2018 Aurora are forced to put in a permanent backup diesel generator.
Yeah.
So you just got no other option, I think.
With that one, no, it's 40 odd kilometers away from the nearest substation, so it really is out on a spur. We have looked at building a new substation out there, but the cost is quite prohibitive for the size of the community that is there. I suppose the saving grace for Glenorchy is that it is quite proactive in our customers in that location actually looking at solar opportunities, and they will be coming forward. And again, Aurora would try to support that. But if the line goes down anywhere between Bob's Cove and all the way back through to Glenorchy, then the power's out. So, and it can take a long time to get it back in again.
Does power go to Paradise or to Kinloch?
It does go up to there. There's also a generator, small generator that Pioneer run up there called the Oxburn. It's rated at about 500 kilowatts, but it can't run without a site supply to sync to. So the generator also provides that.
Right, right. Because it's quite a long way up, isn't it?
It's a long stringy piece of line on a very, how to put it, unforgiving piece of country.
Because in the Marlborough Sounds, they've got similar sorts of problems and battling with the issue. You know, do they try and maintain
some of those linkages?
Yeah, the non-network solutions of going that, they generally employ some type of alternative energy, but most of those alternative energies have to rely on diesel backup, which isn't very green nowadays. I mean, all sorts of things like solar and wind, they're all very temporary and quite, inconsistent. And so you've got to have something in the background. If that, it can be batteries, but the energy density on batteries just isn't there to provide any significant energy, unless all you're looking for is something like heat, light, or a small amount of communications or such.
Is there any modern development of what was the old original Pelton wheel type?
There's a whole lot of different sort of micro hydros around that can be used and such, but generally, as I say, they're all susceptible to floods and such. There's a lot of micro hydro or hydro development around, but it all seems to be in exactly the wrong areas that are useful to the supply system. In the Waitaki area, there's one at Glen Lyon, which is right up the head of Lake Ohau. And the only line that supplies it is an 11 kV line, and there's no way you can connect a 3 MVA generation on a line that's got a voltage profile that's never going to take it.
Right. Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Patterson? Any other questions? No. No. So we're up to you, Mr. Justice.
I have prepared a pretty brief summary, and again, I have taken that from my principal evidence for the most part, so I'll just read that through now. I just want to first just clarify that I am now planning consultant with a firm called Taylor Planning, and I note that I've changed firms since my evidence in chief and my rebuttal evidence was filed last year, and since I appeared before you in February. At these times, I was either employed by or contracted to Mitchell Dash. I've got a slight voice issue too, so I apologise for that. As you've heard from the industry representatives here today, the demand for electricity is increasing with the diversification of the local economy in Otago, the decarbonisation goals for the country, and the growth that has been occurring across our region. Electricity distribution plays a key role in New Zealand's commitment to reducing carbon emissions and the transition to 100% renewable energy. These goals will be heavily reliant on the ability of the EDBs, which are the alliance companies here today, to meet this demand by having the appropriate infrastructure in place to do so. It is against this backdrop that the EDBs sought amendments to the proposed regional policy statement that relate to and for the matters we are addressing at this hearing today. It is ensuring that the provisions do not inadvertently close the consenting or resource management approvals pathway for important electricity distribution infrastructure. Ensuring the provisions recognise the ongoing requirements of the EBDs to operate, maintain, upgrade and develop an efficient and secure electricity distribution network. And ensuring that the effects management policy, which is, I think you'll know by now, is the P13 policy in the energy and infrastructure chapter for assessing new electricity distribution activities is appropriate for this type of infrastructure. And as I've set out in my appendix C of my primary evidence, I've drafted 2 new policies that provide, in my view, an appropriate effects management regime for the electricity distribution network. And I just note that it is a policy that just applies to the electricity distribution network, not the transmission network that Transpower manages. One policy provides for electricity distribution in all areas outside of the coastal environment, which includes all the sensitive areas, and the second provides for activities in the coastal environment. In drafting these policies, I've been careful to ensure that the wording reflects the wording that applies to electricity distribution infrastructure in the MPS for freshwater in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. I think this is important to ensure that the proposed RPS gives effect to the relevant MPSs, whilst not imposing a more onerous effects management regime, which could have the effect of restricting important infrastructure. Because the wording of the MPSs all differs slightly, and that includes the exposure draft of the MPS IB, it has slightly different wording again. These nuances are picked up in the policies I've drafted. I do acknowledge that this results in a rather long policy. However, to ensure that the higher order provisions are accurately reflected and that no additional restrictions are imposed, I consider this to be necessary. And in section 13 of my evidence, I set out a preference for all energy-related activities to be contained in a separate section of the EIT chapter, and I think we've been discussing this with the other energy industry parties as well. At paragraph 13.3, I state that the three components of the electricity industry, which are the generation, transmission, and distribution, are all essential to ensure the electricity is supplied to the end users. One cannot function without the other. The electricity industry companies are therefore unique in that regard, as they rely on other critical infrastructure to enable their purpose to be realised through this, which is the successful delivery of electricity. Essentially means that all three components are reliant on each other to achieve that goal. At paragraph 13.4, I state that in my view, the various components of the electricity network can be appropriately contained in a separate energy section, which could contain the myriad of objectives, policies, and methods, etc., that enable and recognise and protect the electricity industry, whilst also ensuring that management of the effects is appropriate and gives effect to their relevant MPSs. In my rebuttal evidence, I have provided an example of how this section could be constructed. In this example, I used the provisions that was suggested by the energy generators as a base and added in the distribution provisions and some placeholders for the transmission provisions. So to conclude, I'll just read out my concluding paragraph from my executive summary from my evidence in chief. The Section 42 report authors have recommended changes to several provisions that have addressed several of the submission points by the EBDs. The tables that I've attached to my evidence in chief as Appendix B and Appendix C provide my suggested changes to the remaining provisions that I consider to be of concern to the EBDs in terms of ensuring their infrastructure is provided for going forward. I consider these changes are necessary to ensure that proposed Otago Regional RPS recognises the significant benefits of this important infrastructure and the contribution it makes to the social and economic well-being of the Otago region, while ensuring that the adverse effects of these activities are appropriately managed. And I just noted, when reading through my evidence over the last couple of days, a couple of minor errors. Would you like me to just run through those?
Yeah.
Paragraph 10.3, I've quoted incorrectly the NZCPS. So that policy clause 6.1a, that last word should read communities rather than comments on. I think that was an autocorrect. And then paragraph 13.2, there's a missing word, which is networks, in the second last line, and that should come after the acronym EDBs.
Which one was it?
Paragraph 13.2, in the second last line.
So that should read, sorry?
That should read the EBDs networks, and then carry on to the rest of the things.
Look, we might just have a break for 10 minutes and before we start the question.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope we don't hold you up too long, Ms. Justice, but anyway, we're really sort of fresh go. Bring Dave on in. Yeah.
I was just saying to Mr. Pearcey that I'm a morning person. I got up at 5 a.m.
Try and stay awake for us.
Try not to yawn too much.
Yeah, look, thank you, and thank you for the thought that you've put into the provisions that you put forward in your appendix as well. It's really helpful. I just I was interested. Yeah, we've heard from Mr. Cloud earlier today, and I know that she's talking about the national grid, you're talking more about the local distribution networks. But I was wondering, just if you had any comments on the provisions you put forward and how they fit in with yours, if there's any sort of opportunities for moving together or
for the effects management policy in particular, I don't think there's an opportunity to merge those together.
Yes, we've got separate issues going on.
There's quite separate things that come out of the national policy statement for transmission activities, which not necessarily relevant or would be overly onerous for distribution activities, which are a slightly smaller scale in terms of visual effects and the like. There might be some of the other provisions where they could combine the more general enabling ones and the sort of the front end of the chapter ones. Classes on. But perhaps some of those are already merged, like that INFO, like Objective 6 is already combining all three elements of the electricity supply network. I haven't looked at her provisions in great detail, apart from the effects management one.
Yeah, no, and that's understandable, given that you're dealing with different things there. Let's check if I have anything else. I think some of the questions I had have actually been covered off already. No, I think that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, I second what Bianca said about all the work you've done. It's been really helpful and useful. I guess because I've just been looking at your rebuttal thing rather than your actual evidence in chief, because it all sits there. And just looking at your effects management policy, PXX, and I compare that with the generators similar policy. It is slightly different, and I'm just wondering if it needs to be, or you would have heard the discussion, I guess, around in your subsection 1, the significant natural areas, etc. The suggestion is that that should probably refer to scheduled areas when you first do your assessment. I guess it goes back to how wide, how constrained you are, I guess. And then those areas would be caught in the wash-up provision if they're not in a schedule. Is there any value in that in your policy, or is there a reason you've done it like that? Or is
I think I follow you. If there was all the areas are scheduled in there.
Yeah, well, if you go back a page to, and this is in your rebuttal, you go back to policy P5. So the other change, it's avoid where practicable. And then those A to G are scheduled, so they're areas that are already identified and mapped. But yours is a little bit wider than that, I think.
Yeah, that would equally work.
Yeah.
The first part of the generators policy. would definitely work for that distribution.
And
I was
you
just
did-
conscious that they weren't currently scheduled at the moment, which is why
Yeah.
I've got a slightly.
This is
different
not,
way.
yes, so they probably are, like Queenstown will already have those things mapped, I would have thought, for a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them.
GCC would. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, natural wetlands obviously are. But then they haven't got that scheduled in their policy, so.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's because of the NPS in relation to that.
Yes.
You'll think it'll read it as a wetland these days. The other thing in that section, in B, 2B, and and this is relating to the stuff that isn't significant, so just your normal stuff. Avoid significant adverse effects. And I'm just wondering how often that would be invoked. When I see the scale of the networks in some of the areas that they actually have to operate in, how would that be an issue?
So that relates, so this is my B.
Yeah, your B, sorry.
My two.
2B.
Yeah.
2B, 1.
Yeah, so that relates to, I guess, the smaller scale parts of the electricity distribution network, so that the parts that are not the sub-transmission or the significant electricity distribution infrastructure. And so I think avoid significant adverse effects. I don't think I've come across a situation where that type of infrastructure would generate a significant adverse effect. That would be things like it would potentially apply when you are designating a substation or doing sort of more local lines in an urban environment.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to see if it had been an issue in the past, particularly in Queenstown.
Yeah, I mean, Joanne or David might be able to speak to that, but have you had a situation where you've had that needed resource consent that resulted in a significant adverse effect?
Not that I can remember. There are situations where we've had to mitigate the work that is required. I'm sorry. There is situations where we've had to alter the work that we're planning on doing due to gain consent as such. But that's generally on other provisions with respect to other energy or communications providers and such.
So I would agree with that. We haven't been considered to have significant adverse effects for the smaller infrastructure.
Yep. Okay, there was just my clarification how that might work in practice. Now, I don't want to get you in trouble with your employee, but it's not your policy. ENP8 is the non-renewable electricity generation policy. And we've heard from Joanne that I think Norkie needs a backup diesel generator. That policy says you have to avoid that.
Sorry, which one?
It's not your one, but if you go to it's page 11.
Norkie already has a backup diesel generator.
Yeah. Well, I know it already has one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think we discussed this at the last hearing, didn't we?
Yeah, we did discuss that, and I guess your rebuttal was done before then, but I don't know if you've got a submission on that. Well, I think you do because you did raise it. So someone else, I think it may be Meridian or Frontier or someone, Frontier actually was seeking to change that to restrict the development.
Yeah, I mean, I know from my own examples working with some microgrid generation examples that you, in the south in particular, you quite often need just a backup diesel generator, just in case there's no wind or no sun.
And I'm assuming that is an electricity generation activity in terms of how it's defined in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, that could be problematic.
And so above that is your policy P17, talking about urban growth. And excuse me for not having done this, but I haven't read too much lately. But there's no integration policies in here, like how infrastructure and land use is required to be integrated. It's in the provisions as notified. And I can't recall what your evidence said about that. I'm assuming that those urban UFD policies talk about that. That's where the integration of the infrastructure and land use should occur. I recall it might have been your evidence or someone else saying that that's the appropriate place for it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we have got some submission points and I've got evidence written about that chapter as well.
Yeah, yes. And I don't think you were here for that, were you? Or
No, my submissions cover the need to amend UFD, but I think it's part of this general hearing process.
Yeah, that's just for my clarification because that issue didn't appear in this draft and it's got to be dealt with somewhere. So,
Yeah, it'll be in my evidence in chief.
Yeah,
The provisions that are attached to the back of that computer.
I guess because we have traversed these issues quite a bit, I don't have a lot more to ask you, but your page 36 of the evidence in chief, so it's the ENPA, small scale community distributed energy electricity generation activities. That policy's disappeared. And I'm assuming that's because in the draft that's been promoted by the generators has made that in their view redundant. So it hasn't come through in your draft. The changes you're promoting there still live in the document, obviously.
Right, yeah, I think that's right. It's been merged into what the generation providers have put in their bespoke chapter.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. I don't think I had anything else. Thanks. Thank you.
Whenever I see a book title, paper title written in Māori, the one that's about 10 miles long, it catches my attention. and that caught my attention in a footnote of yours, footnote number 27, which is something that Ms. Dowd was referred to in her Aotearoa New Zealand's first national adaptation plan. But in your footnote, and I looked at the footnote, it's got this huge long Māori title, none of which I understand, to be honest. And I'm fluent. I looked at it, really tight, I said, what the hell is that? You know, kind of stuff. But I mean, the footnote 27?
Yes.
Yeah.
Building a climate resilient New Zealand.
Yes, yeah, but it's a Māori that I was really caught my attention. But is that available somewhere handily now, or can you?
It will be.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want me to email it?
Yeah, could you? Yes. Yeah. And maybe I can become enlightened on the actual Māori.
I think that's the 300-page document that I was trying to skim read.
Is it? Is that the one? Oh, okay.
Because I saw that Māori reading too, and my Māori wasn't up to it.
Yours wasn't, gosh.
Is it a dialect thing? Is it a dialect matter?
Oh no, this one's come from outer space somewhere. Yeah, that's what I had. I saw that. I must ask you who's going to get a hold of it. But I'm interested in just looking at the report itself.
Yeah.
Not just because of my other curiosity. Yeah. Thanks very much.
So many versions floating around. I've got a little bit lost in trying to find where on earth P8 first was. Because
in the energy section.
At your page 11, the version of P8 that you've got there. Sorry, this is your rebuttal. Sorry.
Of my rebuttal?
Yeah. Your page 11, the version you've got of P8 says avoid the development of non-renewable, etc. Whereas the one P8 that I've got in the notified version was provide for small community scale distributed electricity generation activities. So I'm just wondering, where does the avoid one come from?
My
I
rebuttal
think there's a,
will have the generators number.
so what's happened there is P8 in the rebuttal statement was the generators policy in relation to non-renewable electricity generation. And it is P7, further up that page, that is the P8 and
Yeah, yes. Right. I see. Right. So in reality, should on your page 11, should the bottom one be the P8 be in red?
And that actually solves my question, because that's now P7, so I couldn't find it, but you actually do have it in there with the reading, with your recommended amendment.
I'm a bit lost, but what I did
Could you, rather than us strike that all it now, you're going to have to work through how did that get into your document and let us know. So just either through Mr. Pearce or yourself, just get a memo if you could, explaining that and whether or not I'm right in assuming it should be in red or not, or how that occurred. All right.
Yeah.
If you could just clarify that for us. So at the moment we've got a bit of a confusion about where on earth the V8 came from and what it looks like. And if you could get that to Kate. Aside from that confusion, I think that otherwise I was pretty clear. One of the intriguing things that I just did pick up on, though, was that I think in answer to Mr. Cubitt, Mr. Howard said that one of the complications, and she gave an example, one of the complications about trying to merge the two, the transmission and distribution, was the example she gave was their policy 10, I think it was, which was, oh no, sorry, it wasn't policy 10, it was policy 8, which was the one about should seek to avoid adverse effects. And she was saying that that was using that as an example, that applied to the grid, strangely. So they had a tougher position in that regard about town sectors than did the, obviously, the distribution companies that have to be in the town centres. But I saw somewhere in your schedule that you had picked that up, and it didn't seem that complex to me.
In my policy 13.
Sorry?
In my policy 13.
No, I don't think it was in policy 13. I think it was in one of the other policies. No. Give me a moment. Oh, yes, I've got a blue tag on it. Here we go. But this is your evidence in chief, so it's a different page now. So we're talking about page 54 of your appendix to your original evidence. And if you have a look down there, it's P16. And you had made suggested changes right at the end in subclause 5, minimising the adverse effects of the, and you delete electricity transmission network, just make it national grid on urban amenity and avoiding adverse effects on town centres, etc., which is the very policy that she was demonstrating that caused a problem in terms of trying to amalgamate things. But as she was saying it, well, shortly after she'd said that before she'd gone by that stage, but I realised, well, actually, you'd already, that looked to me, picked it up quite neatly, and it
Yeah,
seemed to be a problem.
made it a bit more clear as to what it applies to. Yeah, that's right.
So what I'm really getting to in a bigger picture sense is the whole argument about having a bespoke treatment for renewable generation is because of the direction of the NPS REG in particular, the whole process of decarbonising, net zero emissions, replace that with energy. Let's have an enabling bespoke set of objectives and policies and effects assessments. And then as I hear the evidence, you basically, the generator is basically saying, well, hang on a moment, don't go linking us with the transmission and distribution people because we're really focused at one location. We've got our effects there, whereas the transmission and distribution people are saying, well, no, we're linear. We've got to have a slightly different treatment. But in terms of the transmission and the distribution, apart from the odd thing like policy 8, is there any real great difference between the two in the way that the objectives and policies should be right?
There's probably a lot of similarities. I think policy 8 and the effects management policy would be the key ones where a separate policy is required.
Right.
Just because the effects management regime that's set out in that MPS for transmission activities is quite prescriptive. And that one that I've put together for distribution activities, I didn't want to cross over with the things that are in the MPS for transmission that do not need to apply to distribution.
Right.
So I do think there needs to be a separate effects management policy
Yeah.
for transmission and the distribution activities.
Right, thank you. And the final question I just had for you was, and I haven't had a chance of sorting it out in my own mind, but really, how are you able to take us quickly to the policy treatment that you've provided for that addresses that issue that Mr. Anderson drew our attention to about the effects management hierarchy avoidance last step, if you like, and in the NPS FM?
Yes. So in my policy 13, but it's not full back.
So,
Let me just find the page, it'll be easy. Perhaps in my rebuttal, just a plain version of the policy.
right.
Page. There you go. Yeah, page 9 and 10. So I've applied that essentially the same effects management cascading regime that comes out of that MPS for fresh water. And then in my clause 2A.
Sorry, you won.
Clause 2, then A, and then Roman numeral 4. I have it. This is the offsetting one we're talking about. So you end up going to a situation where if you cannot practically avoid the area, and when the effects are more than minor, and can't be avoided, remedied, and mitigated as per the effects management regime and the MPS for fresh water, then you go to and test your application against the offsetting and compensation regime which is in Appendix A, Appendix 3 and 4.
Yeah.
And my understanding of the Appendix 3 and 4 is that it does have a situation where it may be completely inappropriate to do the offsetting or compensation, in which case the door is closed essentially on that activity in that area.
Right, so you're relying on whatever is the content of that appendix 3 and 4 to meet that provision and the effects management hierarchy in the NPS. Okay, thank you.
In
Thanks for that.
respect to natural wetlands, though, you've actually referred to the NPS, haven't you?
Yeah, I have.
You just
Oh. Sorry, in the respect to wetlands, you've actually referred to the NES, just missed the NEF off. So that would be effects hierarchy, that's in the freshwater management.
Yeah, that's right. That's for natural wetlands.
Yeah.
And then for all other
So-
areas.
So it's probably covered two ways there.
Yeah.
Just to, sorry, I think just to clarify, that's the NESF, not the
Oh,
NPS.
yes, sorry, it is too.
But the NESF refers you back to the
Yeah,
effects management
same thing.
hierarchy and the NPS. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Mr. Pierce, and all your people, and very interesting and helpful to us. All of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just remember that line that goes through Frequents.
Well, and all of the hoarfrost.
We don't have hoarfrost.
Sun always showing.
Beautiful though when it's when the sun shines.